Until I Get You, written by Claire Contreras, narrated by Joe Arden and Kasha Kensington. Content advisory. Portions of this audiobook contain mature language and themes. Trigger warning for a possessive, obsessed hero, stalking, talk of suicide, violence, rape, not fully on page but enough that it may be triggering. Listener discretion is advised.
Part 1. Past. Prologue. Lila. Sometimes, wings are built from despair. That was the thought at the forefront of my mind as I stared at my car, fighting the cold chills slithering down my spine. At first glance, it looked like a random act of vandalism, but I knew the truth. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, glass crunching under my shoes as I circled to the driver's side. I opened the door and used the t-shirt to wipe the driver's seat before sitting down. As soon as I shut the car door, the smell of cigarettes filled my nostrils and I gagged. It was a visceral reaction. I tried to push through it by squeezing my eyes shut and tightening the grip on the duffel bag on my lap. My breath caught when I turned to set my bag on the passenger seat and saw a piece of glass very deliberately placed on the left side. My hands shook as I switched on the engine. There was another cigarette butt on the dash. I left it there as I drove away, careful to show no reaction. I knew he was watching. I didn't know where he was, but I knew he was watching. He got off on shit like this. But he didn't deserve access to my emotions, and I wouldn't grant it. We both knew his message was clear. I drove home feeling sick with anxiety, but otherwise, I was calm. As soon as I parked, I raced to my apartment, locking the door behind me. I dashed to my bedroom and did the same. With a heavy heart, I looked at the photos before me. My silent reminder of why I shouldn't have let my guard down. Marissa had laid out an outfit for me. I considered skipping the event. I should have. But I'd spent the last 2 years of college living like a hermit. I was tired of it. I was tired of him wanting to destroy everything that brought me joy. I just wanted to go to a party like a regular college student and not worry about the consequences. There were strict rules for this particular party. A small and vetted list of guests, no phones, and no pictures. I knew I could go without worry. I knew he wouldn't come after me there. He couldn't. I wasn't sure it even mattered anymore. He already knew about us. In 2 days, we'd be out of here. 2 days. I stood up and looked at the dress one more time. His message reminded me of what he could still do to me. He'd tried to cut my wings before. He probably thought he'd rip them up and burn them this time. I wouldn't let him. I got up and got ready for the party.
Chapter 1. Lachlan. We met under a multitude of improbabilities. For starters, I almost didn't go to the party that night. Earlier in the week, I'd been in a car accident. It was my brother's fault. He'd veered off the road trying to avoid hitting a deer. He was successful, but killed 2 coyotes that were left wedged between the front bumper and an oak tree. Needless to say, Mr. Pita was a mess. He broke his left arm. I got a couple of stitches on my jaw. Our mother acted like the world was coming to an end. Local newspapers and magazines plastered my face across their front pages. Fairview hockey star in car accident. It was all very dramatic. 2 days later, I was back on the ice, scoring the goal that pushed us into the semifinals. Usually, it was something I would want to celebrate, but I was dealing with a killer headache and had to be up early to help my brother move his shit to his girlfriend's place. Besides, I'd already done this celebration twice. This year would mark the 3rd in a row if we could pull it off. I didn't see why we wouldn't, as long as I was starting. I wasn't being cocky. The Fairview hockey team was trash before I decided to come here 4 years ago. Once I signed, I'd gotten a few other players to sign, and we dominated. I'd been an underdog my whole life before I started playing hockey. I also had a chip on my shoulder the size of Alaska. These days, it was more like Georgia since I finally got my deserved recognition. I was revered as one of the best players in the country. I already had a lucrative contract presented to me by a professional team last year to prove it. My friends thought I was crazy to pass it up. My advisor harped on it for months before he let it go. I had a plan. I'd finish my 4 years here, sign as a free agent with my dream team, and get even more money and opportunities. It wasn't just the money for me, but it would help. I wouldn't have to rely on my deadbeat father anymore. To be fair, my father wasn't a deadbeat by anyone else's standards. No, Henry Duke, heir to Duke Tech Enterprises, a now billion-dollar company that provided the government and elites with information and security, was a fucking golden boy. I'd received a full ride on a hockey scholarship, but Liam would have relied on grants and loans had it not been for Henry Duke paying his tuition in full. As well as his company did, it was the least he could do. As far as I was concerned, the only thing Henry and I shared was blood and a last name. And the latter was only until I got around to changing mine. To me, Henry Duke might as well be a nobody. With as little as I saw of him, I was sure the feeling was mutual. I let out a breath as I walked through the house. I'd gotten here 30 minutes ago and had yet to make it out back. Every time I turned, someone new wanted to speak to me. It was like this all the time. I'd always received this kind of attention and loved it for the most part. Lately, not as much, and definitely not tonight. My plan for tonight was to stay home. Friday was my laundry and homework night unless we had a game. Everyone knew I wouldn't be at any party on Friday nights. I made an exception tonight since it was Aaron's birthday and his girlfriend was throwing him a party. I finished talking to the last person I would greet inside, grabbed a beer by the door, and headed outside. I said I'd be here. I didn't say I'd mingle. I twisted the cap off and started drinking my beer as I reached Nash and Drew. They were helping some of the sorority girls doing keg stands. From the looks of it, their help would be rewarded.
"Are you here to help us out?"
A blonde walked up to me, pushing her tits against my arm. I knew this one, but couldn't remember her name. I sucked with names. Faces I could remember. Names, not so much. Nah, it looks like Nash and Drew have it under control. I lifted my beer and walked away. Get to the wall. Get to the wall. Get to the wall. Even with the drunken crowd, I kept my eyes on my destination. The white wall I'd claimed as mine the first time I attended a party here. It was the closest thing to a sanctuary for me, away from the crowd, not so far that I couldn't enjoy the party, not so close that they'd rope me into one of their games. I cringed at the reminder of the last time I'd participated in one. I was almost to the wall when I noticed a girl leaning against it. That wasn't new. Sometimes they waited for me there. It was like a contest to see who spoke to me first and who I took home at the end of the night. It wasn't hyperbole. Fairview lived and breathed hockey and had been on a 10-year losing streak before I got here and turned it around. So, everyone wanted a piece of me, especially the women. This one stood out from the others. She was dressed wrong for this party, with a baggy top that almost reached her knees and black chucks. It was the look on her face that stood out, though. The clouded look in her eyes, void of emotion, as she watched everyone enjoy themselves. Could she be a new pledge? That was impossible since the semester was almost ending, but she had to be new. She had the kind of understated beauty that was unforgettable. Caramel complexion, perfect features, and legs too sculpted for her not to have played a sport. Her dark brown hair hung down to her waist, and her lips were full and currently pursed, which was the only indication that she was paying attention to the partygoers. I hadn't even realized I'd stopped in my tracks to stare until someone bumped into me and snapped me out of it.
"Oh, shit, I'm so sorry."
Someone giggled and squeezed my arm, gasping when she saw who I was.
"Oh, maybe I'm not so sorry."
I didn't even bother looking at her as I yanked my arm away. Even if I'd wanted to, my eyes wouldn't wander away from baggy clothes girl. Why? I had no fucking idea. I closed the distance between this outsider and me. She didn't acknowledge my arrival, but I knew she noticed my presence from the way she tensed. I took a step and blocked her view of the party. She finally looked up, and up, and up, until she reached my eyes, and all I could think was, holy fuck. They were brown. I'd seen countless brown eyes in my life, but hers felt different in a way I couldn't quite describe. They seemed to hold a vortex, a black hole that threatened to hook and drown you. Her snappy voice pulled me out of the momentary spell she'd cast on me.
What are you doing?
You're in my territory.
Your territory, she frowned. Are you pledging this sorority or something?
She knew damn well it was an all-female sorority, and even though her response was funny, I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of laughing. She continued to study me, her eyes wandering over each of my facial features. I wondered if she'd lie and say she didn't know who I was. That was how some girls like to play it, coy and shy and,
oh my God, no way, you're an athlete.
As if my body wasn't a dead giveaway. I had to admit, from the way she looked at me, this one was either a great actress or genuinely didn't know who I was. This wall is my territory, I repeated.
You own this wall?
Her lips moved like she was trying not to laugh.
Okay, John Smith.
Who the fuck is John Smith?
A terrible person, but I was referring to the Disney version, from Pocahontas.
She scrutinized me so intensely that I had to fight the urge to wipe my face just in case.
You know, the settler?
Not what I was expecting. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that movie. And no, I don't own the wall, but this is where the team usually stands.
What team?
She gave me a full once-over. The Blaze, I said, even though I wasn't convinced that this wasn't just a ploy to get my interest.
Oh, I've been here a while, and no one else has stood here.
She leaned against the wall, crossed her arms, and turned her face away from me. If that wasn't a dismissal, I didn't know what was. I couldn't believe the nerve of this girl, ignoring me and acting like I was nobody. I leaned against the wall, leaving space between us, and wondered what had captured her attention. The girls doing the keg stands, the ones running around in the sprinklers someone had turned on. People were already in various stages of undress. 2 girls were making out with Nash simultaneously, which was hot and entertaining. Maybe they had her attention. I continued scanning the lawn. There was so much going on tonight. My eyes caught the woman who had bumped into me earlier, and she gave me the look. I looked away quickly, hoping she didn't walk over. Most of the time, only the women I looked at long enough walked over. It was how I sealed the deal. Or rather, how they did, since I wasn't always a sure bet. For the time being, I wasn't interested in anyone coming over here. I didn't even want the one next to me here, but at least she was quiet. Silence was what I wanted tonight. Better silence than small talk, which was why I couldn't understand why I was the first one to break it. There was a first time for everything, I guess. Are you new? I asked.
No.
Really? And you don't know me? I realized it made me sound like a douchebag, but my face was plastered everywhere.
I guess you look a little familiar.
She side-eyed me.
Are you going to tell me you do porn?
What? Laughter rumbled in my chest and left my mouth before I could stop it. Do you watch a lot of porn?
Can't say that I do, but it's a thing. If someone says you look familiar, you're supposed to say you're in porn films. It's stupid, but the world is full of idiots, so...
She shrugged. She didn't seem impressed by me at all, and I had to admit, it felt strange. Maybe that was part of why I was still standing here beside this girl with the face of a goddess and the personality of Wednesday Addams. Was she one of those people who wanted to be chased? If so, good fucking luck. Chasing after someone was a foreign concept to me, one that took up more time and energy than I was willing to give. I studied her again. She watched the party with such disinterest that I wondered why she was there. You're unimpressed. Her eyes snapped to mine.
By you?
By everything. She seemed to consider that for a moment, a little wrinkle forming at the center of her face.
I'm not unimpressed. I'm just bored.
What are you bored of?
Everything.
She huffed and then let out a tired, unamused laugh. I can get you on board if you'd like. I gave her my charming, panty-dropping smile. She stared at me for a moment. No thanks. No thanks. I brought the beer bottle to my lips to hide my amusement and gulped to avoid laughing. I'd lost count of the number of women who'd thrown themselves at me from the moment I walked in the door. Now, the one I actually asked, which I never fucking did since I never fucking had to, said no thanks, the way you'd turn down being spritzed in the perfume aisle. Are you in this sorority? Hell no, she said, and quickly added, not that there's anything wrong with sororities at all, I'm just not interested. Right, because you're bored. I turned, pressing my arm against the wall and crossing my arms to look at her as we spoke. She didn't mimic my movement. Shocker. So you have friends in the sorority? My roommate? Your roommate isn't a friend? I took another sip of beer. She's my best friend. Her brows pulled together as she looked around, maybe trying to find her roommate/best friend. I fought the urge to reach out and iron her frown away. She looked like she'd knee me in the balls if I touched her. Do you want a drink? I asked. I don't know what the fuck possessed me to ask that question. Maybe I was as bored as she was. I don't drink at parties. I opened my mouth to ask another question when a shout pulled her attention from me. Lyles! I looked up at the sound of Prescott's voice and realized he was heading straight toward us. My stomach sank. God, if Lyles was Prescott's girlfriend, I wasn't sure what to do. I hung out with Prescott often enough to know he didn't have a girlfriend, but maybe she was someone he was trying to get with. In that case, I wondered if he was serious or if she'd just be a fuck to him. We had an off-limits policy regarding anyone the guys were serious about. If any of the guys wanted to get with one specific girl and they said dibs, the rest of us had to back off. It was a stupid tradition implemented before I started playing here and would continue long after I left. Each year, the captain of the hockey team picked a random number, and that was the amount of women each player on the team had to fuck that season. If you didn't participate and bowed out of dibs, you had to put $100 in the pot. If you failed to reach the number of women, you also had to put $100 in the pot. Aaron was our captain this year, and he chose the number 10. Since I always met the goal, I'd never had to put a dime in that pot. Press threw a peace sign at me as he jogged the last steps to close the distance between us. I watched as he wrapped little Wednesday in his arms and twirled her around once. She didn't laugh, but she was smiling. It was a nice fucking smile. I can't believe Marissa convinced you to come. He pulled back and took her in from head to toe. You look good, but you always look good. I snorted. They both looked at me. I took a swig of my beer and looked away. It wasn't that she didn't look good. She was fucking gorgeous, but she was wearing a t-shirt with Harry Styles' face that was so big that it probably fit me loosely. The bagginess of her clothes practically screamed, "Don't come near me." I wondered if I would have noticed her if this had been any other night and she hadn't been standing in my space. My attention vacillated between Prescott's hand on her shoulder and Aaron, already drunk and about to do a keg stand. I kept my eyes on him while I listened to their conversation. "How are you?" Press asked her. "I'm good. Thanks. You know." She shrugged. "The semester is almost over. Maybe you can come and party for the next month before we leave." "Maybe." Liar. Her interest in partying sounded like my interest in chess. Non-existent. "You know I'm here for you, right?" He lowered his voice as he pulled her into another hug. "Thanks." She pulled away, setting both hands on his chest to establish distance. "I was actually on my way out, but I'm glad I got to see you, Press." "What? No way, Lyles. Come on. You haven't been to any of my games, you haven't come over, and whenever I've gone over, you haven't been home. You can't just leave," he said, touching her shoulder again. Jesus, Press was handsy. "Why are you standing out here anyway?" He glanced at me. "Wait, you two know each other?" "Nope," she said. "Haven't even met." My brows rose. I mean, technically she wasn't wrong. We hadn't formally introduced ourselves, but she made it sound like we didn't have a conversation. I already knew 4 things about her. She liked Harry Styles and Pocahontas, didn't drink at parties, and was bored with life. I couldn't tell you 4 things I knew about any other woman at this party, and I'd fucked some of them, so that was saying something. Oh, he looked between us. Lachlan, this is Lila. Lila, this is Lachlan.
Pleasure to meet you, Lachlan.
She faced me and extended her hand for me to shake. The way she did it amused me, but I didn't let it show as I took it. Her hand was tiny and fragile, and her touch sent an odd electric jolt through me. It made me keep her hand in mine longer than I should have. I tugged her a little closer to me just to fuck with her to see if the look on her face would crack. Her expression never wavered, but I saw something shift in her eyes for a millisecond before she finally pulled her hand back. She continued looking at me, those curious eyes making me feel more vulnerable than I cared to admit. Banksily, she stepped away and turned to Press. "Come to the country club on Sunday," Prescott said to her. "A few of us are having brunch by the pool. Deirdre always asks about you. She'd be so happy to see you."
"I haven't seen her in so long," she said, glancing at the ground and back up at him.
"Come out with us," he said, smiling as he tapped the tip of her nose.
"Maybe I will."
She smiled at him. Fucking smiled. It looked real, too. I wondered what it felt like to have someone who didn't smile often direct something that magnificent at you. I wanted to experience it, even if it was just once. She patted Press's chest.
"Well, I'm off, bitches."
That was so unexpected that I laughed. She walked away from us holding a peace sign over her head. She never looked at me to say goodbye. Technically, she had, since she'd said bitches, plural, but she didn't look directly at me. I watched her, waiting for her to look at me as she wove through the crowd. Surely she'd look back at me. They always did. She stopped walking for a moment when some douchebag bumped into her, and I waited. This was the perfect opportunity for her to look back. She never did. What the fuck? Press shook his head. Something. She's antisocial. This coming from the guy who leans against the wall and watches the party like we're his peasants. Press raised an eyebrow. I grunted. Who is she anyway? Lila James Marischal. He stuck his hands in his front pockets and rocked on his heels. She used to be everyone's wet dream in Olympia High School. Huh. I didn't see it. Antisocial, wearing huge clothing and giving clipped answers? She'd caught my attention, but no high school kid would salivate over that. I tossed my empty bottle in the recycling bin a couple of steps away and burped as I leaned against the wall again. Lila James Marischal. Funny, we had the same middle name. I imagined myself telling her and could picture the blank stare she'd give me. Marischal, the former baseball player who's mayor now? Yep, that's her father. He's a legend around here. Preston pressed his back against the wall. Immigrant, pro-athlete, self-made businessman, and now mayor. I nodded. I'd met him once, and he seemed nice enough. He was a major donor and heavily involved in all things sports at Fairview University. Because I never left our college bubble unless I was driving home, I didn't rub shoulders with Fairview's elite. Most of us didn't, but we'd heard crazy stories about the parties they threw. I'd been invited to Mayor Marischal's house a few times for his annual sports gala and turned it down each time. It wasn't my scene. Wearing fancy clothes and sitting at a table with a bunch of stuffy assholes wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. Why was Lila everyone's wet dream? I asked, going back to that topic. I don't see it. Press raised an eyebrow. She's hot as fuck under those baggy clothes. How do you know? I stood straighter and turned to him. She didn't always dress that way. Did you two ever hook up? I asked and frowned at my own question. No, he chuckled, a low, almost defeated sound. Why is that funny? I asked. I thought she was everyone's wet dream. She was, but not yours? Nah, she was mine too for a time. He shrugged. Even if I'd tried something, she wouldn't have given me the time of day. That gave me pause. Prescott didn't pull as many girls as I did, but he was pretty damn close. I had to be missing something. I had never asked this many questions about anyone. Certainly not a fucking girl. Definitely not one I knew wasn't down for my style of hookups. I needed to shut up. I was bored, though. I was bored and we were just standing here anyway. I feel like I'm missing something, I said aloud. Weren't you the most popular guy at your school? I asked. That's what all the girls who went to your school say. Yeah, I guess I was up there. So? Lyle's is different. She's the kind of girl that you don't let go of if you get her, which is near impossible as it is. He looked at me again, a serious expression on his face. Ever. Ah, I nodded. She's the commitment type. Her? He laughed. Hell no. I stared at him. I was definitely missing a lot of things here. He smiled, shaking his head as if Lila James Marichal committing to anything was a joke. If that was the case... She's the girl you can't let get away, he explained. I wanted to ask why, but bit my tongue. I didn't care about forever or letting someone get away. I'd already had one important person in my life abandon me. I sure as hell didn't need another. If you don't let them in, they can't hurt you. It was simple. He sighed. Look, I've known her since we were in daycare. I've only seen her as a friend, as a sister, for a long time now. But yeah, she was the hottest, most popular, coveted girl at school, probably because she didn't give many people an actual shot, and that was before. I don't see it, I said instead of asking more questions. The hottest, most popular shit, I don't see it. You wouldn't. Not anymore. He chuckled, but it sounded sadder than the previous. She was different back then. Social. Alive. Alive? What happened? He inhaled sharply. Let's just say she's on the official do not call dibs list. What happened? Press hadn't asked me why the fuck I was asking so many questions, but he blinked at the bite in my tone. I know she's not your type, so I don't need to tell you this, but I'll say it anyway. She'll never fall at your feet, won't hook up with you for the hell of it, and won't want to be another notch on your bedpost. I raised an eyebrow. Is she a lesbian? No. Press rolled his eyes, and he leveled me with a serious look. I mean it, Locke. She's been through enough. If you see her, don't bother. He turned and waved at someone. That's her roommate. She's more your type. I looked up and saw a pretty brunette with big tits wave back. The way she looked at me told me she'd be over here soon enough. I mulled over what he'd said. I didn't like that he assumed Lila wasn't my type. He could have simply meant that she wasn't someone who would be down for a fuck, 2, max, in which case she wasn't my type. I'd never been told to stay away from anyone, though, and I didn't like it. She seemed unbreakable, which made sense. You can only truly break someone once. Everything after that is just chipping at pieces. I wanted him to tell me what happened to Lila James, but the roommate was already in front of us. She gave Prescott a quick hug and turned to me. I didn't have a type, not really. For years I'd been fucking girls from behind anyway. Not to say I didn't do other things, but when it came to actual fucking, it was something I did to set a clear boundary. I'm Marissa. Lachlan. Oh, I know who you are. She smiled, her dark brown eyes roaming up and down my body. Unlike her roommate, Marissa looked like she wanted to climb me right here, which did nothing for me tonight. Ah, shit. I have to handle this. Prescott pushed off the wall and rushed over to an argument brewing between his ex and the woman. That's going to get messy, Marissa said. It'll be a nightmare. I watched Press stand between them and felt bad for the guy. So, Marissa started. I looked at her. She licked her lips. I was heading out, and since I'm the only one standing here, I guess I should ask if you want to come with me. Where? To my place. Her smile was slow and seductive. Where's your place? 2 blocks down. I thought about it. Really thought about it. Everything about tonight was unprecedented. It wasn't like I fucked every single person who came onto me, but any other night Marissa would make my list. Anyway, my roommate is home, but she's used to company, so that won't be a problem. I set my hand on her lower back. Lead the way. The moment she said roommate, I pushed off the wall and was ready to go. She gave me a look that said this wasn't her first rodeo, which I knew. Not that I cared. As we walked out, I kept some distance between us. I still hadn't decided what would come of this, but I needed to know where she lived. Maybe it was an asshole move to use her like this just to get closer to her roommate, but it was the only one I had right now. Chapter 2. Lachlan. If I was being completely honest, Marissa was the last person I wanted to see tonight. I'd left last night's party with her and normally would never have come back here just to pick her up, but Prescott's place was only 2 houses down, and I had to walk by here anyway. That was the excuse I'd given her and what I'd told myself as I sat in her living room waiting for her to get ready. She'd been very persistent last night, but I'd managed not to fuck her. A first for me, I had to say. I probably would have caved if I thought Lila would forgive that indiscretion, but I didn't think she was up for her friend's sloppy seconds. I hadn't figured out why I cared, which was annoying me. I'd thought about it on my way home after dropping Marissa off. I'd continued to think about it before going to bed, and the only thing I could come up with was that Lila James intrigued me, which was unfortunate for her. Women didn't usually intrigue me. What they looked like underneath their clothes and how wet their cunt would be when I slid my dick into it intrigued me, but that was it. Once I'd had sex with a woman once or twice, the illusion was gone. Twice was my limit. Women started getting attached the third time. If anyone ever did a study on this, I had enough information for them to base their analysis on. Fuck number 1 usually happened after a game or a party, so it was fun and new. Fuck number 2 was more of a, was it good or did I imagine it? Fuck number 3, well, I'd only gotten to fuck number 3 a couple of times and regretted it every fucking time. They'd get attached. It went from a fun hookup to we should meet up for drinks or coffee or whatever. Sure, they hinted we'd fuck after, but I wasn't interested in talking to them and I could get coffee or a drink with my freaking mother. The Lila phenomenon was something else. That was what I was calling it now, in my head, of course. I hadn't even spoken to my teammates about her, but I hadn't called dibs and hadn't fucked her, so there wasn't much to say. It wasn't like I would ever openly admit what I was currently doing. I'd been at Lila and Marissa's apartment long enough for the Taylor Swift album that Lila was playing to get to a song about someone's tears ricocheting, which seemed to be a favorite of hers with the way she mouthed the lyrics. It was a sad fucking song. She was washing dishes now. When I got there, she'd been curled up on the couch reading a book. I'd asked her a few questions about it, which she ignored, so I'd swiped it out of her hands to gain her attention. I still hadn't gotten it. It was maddening. "It's Saturday night," I said. "Don't you have anyone else to hang out with?" "Don't you?" She looked up at me from the sink. "Sure, but Marissa and I are going to the same party, so I figured I'd swing by to pick her up. And I wanted to see you again." She ignored me and looked back at the cup she was washing, now mouthing the lyrics to the next song. How many fucking songs were on this album? The music was distracting my distraction, and I wasn't sure I could take it any longer. "Do you want to join us?" I asked. She pulled a face. "You just said you're going to a party. What's wrong with that?" "Nothing." I stifled a groan. This fucking girl. Why couldn't she just indulge me in a simple conversation? I was going to have to start fucking singing. If I knew any of the lyrics, I probably would have. That was how desperate I was for her to talk to me. Between her nonchalant attitude and Prescott telling me she used to be completely different, I became morbidly intrigued. Anyone else would have just been curious, maybe tried to learn a few things and let it go. I became fixated on it. On hockey, cars, grades, and right now, Lila James Marischal. The only other person who could intrigue me this much was my father, who only came around when it was convenient. In his absence, I would fixate on his life. Where was his office? Who was his secretary? Why was he fucking Nancy from accounting instead of staying with my mother, whom he supposedly loved more than anything, including his children? The music suddenly stopped and snapped me out of my thoughts. "Why don't you want to go?" "Because I don't like people." She said it so matter-of-factly that despite my annoyance with her, I huffed out a laugh, and then she added, "But if the issue is that you're planning on having sex and can't perform while I'm here, I can leave and come back in..." She sized me up. 5 minutes. I looked the other way so she wouldn't see me laugh. How was it that her insults amused me and turned me on? "Why don't you want to stay? You think you'll get turned on and want to join us?" At that, she laughed wholeheartedly, and damn it, I tried not to react, but her laughter was a thing of beauty. Her eyes twinkled and she threw her head back a little. It was infectious. I wondered if she'd walked around with that twinkle in her eyes before whatever happened broke her. She switched off the water, dried her hands, and grabbed her bag. She was leaving. Where? With who? I gripped the book tighter, wishing it was her hand, her waist, her throat. Why is that funny? It's not a far-fetched scenario. You must have seen it in one of the porn videos you watch." She rolled her eyes, but I saw a ghost of a smile. She was wearing baggy jeans and an oversized shirt, Biggie Smalls this time. Even with it, I could see the sway of her hips as she sauntered over. She kept her eyes on mine the entire time. My heart sped up. People were predictable. I could typically gauge what they would do before they did it. It was one of the things that set me apart from most people on the ice. If you looked for certain things, you could probably predict at least half of what someone would do next. Not Lila James, though. With how she was walking, she looked like she would either straddle my lap or slap me. Maybe both. Those were the options. She stood between my legs, so close to me that I could pull her onto my lap. Fuck, I wanted to. She was so close that if she looked, she'd see the outline of my dick with how hard she was making me. Baggy clothes, hair in a messy bun, random taste in music and all. I'd never seen anything sexier than this woman. "For starters," she said, leaning down so we were eye to eye. This was the first time I saw something other than a void in her eyes. There was fire and amusement, and the mixture made it hard to breathe. "I don't need a storyline in my porn." She snatched the book from my hand and moved her face even closer. I could smell her minty breath and the gardenia scent that floated everywhere with her. Our noses were almost touching. Was this a test? For a split second, she looked at my lips and back to my eyes, and I thought she'd surely kiss me. I didn't know how I felt about that. I didn't let anyone kiss me. "Secondly, I like sex as much as I like people." I blinked hard, my heart pounding. She turned and walked away, looking over her shoulder with the most sinful smile I'd ever seen. "Have fun at the party?" I wasn't easily surprised, but color me fucking surprised. She didn't like anything, fine. But who the fuck didn't like sex? Damn it. I hated her for getting me worked up and playing me like that. I hated her even more for dropping that piece of information and leaving. I'd obsess over it until she gave me an explanation. Chapter 3. Lachlan. When Prescott mentioned that Marissa and Lila were going to the country club, I offered to pick them up. Thankfully, he didn't question my motives. He should have, since I'd never offered to pick anyone up, but he probably thought it had something to do with Marissa. Little did he know, I wished I could leave her ass at home and just take Lila with me. Being stuck in a car with her for 20 minutes meant she'd have to speak to me. Of course, when I got to their apartment, Marissa told me that Lila had already left. I sat in the living room, waiting for Marissa to finish getting ready, and Googled Lila for the second time. Her socials were set to private, and I'd already requested her on every single one, even the ones I didn't use. She hadn't accepted any of them. Thanks to her father's notoriety, I found that her birthday was January 28th. She'd played soccer and apparently was pretty good at it. She went to prom with some douchebag named Skylar Wyatt Parker, whose socials were set to public, and I was able to stalk the shit out of her. I went as far back as his first post, which was a feat since the guy had made over 4,000 posts. He played lacrosse in high school and was currently playing for Yale, pre-med. There were 2 pictures of them together, one at prom and one with his hand over her shoulder. She was wearing a Yale hoodie that was so big on her that it obviously belonged to him. The caption was an emotional face emoji. I felt my face twist in disgust. On the 5th page of the search, I found a message board discussing a car accident she'd been involved in. They didn't give details, and most of the comments were redacted. It must have been her father's doing. Maybe she'd been under the influence and got into a car accident. One comment on page 3 of the discussion said, "Please stop talking about this. People's lives were shattered." It was left a little over a year ago by the screen name Pikachu09. I clicked the screen name and scanned what else they'd commented on, but it was primarily Pokemon-related. "Ready?" Marissa walked out of her room. I clicked the side button on my phone as I stood. She was wearing a sundress that I was sure her ass cheeks would be hanging out of later. It was a pool party, though. Truthfully, I was almost at my limit with Marissa. At last night's party, she'd finally gotten the hint that I wasn't interested and stopped trying to rope me into hooking up with her. I'd resorted to extreme measures and let some girl in my econ class sit on my lap right in front of her. It was a dick move, but I'd known people like Marissa my entire life, and I knew she wouldn't stop unless I gave her solid proof that I wasn't interested.
I can't believe Prescott invited all of us to the country club of all places. I haven't been in years, she said in the car, taking breaks between words as she applied mascara. Clear mascara, she'd said, because of the water. He rented out the pool space, which is a big deal. And Lila going? Even bigger deal. I couldn't be sure, but my heart pounded a little harder at the mention of Lila. I played it off. Why is that a big deal? She's been through a lot, Marissa said, flipping the sun visor. The first year and a half of college, she lived with a group of girls, and even though we're best friends, we didn't really go to the same parties. Then, she shook her head. Then she moved into her dad's guest house, and last semester she finally caved and moved in with me like she was supposed to 4 years ago. I've never seen her around, I said. She only takes online classes, so she's never on campus unless she has to do labs or whatever. Nothing interests her, so the fact that she's coming out twice in one weekend is a big deal. This will be good for her. Everyone is different. Maybe people need to let her grieve in peace. Grieve? I felt her eyes on the side of my face for a long time before she spoke. You know what happened? I have access to the internet. Damn, someone died in that car accident. You Googled Lila? She shouted. Why? Because she's beautiful and funny when she wants to be, but mostly because she makes me feel something I've never felt before and I'm intrigued by her. She's weird, so I Googled her. Weird? Marissa wrinkled her nose. Look, if you want Lila, just say the word. My head whipped to her. What? I'm just saying if you want her, I can put in a word. Marissa shrugged. You and I never hooked up. She's not weird about sharing, so even if she thinks we did something, she probably wouldn't care as long as she knows it was never serious between us. Not that I want to be with you if you want her. I don't do the sister wives bullshit. I didn't know what part to focus on, the sharing comment or the rest. Of course I was going to fixate on the sharing comment. I'd have to do more digging. Did that mean she was into threesomes? If so, how? 2 girls, 1 guy? 2 guys, 1 girl? She didn't strike me as someone who would enjoy that, but if her best friend said she was into sharing, I had to believe her. Unless it meant she was into open relationships. Or only hookups? Only hookups would be the best case scenario for me. 2 hookups, to be specific. I shook all of those thoughts away. I was getting ahead of myself. For now, I'd put all that aside and add it to the list of things that made me curious about Lila. I hadn't even sent Marissa a friend request because I didn't want her to think anything of it, but I might have to see what pictures she had of them together. Why are you saying this? I turned into the parking space and shut off the engine. Because you had, 2 conversations with her and then Googled her? She was laughing as she got out of the car. So, I Google people all the time. Did you Google me? She stopped walking when we got to the door and put a hand on her hip. No. You want Lila. She pointed at me. She didn't seem upset or confused or jealous. If anything, she was amused by this. I don't want her. I scowled and opened the door for her. Look, I'm going to tell you 2 things, and then you can decide if you still want her. I stopped walking and faced her. I'm listening. 1, if you break her heart, she'll never, and I mean ever, give you a second shot, she said. It seemed like an obvious one. 2, you know those girls who like to play hard to get? She waited until I nodded. Lila is hard to get, but man, when she opens up, she's honestly one of my favorite people on the planet. Why is she so closed off? She raised an eyebrow. I thought you weren't interested. Cut the shit, Marissa. Why? Because of the accident? She was always a little guarded and selective with her inner circle, but she was voted Miss Congeniality for the high school yearbook, if you can believe it. I can't. I started walking again. So, the accident? I don't like to talk about it, especially behind her back. Maybe Prescott will tell you. Motherfucker. Another thing to add to the damn list. A hostess greeted us, and I let Marissa talk since I was now trying to figure out why Lila was hard to get. Was she a virgin? Maybe she was saving herself. She did say she didn't like sex, though, which meant she'd experienced it already. Probably some 2-pump chump who didn't get her off. Asshole. Now, the rest of us had to pay for his selfishness. We took 2 towels from the hostess and walked in the direction she pointed. Have you been here? Marissa asked. For brunch, not the pool. Oh my God, get ready to have your mind blown. It's indoors, but it feels like you're on a beach. She smiled wide. When we reached the pool area, I had to pause to take it all in. It was huge, and it did look like a beach. The guys waved us down when they saw us from their seats. Prescott invited 10 of us for brunch and the pool. I counted 8, including us. Prescott and Lila were the only ones missing. The thought of them being alone together irritated me more than it should have. I had no claim on her. Even if I did, she could be friends with whomever she wanted. I told myself all that, but I still felt hot. My mind drifted to other things. This was a pool party. Did that mean she'd finally take off her baggy clothes, or would she keep them on and sulk on a chaise? All thoughts of her were put on the back burner when we sat down and started talking to everyone. "Coach wants us there tonight," Drew said across from me. "He's going to make us pay for last week's game."
"Does that mean you can't drink?" Marissa asked.
"Well, it wouldn't be ideal," he said. I tuned out their conversation and spoke to Nash about the new skates. He told me about a training camp he attended in Canada last year and how some of the CHL coaches had gone by, which was how he ended up signing a contract with Montreal when he turned 18. I told him about a similar contract I'd signed at that age and how my agent was able to get me out of it and make me a free agent. "Man, I would kill to be a free agent. I was telling my—" He stopped talking mid-sentence, his mouth dropping for a moment before recovering. He slapped Drew's arm. "Holy shit. Dibs, dibs, dibs." I'd heard Nash chant dibs more times than I could count these last 4 years, but when I looked at Drew, who had the complete opposite taste in women, and caught him eye-fucking whoever was behind me, my skin prickled. "Yeah, right. Press would murder you," Drew said, still staring. "It would be fucking worth it," Nash said under his breath. The back of my neck suddenly felt hot. They had to be talking about Lila. If that was the case, I needed to brace myself. We'd all been with hot-as-fuck girls, and Nash was worse than me. He wouldn't fuck the same girl twice, no matter what. Something ugly and foreign curled in my stomach as I watched them continue discussing this under their breath. Marissa snorted.
"I'm guessing Lila's here."
Neither of them answered. They were still busy ogling. I hadn't even confirmed that it was Lila and already wanted to stab their eyes out. Another first for me. Marissa pushed her seat back, stood, turned to look, and gasped. She squealed as she ran over.
"Oh my God, that's my girl."
I took a breath, let it out, and turned around. Prescott was talking to an older lady, and Lila fucking James was wearing a beige dress that molded her body. It was more holes than material and reached her ankles. Underneath, she wore a white bikini. I was sure I'd stopped breathing. I'd made peace with the baggy clothes and told myself I didn't care what she looked like underneath them. She had my attention regardless, but holy fucking shit, this was unexpected. While Prescott kept talking, Lila spoke to Marissa, who was touching her hair. It was down in waves today. "She's off the table," I said, forcing myself to turn around. "Oh, come on, Locke. Can't you be satisfied with the thousands of women who want a piece of you and let me have this one?" Nash asked. "Why is she off the table?" That was Mason, who was sitting on the other side of the table and had no business in this conversation. I leveled him with a stare. "Because I said so." "That's fucking bullshit," Drew said. "Marissa is more your style, Drew. Trust me." I turned to Nash. "Lila is off the table unless you want to lose your fingers. I'm not fucking around." Damn. His eyebrows shot up. I didn't know what that meant and didn't care enough to ask. "Gentlemen," Prescott said at the head of the table, then looked at Marissa and Lila beside him. "Ladies, thanks for coming. Let's eat, and then we'll play." Lila gave a small smile and waved. When our eyes locked, hers widened a little. I was sure it wasn't noticeable to anyone else, but I felt a wave of satisfaction. There was an empty chair to my left, but she sat between Marissa and Prescott. I wanted to shove everyone away and pull her next to me. Fuck, I wanted to shove them away and splay her on the fucking table and have her for brunch. I felt a pinch on my arm and glared at Marissa for snapping me out of that daydream.
"Set me up with Drew," she whispered, "and I'll try to set you up with Lila."
"I already put in a good word with Drew," I said. She beamed until I added, "And I know you're full of shit because Lila doesn't even like people. She told me herself." Marissa snorted and whispered,
"Didn't she also tell you she didn't like sex?"
I frowned. Was it a lie?
"I mean, she's been hanging out with one guy a lot. He's not a boyfriend, but judging by the amount of times he texts,
He's trying hard to be. This was irritating. Who is it? Some guy on the football team. Football? What the hell? The football team was popular, but Fairview lived and breathed hockey. Does she go to the games? I asked, keeping my voice down since she was right there. That dress was so tight on her tits that if she sneezed, I was sure one would come out of her tiny bikini. I simultaneously hoped it happened and didn't. Most of them. Marissa had a gleam in her eye like she was holding back a joke. I wanted to know more. Why didn't she go to our games? Prescott said she hadn't been to any recently, but that didn't mean she'd never been. Prescott was a close friend of hers, so it wouldn't be far-fetched, and if I was being completely honest, I didn't look up at the stands much. Drew started talking to Marissa before I could ask any questions. I don't think we've met, Nash said, looking at Lila. He smiled. She didn't. I'm Nash. Lila. Prescott leaned in to whisper something in her ear and set his hand over hers on the table. I was going to fuck him up tonight at practice. Maybe I'd jam a finger or two. I didn't care that they'd known each other forever. His hand over hers made me see red. Fuck. When was the last time I'd felt like this, if ever? She was driving me crazy. She took her hand from under his and picked up the menu, studying it longer than necessary. There were only 6 choices on it. It didn't take more than a minute to narrow it down. Marissa's phone buzzed in her purse, and she excused herself when she looked at the screen. She leaned in and told Lila what to order her. Without her as a buffer between us, I had a much better view of Lila, but I couldn't keep staring without looking like a creep, so I decided to talk to her instead. Is this a nightmare for you, being around all these people? I asked quietly. Kind of. She turned her face to me. Christ, that face, those lips, those eyes. They make a mean chicken and waffles, though, so dealing with you guys is a small price to pay. I bit back a laugh. This is a new look on you. Do you only ditch your baggy clothes on Sundays? She set her hand on Marissa's empty chair and leaned closer to me like she was telling me a secret. I did the same, setting my fingers just centimeters from hers. She licked her lips. I bit back a groan. She was doing this on purpose. She had to be. For some reason, probably because she showed no interest, I wanted her to want me. It was beyond my comprehension because, as Nash stated, I had countless women constantly throwing themselves at me. None of them held my attention. Not like this. When Lila finally decided to grace me with her words, they were low, almost a whisper. Do you and your douchebag friends only make bets on who will fuck me first on Sundays? Her eyes danced. Fuck. How much did she know about that? Would you like me to take that bet? I moved my hand closer to hers, the tips of our fingers touching. Only if you intend to lose. She took her hand back and sat straight in her chair. I'd never lost anything in my life, my father's affection notwithstanding, but I had no comeback for that. I spent most of the meal talking to the guys and ignoring Lila, at least openly. My ears perked up whenever she spoke, which wasn't often. I hated Mason, who was sitting across from her with the best view in the house. I was irritated with how Prescott got all up in her personal space whenever he spoke to her. I took out my phone and Googled how long I'd go to jail if I kidnapped her. After breakfast, we all walked outside to take in the view of the marina and golf course. Everyone scattered on the terrace to take selfies while I watched Lila. The spring temperature was just right, but she kept running her hands down her arms like she was cold. I unbuttoned the shirt I had on and set it around her shoulders. She jolted and looked up at me. I thought she would fight me on this for a moment, but she just said, Thanks. You're welcome. I looked out at the marina. Do you come here a lot? Sure. Her eyes darted to mine briefly. I'll put myself through just about anything when I'm in my self-loathing phase and want to torture myself. I laughed. I tried not to because I didn't want to give in to her little attitude, but she was funny. I caught her looking at my bare chest for a second before she turned away. I grinned at the back of her head. Maybe I was getting somewhere. Everyone else walked inside, but Lila stepped forward, setting her forearms on the wall and closing her eyes as the breeze hit her face. I stared at her. I'd never noticed how much shorter than me she was. Then again, even though she stood at eye level with my pecs, she carried an air of grandeur. Are you going to hit me if I tell you that you look beautiful? She turned her face and studied me. After years of being in the spotlight, I was used to people analyzing me, but I'd never been scrutinized as Lila did.
I wanted to reach over and touch her hair, kiss her lips, fucking hold her in my arms, kiss her and hold her in my arms. Who the fuck was I? I never kissed the girls. My brother called it my pretty woman bullshit, but kissing was too personal. I knew it was a strange thing for someone who had no qualms with eating a girl's pussy to be put off by kissing the lips on her face, but it was something I just wasn't interested in doing. "Thank you," she smiled. It was tiny, but there. Best of all, it reached her eyes. "You look beautiful as well." "One of these days, Lila, you're going to say something nice to me and mean it." I laughed and shook my head as I looked at the boats in the marina. She turned to face me and leveled me with a serious expression. "I never say things I don't mean." "We have that in common." She turned back to the water. "Are you coming over tonight for some porn sex?" "Are you offering yourself to me?" She shot me a look. "You know I'm not." "Why?" "You're having sex with my friend." She turned her attention to the marina again. "I'm not." "Oh." Her gaze flashed to mine, a small frown between her eyes. "Now that we cleared that up, are you down for some porn sex?" "Still, no." "Is it because of that guy you're dating?" "Lachlan Duke," she said, keeping her face forward, but I could hear the smile in her voice. "Are you stalking me?" Was she smiling at the thought of me stalking her? She had no fucking idea how much stalking I'd already done and would continue to do. Was she smiling because she was thinking about him? I didn't like that option. "Would you like it if I was?" She peered up at me and searched my eyes. "No," I groaned. "So it's because of the guy you're dating?" She said nothing as she turned around and started heading inside. I followed behind her like the lost puppy I was. No use in acting tough about it. This fucking girl was turning me inside out with her bullshit. I opened the door for her. "I'm going to take your silence as a yes." She shrugged. "Okay." I had never wanted to chase anyone my entire life, and the first person I genuinely wanted to chase didn't care whether or not I tried. Maybe she was unaffected by me because she was used to guys falling at her feet. Before today, I would have had a harder time believing that, but no one in their right mind wouldn't think she was hot. And she was funny, and Marissa said it was worth it when she opened up to you. I kept my eyes on her the entire time. She reached the lounge chairs first, kicked off her flip-flops, and carefully folded the shirt I'd given her. Once she was done, she peeled off her cover-up and gave me a full view of her toned ass and those tiny bikini bottoms. I had to take a breath and avert my eyes. I didn't want the guys to see how much she affected me. I didn't know how, but I would have Lila James or die trying. For the first time in 4 years, I was going to put $100 into the Dibs collection, and I didn't even care.
Chapter 4. Lila. The only thing I hated more than a party was a stuffy party, especially ones I was required to attend. I'd already looked out the window of the guest house 50 times trying to figure out when would be a good time for me to make an appearance and leave. I was aware that many college girls and guys would kill for the opportunity to be at my father's famous senior sports ball. Dad came up with that very original, cringy, on-the-nose name for the event. Only a few seniors from each team were invited. The 4 themes were recycled: Gatsby, of course, Egyptian, Masquerade, and 1920s, which honestly was Gatsby with another name. Dad loved that theme, which was why this year was the 1920s. I'd done this charade so many times that I had 3 outfits for each theme. Tonight, I wore a short but loose black and gold flapper dress. The fringe at the bottom hit me at my knees. I'd been waiting to put on my heels when I was ready to go out there. I'd almost gone out twice. But since the party took place in the backyard, it was steps away from the guest house, and I wanted to sneak into the tent without getting noticed. I already didn't want to be here, but tonight of all nights I wished I could disappear. I hated my father, and hated him even more for hosting it tonight. I hated Marie for agreeing with everything he said and did. When I begged them to move it to another night, she'd said, "We need to create good memories to replace the bad ones." As if anything could ever let me forget this day. I didn't like Marie much to begin with. She'd always been kind to me, but my mother passed away a couple of years ago, and Marie was already moved into the house my parents shared just 2 months after the funeral. My mother never liked her, and the reason was obvious. It didn't take a rocket scientist to conclude that Marie, who'd been my father's secretary for the last 6 years, was fucking him. Such a cliché. Before she moved in, I'd been living in the guest house, where I'd tried to stay afterward. Not for my father's sake, but for my own. The guest house made me feel closer to my mom, and no one bothered me. I never set foot in the main house anyway, so her presence shouldn't bother me as much as it did. I'd order takeout or drive to get food instead of walking over there. I'm not even sure my father noticed. He only liked playing the role of father, not actually being one. That was before Mom died in the accident. Afterward, I guess he tried a little harder to be there for me, if you counted the therapist and the money he kept depositing into my bank account each month as helping. Dad didn't put a Band-Aid on things. He threw piles of money at them until they were no longer something he had to deal with. Tonight, my guilt and sadness weren't because of Mom, though. Tonight was the anniversary of Luke's death. Luke, who Dad had treated like a son, who he'd encouraged me to date. When he'd found out I was going to prom with someone else, he'd called Luke and apologized to him personally, as if he had anything to do with our lives. I loved Luke so fucking much, but I was never going to marry him, no matter how often he boasted about that. And he'd boasted plenty. I wish he hadn't. I wish he'd never announced that he'd bought me an engagement ring, and that he'd never stood up during Friendsgiving with our parents' friends to talk about things like that, and joke that we might elope. I blinked quickly to evade tears. I hated crying, and if I started, I wouldn't stop. I hadn't cried in so long I didn't even think my tear ducts worked anymore. But tonight they would. Tonight, all the emotions I normally buried would be exposed. No one would bring up Luke's death tonight. They knew better. But even a squeeze of my arm telling me they were sorry would set me off. Usually I found ways to distract myself from feeling anything at all. It was quite possibly the best and worst skill my mind had acquired throughout all of this. Best because only a handful of brave souls tried to get me to open up again. Worst because once you learned how to numb yourself from pain, you took the risk of it happening to all of your emotions. That was the case for me, for the most part. Until recently, I didn't think I could feel anything besides guilt and sadness. My phone buzzed on the bed, snapping me out of my thoughts, and I saw a text from Banks. Banks, I'm here, table 10. Where are you? Me. OMW. I put on my heels, rechecked my makeup, and left the room, shutting and locking the door. I took deep, calming breaths on my way to the tent and hoped no one stopped me for small talk. Of course, they did anyway. Whenever I dressed up for these godforsaken events, people saw it as the perfect opportunity to get me to open up again. It was as if a little bit of makeup and doing something with my hair meant I was no longer this fucked-up, broken version of myself. I was just starting to breathe a little easier as I walked away from the latest cordial conversation when I felt a hand on my elbow. The smells hit me first. They were always wearing the same colognes, one with a spicier scent than the other. Since they both always hit the spray one too many times to cover up the smell of cigarettes, it was overpowering when they were next to you. I froze as a million dark emotions instantly coursed through me. I settled on boredom. You weren't planning on saying hello? Jameson asked, his voice low behind my right ear. I held my breath, yanked my elbow away, turned around quickly, and caught sight of the two men before me. You look incredible, Lyles, Officer Hughes said beside him, tossing his cigarette in the grass as his blue eyes roamed my body. I was so grateful the dress was loose, and there wasn't much to see. Not that it made me any less uncomfortable. I thanked him under my breath as I tried to stop tensing up. but it was useless. Both of them kept me on edge. They were cousins and always around, which made it worse. Officer Ned Hughes was the chief of police, the hero of Fairview, and a total fucking creep. He was always at Dad's beck and call, though. He was always mixing drinks for everyone, always the life of the party. Beside him was David Jameson, formerly Coach Jameson, who was also revered in Fairview. His family was important as hell in society. When he decided to coach hockey at the university, everyone looked at it like he was doing some kind of charity, as if they weren't paying him a boatload of money. He didn't need the money, though, so he was seen as so kind and so gracious. Women fell at his feet. A record number of guys he'd coached had made it to the NHL or CHL. These were achievements that could be linked to Coach Jameson directly. He was my father's best friend and my godfather. I despised him. I despised every single adult with ties to Fairview at this event. Yet here I was, about to let them make me feel small and uncomfortable. "I hadn't seen you," I said, my voice serious and expression blank as I looked between them. "I figured as much." Jameson smiled, his blue eyes roaming my face. "You look beautiful." "Thanks." I looked around for anyone to come and rescue me from these two. Thankfully, I spotted Jameson's long-term girlfriend walking over. Thank you, universe. Sydney was the only one I could stand in this crowd, probably because she was a transplant from Chicago. She always looked flawless and was kind, unlike Hughes, Jameson, my father, and that cunt Marie. I couldn't fathom why Sydney was in their clique, but I was sure Jameson's looks, stature, and charm had a lot to do with it. Hughes was actually married, which was even more mind-blowing. But again, looks, stature, and charm were enough for some people. "Hey, Lila, you look gorgeous," Sydney said, smiling as she hugged me. "So do you," I said, holding her arm. "Well, I have to get going. It was great seeing you all. I'll catch you later." I turned around, pushed my shoulders back, and kept walking. Inside, I looked around until I found Banks. Of course, table 10 was on the other side. I didn't even want to sit at his table, but I knew it was for the best. Prescott's eyes caught mine as I passed, and I could see a sadness mirrored my own. He managed a small nod and turned away to speak to his teammate. He knew as well as I did that tonight wasn't a good time for us to interact. He had been friends with Luke, and missed him as much as I did. I took in the tent, equipped with chandeliers and white and purple centerpieces on each table. It looked more like a wedding than a sports event. Marie's doing, for sure. She was probably trying to show Dad what their wedding could look like if he proposed to her. The tables were big enough to seat 8 and 12 people and consisted of agents, athletes, and professional coaches from each sport. It was a fancy networking event, a loophole for student-athletes to brush shoulders with agents and coaches they probably shouldn't be speaking to yet. I grabbed a number 10 since Banks was sitting there. It didn't matter who else was at the table. I'd be uncomfortable no matter what. Banks was waiting for me, and he smiled and opened his arms for a hug. I returned it before taking my seat. After saying hello to the volleyball player Banks had been speaking with, I looked around more. If this went my way, I'd be a ghost at this table, and then I'd get up and leave without anyone noticing my absence. It happened often enough these days. I spotted Dad and Marie mingling and moved further down in my seat, hoping the tall figures of Banks and the volleyball players would serve as shields. I was staring at my black and gold nails when I heard new voices approach our table. I kept my eyes down. If I didn't look, I wasn't there. That was my motto. Someone sat beside me and I stilled, straightening in my seat and pushing my shoulders back. I knew that scent. Jesus Christ on a cracker, this could not be happening right now. I kept looking at my nails.
If I tell you that you look beautiful,
"Will you throw your glass of water in my face?" he asked, his deep voice tickling my ear. My heart raced the way it did every time he was around. It had become such a foreign feeling that I thought I was dying the first time it happened. I tried to fight the shiver that rolled through my body, and hoping to keep my face impassive, continued to count to 10. I didn't know what I'd done to earn Lachlan Duke's attention, but I wish I could undo it. It would make things so much easier. A few times I'd given in and flirted back, kicking myself each time for doing so. The last thing I needed was to give him a reason to think we could be friends. Or worse, more than friends. It wouldn't have been a question if I'd met him a few years ago. I would have welcomed this insanity. I would have thrown myself into it without a second thought. Now, though, I couldn't open myself up to anyone. Especially not him. He had a bright future ahead of him according to the sports articles I'd found when I searched for him. I waited for another 3 counts and braced myself to look at him. He was too good-looking, and even more so in that suit. I let my eyes take him in. His thick, brown, normally tousled hair was brushed back. My gaze drifted down his perfect olive skin, full lips, and carved jawline. His dark lashes were to kill for, and those eyes, olive green with specks of brown, wrecked me every time. He was tall and imposing in a way that either made you feel safe or terrified. He evoked both for me. He'd never know it, though. He'd never know how much I wanted to reach out and touch each one of his features. He'd never know that he was the only one who had ever made me feel this way. People threw the word love around all the time. I didn't know what this was, but I didn't think it was that. There was just something about him. He looked at me like I mattered. Like he saw me, the person hidden beneath the grief and the guilt. "Thank you." My lips moved. I smiled or gave him whatever was left of it these days. "You look beautiful as well." His eyes danced. He leaned in and whispered, "Is this a nightmare for you?" My body went rigid. He couldn't have known just how much of a nightmare it was for me to do anything tonight, let alone be around people. He'd just said these words to me the other day and gotten a response. But tonight was different. The other day the question was amusing. Tonight, the words cut through me like claws, shredding whatever was left of my broken heart. I continued to count and breathe until I got myself together. The last thing I needed was to draw attention and drag him into this. I swallowed hard. Fuck. On any other night, I would have been able to keep my impassive, blasé attitude. I might have even been able to laugh at his comment. Tonight, my eyes watered without permission. I bit my lip hard as my nails started blurring on my lap. I counted to 10 and started again. I felt his hand, just a brush of his fingertips on my shoulder, and shook my head, biting my lip harder. At the first taste of blood, my brain snapped out of it. When I finally trusted myself to speak, I cleared my throat and pushed my chair back. "I'll be right back." "Hey, you okay?" That was Banks. "Yep, just saw someone I need to say hi to." I pushed my chair in and walked out of the tent. Thank God there were 4 exits to this thing. I walked through the nearest one in the direction of the guest house. A group of people talking near the door forced me to change course. I sidestepped the purple flower bed Marie just had put in for this event, official Fairview school colors, and pushed open the gate that led to the small area between the houses. It was a sanctuary, where I used to hang out and talk and sometimes drink or smoke pot with my friends. It was where I'd had my first kiss and lost my virginity. I was so reckless back then, so carefree, so trusting, so fucking stupid. Thinking about how I used to be made me want to scream. I should have just left the event, but I knew that decision would have repercussions. I sat on the bench and focused on taking calming, deep breaths. When that didn't work and I still felt like crying, I stood up and started pacing. I chanted my usual mantra, "Just get through this. Just get through tonight." I was pacing back to the other side, still chanting quietly, when I saw his form in the dark and froze mid-step. He took a step forward, right underneath the tea lights Marissa and I helped Mom put up. God, that felt like a lifetime ago.
What did I say?
Lachlan had his hands in his pockets and a genuine look of concern on his face. Nothing. I shook my head. Please go back to the dinner. I'm fine. He walked over slowly, the way zookeepers walk into cages. I could have run. I could have hurled insults at him, could have done several things to push him away. But I stayed put. He didn't take his hands out of his pockets when he reached me. He didn't say anything. He just stood there with his overbearing presence and his scent underneath a dab of cologne that oddly brought me comfort each time he was nearby. I wanted to throw my arms around him. I wanted him to throw his arms around me. Something about him spoke to me on a level I couldn't quite understand. There was a hint of anger and pain underneath the athletic body and disarming smile. Maybe that was why he wanted to get past the walls I'd built around myself. I let that sit for a moment. Let the fact that this sought-after hot hockey star, possibly the most handsome guy I'd ever laid eyes on, kept showing up for some wild reason. Tethering him to me would be selfish, reckless. As much as I wanted him, I couldn't do that. As it was, I should have forced him to walk away. And I would have, any other night. But tonight, I was tired. So fucking tired. My bottom lip began to wobble, my eyes filling with tears as I stared at the second button of his white dress shirt. I took another breath, sniffling, and swallowed hard to keep from openly crying, but I couldn't stop. I didn't even know Locke, not really. I couldn't tell you anything about his family or his favorite food. Yet somehow I felt more comfortable around him than most people. Despite that, I hated feeling weak, especially in public. I hadn't broken down in front of anyone besides Marissa, and it had been a while since she'd seen me like this. I'd give myself grace tonight. Maybe seeing me this way would finally make him run for the hills, and I would no longer have to try to push him away. I didn't care anymore. It wasn't like I had a choice in the matter. There was no way for me to pretend nothing was wrong or hide my emotions. So, I didn't. I wiped under my eyes and looked up until I finally met his eyes. I let him see me. This version of myself who bleeds the same as everyone else, who hurts like everyone else, who feels. He swallowed hard as his eyes took me in. I was sure he'd think I was nuts. But in his eyes, I found understanding. And that was what made the next sob leave my chest. He wrapped his arms around me and held me tight, engulfing me as he set his chin on my head.
You're okay.
It was a chant, a mantra, a promise.
I got you. You're okay.
That made it worse. My chest shook with that promise. I wished it were true. I wished things were different, and I could allow myself to believe it, to welcome it. I hated this so much. He held me and let me cry until I had no more tears left. When I finally came down from it, I took a breath, pulled away, and wiped my face a few times. I was sure my makeup was a disaster, though, and I'd need to wash my face and reapply it. "This is so embarrassing," I whispered to the second button. "Don't do that." He tilted my chin. "I would never judge you." I swallowed, took a shaky breath, and wiped my face again. "Thank you." "Do you want to talk about it?" "I can't." My lip wobbled again, but I contained myself. "Not tonight." "Not ever." He wrapped his arms around me again and exhaled as he held me, caressing the back of my right shoulder with his thumb in soothing, circular motions. I wasn't sure how much time went by, maybe minutes, maybe an eternity. But I felt content for the first time in 2 years. I felt safe. I felt. Period. And I knew it was wrong. Part of me wished I could tell him what happened, but I knew I couldn't. What would I say? That no matter how much stalking he did, he'd never beat my actual fucking stalker, the person who had ruined my life multiple times. That I couldn't go to the police like a regular person because the entire city was in his pocket. In the end, I said nothing. Not tonight. I'd have to put an end to it, though, because if this continued, I would be his ruin. And even I wasn't strong enough to bear that much guilt.
Chapter 5. Lachlan. I walked Lila to the guest house and waited for her to fix her makeup. I wanted to carry her away from this house, from this town, from this state, from this country, from this fucking planet. Whatever it would take to make her smile. I'd never been one to care much about women crying. I'd seen my mother cry often. I'd made girls cry when they tried to guilt me into wanting more. Tears annoyed the fuck out of me. They always came with some sort of expectation. Comfort, sex, whatever. Seeing Lila cry fucked me up. Maybe because she rarely showed emotion at all. Maybe because I cared a little more than I wanted to admit. Whatever the case, she didn't want to discuss it with me and completely shut back down when we walked into her dad's yard. Her expression was impassive again, her eyes vacant. I fucking hated it. I preferred tears over indifference. Only hers. I didn't know how she did it, but she even looked beautiful when she cried. Her eyes were soft and held a plea that practically screamed, "Save me." From who or what, I wasn't sure, but I had the awful feeling it was from herself, and as much as I hated to admit it, that was something only she had the power to do. I shut my eyes and took a breath. How the fuck did I end up in this situation? I'd always been a selfish person. It was easier that way. Only my mom and brother were allowed inside my bubble, mostly because I couldn't get rid of them even if I tried. Everyone else was kept at arm's length. Garnering attention from such a young age meant constantly questioning everyone's motives. I loved and respected my teammates and valued their friendship, but I didn't sit around talking to them about my problems. To them, I was a badass center who had reached a level of notoriety they could only dream of. A playboy who discarded women. It wasn't like the women cared. Most of them were puck bunnies that just wanted to say they fucked me, as if that earned them a Medal of Honor or some shit. And then there was Lila fucking James, with her indifference and snarky comebacks. Someone who truly didn't give a shit who I was, who hadn't even fucking heard of me until a week ago. If I kept everyone at arm's length, she kept them on a different plane altogether. While she was in the bathroom, I looked around for anything that would tell me more about her. I was starved for her. Not just her body, but her. Her attention, her secrets, her smiles, her laughter. Anything. Everything. I wanted to break inside her brain and rummage through her memories, worries, fears, likes and dislikes, fucking everything. I didn't like that my left wing knew what happened to her. It was unfair since Prescott had known her a long time, but I didn't want to play fair when it came to her. I wanted to win at all costs. I wanted to be the sole keeper of her secrets. I wanted to possess her. The smartest thing would be to walk away now, because I knew I'd get lost in this girl if I waited any longer. I was already lost, and I'd only known her for a week. Lila was a walking red flag. She'd given me every reason to run in the opposite direction, but I was stuck in some weird gravitational pull she had on me. I kept perusing. She didn't have much in the guest house, a small jewelry box with a dancing ballerina and a bookshelf. There was a glass soccer ball on the bookshelf that caught my attention. It was fucking nice. Maybe her father got it for her as a present. When I stood in front of it, I realized it was a trophy. Not just a trophy. It couldn't have been. The only thing I'd seen that was this nice was our NCAA title trophies, and we didn't casually keep those at home on a bookshelf. This one had her name on it and was dated 2 years ago. She would have been a second-year student then. Maybe it was an MVP trophy. I leaned down to read it. Herman Trophy. I took my phone out and Googled it. I'd seen things about her playing soccer, but I hadn't paid it any mind since the season was over, and I figured she was just good enough. According to this, Lila fucking James was to soccer what I was to hockey. Very impressive. I went to the school's sports page and confirmed that it ended in the fall. I wished I'd known about this sooner. I clicked on the roster and saw she wasn't on it. She wasn't on last year's either. What the fuck? I looked at the trophy again. It made no sense. Had she quit after the accident? I understood taking a break, but quitting was unfathomable to me. I tried to put myself in her position and couldn't wrap my head around it. My competitive nature would never let me stop playing before I was forced into retirement. She could have gone pro. I knew that wasn't something that appealed to everyone. Prescott wasn't interested in playing beyond college, which was also unfathomable. He'd hang up his skates after the final tournament and go into law, like his parents. At the sound of the bathroom door opening, I put my phone back in my pocket and turned around. She walked toward me with that ghost of a smile I now knew was the best she'd give. I still had yet to be on the receiving end of her blinding smile, but I'd take this one. I'd take all of them. I'd even take her gloomy attitude if it meant I'd have her. I almost laughed at myself. I was alone in a bedroom, inches from a bed, with the hottest girl alive, thinking about her smile. Who the fuck was I? Jesus, maybe my last concussion was worse than I thought. Your makeup looks good again, I said, like a fucking moron. It looked good. She just spent 15 minutes fixing it. Thanks. I'm ready when you are. Do you want to hide out here until it's over? She cocked her head slightly. With or without you? With? Then no, she said, and my heart dropped, just like that. My heart dropped. What the fuck? I watched her lips move into that tiny smile again. Just kidding. That's not funny. I stared at her, my heart flipping as it started pounding again. Really? She asked, her face neutral. Rumor has it you don't give a shit about anyone or anything except hockey. Rumor, huh? My lips pulled into a slow smile. Have you been asking around about me, Lila James? No. She scowled, looking offended that I dared to think such a thing, which made me want to laugh. I was at the grocery store and saw your face in a local magazine. The girls behind me were talking about you. I closed the distance between us. What else did they say? I stopped listening. Why? I cupped her face, thumb on her cheek, the rest of my fingers fanning over the side and back of her neck. Her breath hitched, eyes widening slightly as I tilted her face. Fuck. Those eyes would be the death of me. Even vacant, they were beautiful, but she didn't have her mask up right now, and I wanted to kiss her. I didn't know what was wrong with me, but I was dying to kiss her. I wouldn't, though. I wasn't sure what she was sad about, but I assumed it had to do with her mother's car accident, and I didn't want her to link the memory of our kiss to that. I searched her eyes, waiting for her response. What? She whispered. Why did you stop listening to them? My lips twitched with the satisfaction that I'd made her lose her thought. Because a million different things can be said about you, about anyone.
Some may be true, but in my experience, most accounts aren't. I don't want to hear anything about you unless it comes from you." This fucking girl. When had anyone given me the benefit of the doubt? Never. I'd had to prove myself repeatedly to get to where I was today because people questioned my skills, my mindset, everything. My mind raced with a million questions. Did this mean she would no longer push me away? Was it an invitation to kiss her, to ask her out? I mulled that over and realized I'd never actually asked a girl out. If I had it my way, I'd lock us in here and throw away the key. Every version of Lila James fascinated me, but this was my favorite. "I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me." I ran my thumb in soft circles against her cheek. I looked at her plump lips. They parted slightly. She dabbed some kind of colored gloss on them. I didn't kiss women, but when I did back in high school, lip gloss annoyed the shit out of me. It was sticky and usually had a flavor I hated. I didn't know what was on hers, but I wanted it on my lips. I wanted to kiss her more than I'd ever wanted to kiss anyone in my entire life. I wouldn't unless she initiated it, but fuck, I wanted to. "We should go," she whispered, holding my gaze. "We should?" She took my hand, pulled it from her face, kissed the palm, and walked out the door. It was one of her ninja moves, where she dropped something on me and walked away before I could react. I stared at the door, my mind reeling. It took me a moment to move. I left the guest house and shut the door, but I didn't try to catch up with her. I let her walk back into the tent by herself. Something told me she needed that. When I walked back in and headed to the table, she was talking to the guy next to her, but her eyes were locked on mine as I approached. I wasn't sure she was still listening to anything he was saying, which brought another wave of satisfaction. I sat down beside her again. To my left, I had 2 basketball players I'd already met. To my right, I had the most maddening woman I'd ever met. I had no idea who was next to her or sitting next to him. She was the only reason I was at this table. She was the only reason I was here at all. I'd turned it down for 3 consecutive years, but Prescott mentioned she hated it and was always forced to come, so here I was. I could have sat with my agent, who had already stared at me like I'd lost my mind for not sitting with one of the 3 NHL coaches here, but I didn't care. And after the display of emotion she showed me, I was even happier with my choice. "Thanks," the guy next to her offered me his hand. I shook it. "Lachlan." "Hockey, right?" he asked. "Lachlan Duke?" "That would be me." "I've caught some of your games. You're, hands down, the most fun to watch." "Thanks, I appreciate that." "You're going pro soon," he said matter-of-factly. "That's the plan," I said. "What do you play?" "Football." He turned his body slightly toward Lila. I stared at him for a moment. This fucker was probably the one Marissa was talking about. We could have been friends in any other situation, but that automatically put him on my shit list. Now I'd have to scour his social media platforms for pictures of them together, and I'd sit here on high alert trying to see whether or not he touched her and if she'd let him. I wanted to put my arm around her chair to stake my claim. I wanted to scream dibs so loudly that everyone in this goddamn room would hear it because even though it was a hockey thing, it seemed like everyone fucking knew about it. I looked at the basketball players to my left and continued our conversation about March Madness, but I was tuned in to Lila and Banks's conversation. She was obviously comfortable with him. She'd said more words to him tonight than she had to me in a week. I closed my hand to calm the itch I felt to pull her away from him and smiled when I felt the stickiness of her lip gloss on my palm. "Dude, you can totally make it from the 20, he said. "You've done it before." "Yeah, but not against them." She brought her hands up to cover her face and let them drop. "I don't want to do it." "Lyles," he groaned, "when have you ever doubted yourself?" "Never, but this is different." "If you don't make it, no one will care. It's not a real game," he said. "Besides, your winning kick was the only reason we won the game that closed out our season." "I don't need you to convince me that I'm good. I know I'm great, and definitely better than the lousy kickers on your roster," she said. Her cocky attitude created an instant problem in my pants. I shifted. "If I miss this, even though it doesn't count, they'll talk about how I'm another example of why women can't play male-driven sports. They'll put my face on their stupid little Gazelle newspaper. You know they will." "They won't." "What are you talking about?" I asked, unable to stop myself. "Football. We have a fun game coming up against our rival team." Banks looked at Lila briefly. Lila kicked for us a few times, but she's scared of losing this one since they're our rivals.
I don't lose, she mumbled, looking at her nails.
You kick for the football team? I looked at her, taken aback by this new information. She continued to look at her nails. That's pretty badass. Maybe we can recruit you and you can join me on the ice. Her eyes snapped to mine.
Hard pass.
Aw, come on. I thought you liked some of the hockey players.
That's a lie.
I bit back a laugh. Don't take it personally. Lila doesn't like anyone, Banks said. Her eyes hadn't left mine since she snapped a little comment at me. I loved it. Is that true? I raised an eyebrow.
I like a handful of people, she said quietly. Only one hockey player is on the list. There's no one on it with a name that starts with the letter L.
That bothered me more than it should have, but I didn't let it show. I knew Prescott was on her stupid fucking list, and again I had to remind myself that he was just a friend and they'd known each other a long time. Yet, I winked. She tore her gaze from me immediately like she was offended by my wink. I held back another laugh. I knew she didn't like people, but she liked Banks. She liked Prescott. She liked Marissa. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she definitely liked me. I wanted to hear her say the words, though. And because I never did things half-assed, and like her, I never lost, I wouldn't just be on the list of people she liked. I'd fucking dominate it. Chapter 6. Lachlan.
I don't think you've ever talked about a girl like this, my mom said as she set the garlic bread in the oven. Do you like her?
What am I saying? Of course you like her. She closed the oven and set the timer.
You wouldn't bring her up if you didn't.
Yeah. The wooden dining chair creaked as I shifted to stretch my legs.
Does she like hockey?
I'm not sure, I frowned.
You don't know?
This shocked my mother.
So this isn't one of your puck bunnies?
No, I laughed. She didn't even know who I was when we met. Her brows rose.
Truly?
Yep. I stood up and started setting the table.
That's interesting, Mom smiled.
What's her name?
Lila James.
Lila James, her smile grew. I love that. Does she know you share a middle name?
No. I pressed my lips together to keep from smiling.
Does she like you? She asked, then laughed with an eye roll. Of course she likes you. Every girl in the universe falls at your feet without you saying a word.
Every girl except Lila James. I didn't want to get into that with my mother. How was I supposed to explain that I didn't think she liked anything or anyone without making her sound like a bitch? The only indication I had that she liked me was what happened at her father's house. I hadn't been able to stop replaying that scene or thinking about how she let her guard down in front of me. Was it a right place, right time situation? Would she have let Banks see her in that state if he'd been the one to check on her? Would she have let him hold her the way she let me? Fuck. Whenever I thought about her, I felt like a fish out of water. Most guys my age knew how to navigate this since they'd had girlfriends in the past. The only official girlfriend I'd had was freshman year of high school, and the only reason we were an item was that she was hot, a dancer, and insisted that we'd be good together. It lasted 6 months before she broke up with me because I didn't show enough interest in her. I walked her to class, fucked her every day, and took her to parties. What more could she have possibly wanted from me? I never got the answer because I didn't care enough to ask. In hindsight, I should have. It might have helped me a little in this situation.
Locke,
my mom said. I set down the last knife and turned to look at her.
Does Lila know what an athlete's life consists of? Practices, away games, merch deals, and soon you'll be going pro, so it'll be multiplied by 100.
I pulled a face. I'm not going to marry the girl, Ma.
You might,
she shrugged. This is why I wasn't going to bring her up, I said, taking a seat again. I knew you'd start planning a wedding right away.
I am not planning a wedding.
She laughed, shaking her head. I shot her a look. You do it to Liam all the time.
Liam was with Robin for 2.5 years. They lived together.
And look at how that turned out. I shifted the chair across from me and rested my feet on it.
I'm just asking if she knows about the life of an athlete, she said, turning around to chop tomatoes. Sue me for being interested in the only girl my son has ever mentioned by name.
She played soccer, I said. She got a fancy national award and everything.
That's nice. Does that mean she's going pro?
She quit. Mom set the knife down and turned quickly, crossing her arms as she leaned against the counter. Why did she quit? No idea. You didn't ask? She frowned. Locke, if you genuinely like this girl, you can't treat her the way you treat the others. I haven't had a chance to ask her yet. I shot her a look. And I treat the others just fine. Sure. She shook her head, pushing off the counter and opening the fridge. They're puck bunnies. Technically, they're the ones mistreating me, I argued. If they wanted a relationship, they'd go after Lee. Don't bring your brother into this, Mom shot me a warning look. Do you want a relationship with this girl? I don't know, I said honestly, surprising myself. You don't know? She shut the fridge and turned around quickly, giving me her full attention. My knees started bouncing nervously. The thought of being stuck in a relationship made me sweat, even if the relationship was with Lila. Especially if the relationship was with Lila. It would be a distraction and pressure me not to mess things up with her. I couldn't commit to that right now. I knew this, yet this need to possess her made me want to try. It was fucked up and selfish, but I couldn't help it. When I was with her, I felt the same anticipation as when I tried to score a point. The feeling of striking the puck on just the right trajectory and watching it sail through the air with the potential for anything to happen. It happened in less than a second, but it always felt like time slowed as I held my breath and waited for the outcome. That was how she made me feel, like I was holding my breath in anticipation. One thing was feeling like that on the ice for a few minutes, but to feel that way every time someone walked into the room, it had to be bad for the heart. I'm about to enter the draft, I said, since it was one of the many reasons I couldn't pursue a relationship. What is Lang saying about the draft? Everything is set. There's nothing to say. He's your agent. He should be keeping you updated, she said. Are you still the number one pick? I cocked my head. What do you think? That arrogance will bite you in the ass one day, she pointed at me. Speaking of which, your father came by? I stiffened. I hated her mentioning him as if he showed up regularly and was a decent father. The only commendable thing anyone could say he'd done was throw money at us. He'd paid for this house, our education, my hockey equipment, Liam's computer shit, and his college tuition. Even if I explained the situation to a stranger and told them that he was an absent father who was never there for us and only showed up a few times a year, they'd say it could be worse. He could be an absent father who didn't pay for shit. That would be preposterous, though. The Duke family was rich as fuck. My mother practically made a killing just by birthing us. I would say it was why she'd always come to his defense, but it wasn't. My sweet, naive mother was in love with the fucking asshole. I couldn't comprehend how anyone could love a man who didn't love your children, and in our case, his children. The entire situation was mind-blowing. My mother kept up with her appearance and looked much younger than she was. She was fun to be around and had a heart of gold. All things that should make any man shower her with attention, but nope. She chose Henry Duke, who couldn't give a shit if he tried. Did you tell him to fuck off? I asked when she didn't add anything to her statement. Lachlan! She whipped the kitchen towel at my arm. He's your father. He's dead to me. You need to stop saying that. She turned back to the oven. He wants to start trying with you guys. Trying what, exactly? I sat up straighter. To be more present, she said quietly. I blinked. Why? Why the fuck would he want to try now? Because he knew I was going pro and suddenly wanted to show me off? I knew that couldn't be it. My father showed up to some of my games and watched me play with the same expression he probably had when he was going through his taxes. Afterward, he'd take us out to eat, let my mother ask questions, and quietly listened to our answers. We'd always get a pat on the back and one of three things. Good job, you did good out there, or he'd pick one thing we mentioned during our flash quiz answers at dinner and say something about it. Then he'd leave and not show up again for weeks, sometimes months. It made no sense that he wanted to try now. Maybe he wanted to tell us directly that he would no longer pay for our shit and that we needed to get real jobs. Maybe he wanted to come around since I was about to graduate from his alma mater and he wanted to show face so people wouldn't forget who he was. Fuck him. My face must have shown that I was brooding because Mom waited a long moment before finally speaking. You're his heirs, she said. So? He's sick, Locke, she said quietly. Oh, I laughed loudly, unamused. Is he dying? Is that why? We're the only ones he can leave his empire to, and he wants to make sure we won't burn it to the ground? Mom flinched. Lachlan, tell him not to bother. If he wanted us to be his heirs so badly, he would have been there when he was supposed to. I know, honey, and he feels bad that he wasn't. Mom, I shook my head with a sigh. She just didn't get it. Showing up to celebrate us and ignoring us the rest of the time isn't enough. She waited a moment before saying, He wants me to move in with him. My knees stopped bouncing. I stared at her. I knew my mother. She was only saying this because she'd already made the decision. Oh my fucking God, this motherfucking asshole. I was going to explode. I took a large cleansing breath that did nothing to calm me down. I needed to leave before I started breaking shit. I hadn't done that in a long time, but I felt like I might. This motherfucker wanted my mother to move in with him because he was dying and needed someone to play nurse? Fuck him. I wish I could shake my mother hard and make her see the light, but I'd never do that to her. Even if I did, she wouldn't see it. Her weakness toward him was so fucking disappointing. You could have divorced him a long time ago. You can date anyone you want. You're a fucking catch, Mom. I shook my head. If you're lonely, cut him off and start dating. I don't want to date anyone. Of course not, because you're waiting for him to change. He's never going to. How do you not see it? I hit the table with my fist. She didn't even react. Says the guy who suddenly wants to date a girl. She raised an eyebrow. No, fuck that. I'm nothing like him. My chair screeched as I stood. I couldn't do this today. You know, maybe I've been angry at the wrong parent all this time. He never promised us he'd keep us safe. He didn't promise us shit. You, on the other hand, have been dragging us along on this fucked up journey all our lives. Locke. She grabbed my arm as I walked by. Please, don't leave. I can't be here right now. I glared at her. Just listen to what he has to say. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. I yanked my arm away and headed to the door. I grabbed my car keys and wished I could throw them in the gutter. My car was just another reminder of something he'd done for me. It had been waiting for me outside the morning of my 18th birthday with a note that said, Happy birthday, I'm proud of you, son. I'd wanted to burn it to the fucking ground. I'd kept it because the car I'd been driving at the time had given out 2 weeks before, and I'd been borrowing Mom's car or hitching rides with people. Now, as I sat in the driver's seat and listened to the engine roar, I could only think about getting rid of it as soon as possible. It was what I would do with my first paycheck. I closed my eyes and reminded myself of all the good things coming my way. I'd officially sign with my dream team, make the money I'd been promised, add more from sponsorships, and never look back. When I calmed down, I started the 2-hour drive back to Fairview. I was lost in thought, still thinking about the NHL and CHL, when my phone started ringing with a call from Liam. I pressed the button on my steering wheel to accept it. What the hell, Locke? What? You couldn't wait 30 more minutes? He asked. Did you even eat? Did Mom tell you what she wanted? Yeah, Dad wants to talk to us. I hesitated before I asked, You're going to talk to him? Nothing wrong with listening to what he has to say. I could practically see him sitting at the table I'd just left, playing with his lasagna, my favorite food, as he casually spoke to me about this. I wish I could telepathically tip the plate all over his clothes. I hadn't been able to eat or take some like I usually did because I'd been riled up, and this asshole was sitting there eating it and buying into our dad's bullshit. I already knew his reason and didn't want to hear it. I'd accepted that our father would never be who we needed him to be. Liam always kidded himself into thinking he loved us and would return when the timing was right for all of us. Liam had always been like that, searching for the good in others even when it wasn't there. I can't have this conversation right now. Locke, he called out as I was about to end the call. The lasagna is amazing, asshole. Wait, he called out again as my finger hovered over the end button. We'll be at your next game. Maybe we can hang out after? I'll text you. I ended the call. As soon as I got to Fairview, I'd head straight to the rink. I needed to blow off steam. This energy was best left on the ice.
Chapter 7. Lila. Somehow, I'd let my father drag me to a stupid sports luncheon. He'd bribed me with money. Growing up, I'd been one of those kids who couldn't be bought. If my parents didn't show up and gave me a gift in lieu of their absence, I didn't accept it. These days, I took whatever Dad wanted to throw at me and put it in savings. I'd need every penny when I moved out of here. I'd been accepted to 3 universities to continue my journey in sports medicine. Though I hadn't chosen where I was going, money would be necessary no matter where I landed. I may have hated my dad now, but I had fond memories of him from childhood. In the grand scheme of things, sitting at this luncheon should have been a small price, but the verdict was out on that one. My skin had been crawling since I walked in here, the feeling in the pit of my stomach becoming worse with each passing second. For starters, the object of my worst nightmares was sitting in this room. I'd been able to avoid him this semester, but he always found a way to sneak back into my life somehow. And since he knew he'd done a good enough job silencing me, it was something he tried to do often. Secondly, it was a sports luncheon for athletes, and I was no longer one, in large part because of him. Anger sizzled deep in my stomach, but I couldn't let it boil over. I couldn't react. Prescott, Mason, Lachlan, Coach Jameson, and my dad were at the table, and I refused to show any emotion around them. Dad and Jameson were lost in conversation. Prescott was texting someone. Mason was openly checking me out, even though I'd made it a point to wear a loose blouse and pants. Lachlan was sitting to my right, his glare set on Mason. It was such a weird thing. I'd felt nothing all day, nothing. And the moment I smelled him near me, I felt butterflies. "It wouldn't kill you to smile," my father said. "If you wanted someone who would smile, you shouldn't have asked me to come," I said through gritted teeth. Beside me, Lachlan coughed into his napkin. "They want to give you something," Dad said. "You should be grateful you were invited after quitting." God, I wanted to tell him to go fuck himself so badly. I wanted to grab the fork in front of me and stab him repeatedly. Instead, I remained silent, since I didn't want to call attention to myself. The guys to my right started talking about their next game. They'd killed it last night. Marissa asked me to go with her, but I'd turned her down. I was considering going to the next one, though. I figured there was no harm in hanging out in an open space that held so many witnesses. "Lyles, you're coming to our game, right?" Prescott said, smiling at me from the other side of the table. "Maybe." I took a sip of water. "I'll have to check my calendar." Press rolled his eyes. "Just go." "You should," Dad said. "Gina says you barely leave the house." I said nothing. I didn't understand why Marissa's mom even spoke to my dad after he allegedly cheated on Mom and moved on with his mistress right after she passed. Maybe she had to speak to him, since Marissa's dad and mine played golf together. I crossed my arms and leaned back in my chair, something my father loathed. But it took me out of Coach Jameson's line of vision, and therefore that would be one less conversation to have. The guys loved Jameson, though. It seemed Lachlan was Jameson's favorite, which made me inwardly roll my eyes. Jameson had coached Lachlan for 2 years and led the team when they won their first championship. Lachlan was talking about the teams he'd kill to play for. His first choice was in Toronto, his second in Boston. Those were 2 places I hadn't even considered moving to. Not that it mattered. When he left, would he ask me to follow him/come with him? I wouldn't have gone if he did. I almost laughed at myself. I wasn't sure if we were even friends, yet somehow the boundaries were still blurred because of these stupid emotions that only he could pull from me. Coach Bev tapped the microphone twice to call our attention before she started addressing the room. I missed her so damn much. She'd been the reason I chose to play soccer here to begin with. With so many choices at my fingertips, I chose Coach Bev. And look at where that got me. She gave her usual inspiring speech, everyone clapped, and she waited for it to quiet down. "I've spent the last 30 years coaching a lot of talented young ladies." She looked around the room. "But every once in a while, one stands out from the rest. I'm not saying our current team is anything short of amazing, but this young lady is a superstar." Across the room, the soccer table cheered and hooted. I looked over there and my heart sank. I should have been sitting over there right now. I'd roomed with some of them my first year here and missed them so fucking much. I still texted some of them, but it wasn't the same. I wasn't part of the team anymore, so we no longer shared the same inside jokes or saw each other daily. I missed having a family like that. I fucking hated him for doing this to me. Loathed him. Now, Coach Bev continued, she was only able to play with us for 2 full years. She took us to the championship both years and helped us win, she said, her voice excited. I stopped breathing. What was happening? The soccer girls banged against the table, making utensils clatter against plates. Coach Bev side-eyed them. Quiet down, girls. She looked right at me, her voice wavering with emotion. My heart dropped again. No, 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 this could not be happening. She's gifted. She has a smile that can light up a room, a heart of gold. She's a true leader. I wish she still played for us. But I understand the difficult circumstances. She took a breath. Not a game has gone by where we haven't mentioned her name. So we knew honoring her with this plaque was necessary. It'll go on the wall of our tunnel so each time the girls run by it, she can inspire them. She sniffled. Oh, fuck. I swallowed. I felt like crying, but somehow held my emotion in my throat. Miss Lila James Marischal, please come up here. I scooted my chair back and kept my eyes on the stage as I walked toward it. If I made eye contact with Prescott or Lachlan, I'd lose it. My former teammates stood up and ambushed me with hugs and kisses, making it even harder to keep my tears at bay. I kissed and hugged them back and continued until I reached Coach Bev. She hugged me tightly. I miss you so much, I said, burying my face in her shoulder. I miss you more. And of course, I wanted you to come back. You're the best player I've ever coached. She pulled away, and I looked in the opposite direction of the crowd to wipe my face quickly. I really wish you'd consider going pro. I smiled sadly and hugged her again. Playing in the USWNT had been a dream of mine. I'd idolized Michelle Akers. I'd been mentioned in conversations with some of the best players. And then, nothing. After the tragedies, I'd tried to go back. But I couldn't without Mom watching. The weight of my guilt didn't let me concentrate enough to dribble the ball, let alone be the striker I used to be. When we pulled away, Coach Bev showed me the plaque. It was surreal seeing my name memorialized like that. I'd won the most prestigious award in the nation, but somehow it meant more to me, knowing that girls for generations to come would see this and be inspired by it. I ran my fingers over it and breathed, enjoying this brief moment. I pulled up the microphone and said, "Thank you," as everyone stood and clapped. What else was there to say? I felt unworthy and wasn't going to stand here saying it had been the honor of my life to play soccer for this school. It had been, but saying it aloud felt fucked up since I'd quit on them halfway through. We posed for a picture, and Coach Bev and I spoke a little more when we left the stage. I returned to my seat, giving high fives on the way while a basketball player started speaking into the mic. When I got there, everyone at my table stood. I gave Coach Jameson a quick side hug, kissed my father on the cheek, and gave the rest of them a side hug before taking my seat. Everyone kept talking. Jameson and Dad got out of their seats for something while the rest of us stayed seated. Despite the despondent look I knew was on my face, my hands shook in my lap. I felt a hand reach out and settle over them. Lachlan was terrible for my emotions. His touch felt like a defibrillator, jolting me back to life. But it also made me feel safe enough to stop shaking.
"Nightmare?"
he asked quietly. I finally met his eyes and felt my mouth move into a small smile. His eyes dropped to my lips, making wings flap inside my stomach. The worst kind. I turned and ignored him for the rest of the luncheon. For his sake more than mine.
"You're being very rude, Lila,"
he said as I stepped out of the bathroom. The air in my lungs left me as I stood there, frozen, panicked. Fuck. The luncheon was over. I thought for sure I'd escaped him. Apparently not. I hadn't been alone with him in a long time. I wasn't entirely sure what my options were, but the thought of him cornering me here of all places was making my heart rate triple in speed, not in a good way like Locke did. My eyes darted around quickly, searching for someone to help me escape, but no one was around. This man had to be the luckiest creep alive. I took a breath and summoned all the courage I had inside. "Fuck you," I said, quieter than I meant as I tried to get around him. He grabbed my arm and squeezed tightly.
"Respect, Lila."
"I hate you." I yanked my arm away.
"You know what they say about love and hate."
He smiled, walking toward me. I moved back so fast that I crashed against the wall behind me. He lowered a hand and squeezed my left breast over my shirt. My heart stopped beating.
"Do you need a demonstration of how much I love you?"
I was shaking, but somehow I pushed him off me with both hands. He was much bigger than me, so I knew he'd moved on purpose. Maybe because we finally heard voices approaching. It didn't matter what the reason was. I ran. Behind me, I heard him laugh. My heart was pounding so hard, my head spinning so fast that as I turned the corner, I almost ran right into Lachlan, who grabbed my shoulders to stop me.
"This isn't what I meant when I said you should play hockey."
He smirked. I looked over my shoulder and back at him. He frowned.
"Are you okay?"
"Yeah." I looked over my shoulder again. I have to go." I started to walk away, but he grabbed my wrist. I met his eyes and a shiver went down my spine at what I saw in them. Unlike the encounter I just experienced, Lachlan's touch didn't make me panic or want to run away. It filled me with comfort and something else. I wasn't quite sure what.
"Let me drive you."
I nodded and followed him. Dad had driven me here and would surely be pissed that I didn't wait for him, but I couldn't stay here a second longer. Outside, I kept my distance from Lachlan in case we were being watched. He unlocked a black two-door BMW, and as we sat inside and I clicked my seatbelt on, I was thankful for the dark tints.
"What happened in there?"
"I can't, Locke." I bit my lip and hoped he'd read my face well enough to know I wasn't okay, but also didn't want to talk about it. He sighed heavily and started to drive.
"Why did you quit?"
My eyes snapped to him. "What?"
"Soccer,"
he said.
"I can't imagine quitting. I mean, a fucking plaque, that's a big deal."
Dad probably paid for it.
"No, he didn't."
He eyed me. My response was a shrug.
"At least your dad was there. Mine probably would have only showed up for a photo op,"
he said. I looked at the side of his face for a long moment. Maybe we had more in common than I thought. Not that having awful fathers was the best thing to bond over, but it was something. I was just grateful for the change in subject. I didn't want to talk about soccer, but I could talk about hating my dad all day. You really think my father went for something other than a photo op? I asked after a moment. He's a fucking politician. Photo ops are on his to-do list's top 5. He chuckled. He had the sexiest laugh I'd ever heard. His eyes lit up as he glanced over, and butterflies started to come alive inside me. I looked away quickly. My father thinks throwing money at us is the key to everything, he said. As if money can cover the bill for absence. Are you sure we're not related? I asked, looking at him. He visibly cringed. We are definitely not related, Lila James. I bit my lip and looked out the window again to keep from laughing. Maybe we should start a poor little rich kids with absent asshole fathers club. I'm not rich. Well, I guess I am to some people's standards. Definitely not yours, he said, shooting an amused look in my direction. But I'll be part of your club anyway. Well, now you're going to have to try out. He laughed. What do I have to do in the tryouts? Cry to prove my father fucked me up emotionally by never showing up for me? Or not cry, I said. I guess it depends on who makes the rules. Hopefully it's not you. Rude. I frowned. Why not me? I just came up with the club. You don't like people, so you'd probably be the only one in the damn thing, he said. And you're a harsh judge. No one will ever live up to your expectations. Wow. I kept my eyes on the road. That's pretty accurate. He laughed again, shaking his head. Maybe we should have a pretend tryout here so you don't waste your time trying out, I added. He bit his lip, eyes still amused as he shook his head and looked at the road ahead. What does this pretend tryout consist of? Any sob story. I shrugged. He bit the side of his lips and narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought about it. Finally, after a few moments, he spoke. On my 8th birthday, my dad was supposed to take me to a hockey game. It was the Bruins against the Maple Leafs, he said. My mom brought it up all the time. She thought this would redeem him from not coming to any of my games that season. He didn't show up, I whispered. He didn't even call. He stopped at a red light and glanced at me. I felt the air go out of my lungs for a moment. I wasn't sure if the pain was apparent on my face, but I felt it. I thought about him as a little boy, probably the cutest fucking boy, and my heart broke for him. I was okay with my father being too busy for me. I'd even made peace with my mother, following him around everywhere and leaving me behind all the time. But I hated that for Lachlan. He may have been a player and an asshole, but I knew he was a good guy. Besides, no kid deserves to be given broken promises by someone who is supposed to protect them and show them how the world worked. Your dad sucks, I said after a moment. He laughed as he started driving again. We were quiet for a moment before he broke the silence. You know my favorite part about Coach Bev's speech? He asked quietly as he parked at the curb in front of my apartment building. Let me guess, the heart of gold part. Close second. His lip twitched. What part? I asked. I despised guessing games. Don't sound so excited, he said when I deadpanned my answer. I wouldn't want to think you're interested in me. If you think that, you'd be lying to yourself. Would I be lying to myself, though? He raised an eyebrow. I didn't understand how he did it. I was numb one minute, and the next, my heart was beating out of control. He glanced over when we got to a red light. One of these days, Lila James. I looked out the window to hide the smile I felt forming. Not only did he make me feel, for a moment, he made me forget what broke me to begin with. Just for a moment. But those moments added up. He also never quit flirting with me and trying to get me to cave. And for some really, really dumb reason, I loved it.
I see your reflection,
he said. I jolted and looked at him. He glanced away, two guys bouncing a basketball up the sidewalk catching his attention as he spoke.
What she said about your smile was my favorite part.
Weird. Why?
Because you don't give it up freely.
He met my gaze.
But when you do, it's fucking magical.
I wondered if he said things like this to all the girls he was trying to sleep with. Something told me he didn't have to say much to get them in his bed. I squeezed my hands on my lap and turned my attention to the bouncing basketball.
Why'd you quit?
He asked again. Do you want the truth, or would I tell everyone? I asked, looking over at him. He scowled.
The truth.
I can't give it to you until the semester is officially over. He shot me a look.
You're joking.
I'm not.
Okay,
he said slowly.
What's the story you tell everyone?
That I'm overwhelmed with grief. His brows hitched.
Are you?
I don't feel anything at all, I whispered. I wanted to tack on, unless you're around. I wouldn't, but it was the absolute truth. I didn't know what this feeling was, but it was better than nothing. And that terrified me. Chapter 8. Lila. Let it be known that the only reason I'm going is that I love you, I said, as Marissa applied eyeshadow. She stopped and pulled back to shoot me a look. I know, and let it be known that I will be watching you like a hawk. I'll be on my best happy-go-lucky behavior. I winked. She laughed, shaking her head. Marissa's birthday had always been a day of dress-up of sorts. For years, she'd do my makeup and dress me up however she wanted. She would make the perfect show mom to one of those beauty pageant children. I'd missed her last 2 birthdays, since I couldn't get out of bed, let alone interact with people. Marissa, being the best friend that she was, attended both parties for an hour, and then came over to mope with me. She was sad too, of course. When my mother died, she also felt like she'd lost a mother. When Luke died, God, I tried not to even think about it too much. Every time I did, I felt like throwing up. That year was such a blur that sometimes I could pretend none of it had happened until I thought about calling Mom or Luke. Each time, a fresh wave of grief would hit me, realizing they were both gone forever. Then it hit me that they were both gone forever. This year, I wouldn't think about that. I'd go to my best friend's party and have fun. That was the only thing she'd asked me on her birthday. I didn't fight her on it. Was I ecstatic? No. But I would try my best not to be a Debbie Downer for her sake. Banks would be there with some of the football team, and Prescott would make me feel safer. All done, Marissa said, grinning when she stepped back to look at me. Holy shit, Lyles, you look so fucking hot. I stood up and walked to her full-length mirror. I wore wide-leg jeans and a flutter-sleeve smocked crop top that only covered my breasts and tied in the back. I loved the top. It was cute and sexy and normally something I would no longer wear in public. My baggy clothes made me feel safe. But it was bullshit. I shouldn't have to cover myself up because some men did not understand what no means. I wouldn't have thought twice about this outfit if I knew he wouldn't see me in it. This was who I'd become because of him. I hated him for it. But I hated myself even more for giving him this power over me. It wasn't like he'd be at the party, but the fear remained. I took a deep breath. Fuck him. It was Marissa's night. I gave myself another once-over. Marissa had styled my hair in beachy waves that reached around my elbows. She'd created a beautiful braid that looked like a crown on the back of my head, but left the shorter strands of my hair loose in the front. It was a version of myself I hadn't seen in a long time. That was a lie, though. I'd dress however I wanted when I was far away from here, but I'd never be the trusting, careless person I'd once been. I shook that away and focused on tonight. The jeans had rips at the knees, left thigh, and just beneath my right ass cheek. They were so long that I'd either wear heels or fold them to wear sneakers. Marissa chose comfortable block heels that weren't too high. I tested them out by running into the living room and back. Yep, I could wear them. When we were completely ready, we stood next to each other in the mirror and smiled. Somehow she'd managed to do the same thing to her hair and was wearing jeans and a crop top that read, "Kiss me if you're cute, it's my birthday." She looked amazing. She always did, though. Marissa was beautiful, of course. But what made her beauty shine was the confidence which she carried herself with. I loved it. I once had it myself. While it still existed, it was buried underneath an air of superiority that I didn't feel. It was the only defense mechanism I had to keep people from wanting to talk to me. I'd once been social, still a little dry and sarcastic, but I'd been well loved by my peers. The ones who knew me from high school completely understood the 180 I'd made. The rest of them probably thought I was a huge bitch, which was fine by me. Chapter 9. Lila. My fingers tightened on Marissa's as we walked into the party. We'd pre-gamed at the house and were very fashionably late, which meant everyone had already been here a while. As we got here, I ditched my oversized sweater and tried not to feel too uneasy about it. At least it was dark in the house. It wasn't like I cared what this specific crowd thought or whether or not they saw me. I just felt weird about being this exposed after hiding for so long. The party was legit. They had a DJ set up with a whole light show going on. A couple of girls from Marissa's sorority walked up to us immediately, enveloping us in welcoming hugs. "Let's get a drink." Marissa started pulling me toward the living room. I wasn't even fully in the room when I caught sight of Lachlan. Every time I saw him, he took my breath away, and this time was no different. He was reclined on the couch, his long, muscular arms sprawled across the backrest. A beer bottle hung from one hand as he spoke to Drew, who was to his right. Mandy Roberts sat to his left, pressing her tits into his left arm. When that didn't get his attention, she set her hand on his left thigh. I blinked twice to make sure I wasn't seeing things, but little by little her hand was moving north, and she was indeed about to actually feel him up. Jealousy charged me like a lightning bolt, unexpected, fast, and hot. I'd heard people talk about jealousy, but I'd never experienced it. It was as bad as they'd described it, or worse. I'd dated Luke for nearly 3 years, and one night while we were high, I'd suggested an open relationship. Not because I didn't love him, but because I wasn't in love with him. Our parents had been playing matchmakers since 3rd grade, and they were the only reason we even gave the relationship a shot. Staying together ended up being more convenient than breaking up, and explaining it to them would have been a pain, especially since Luke was the only boy my parents approved of me dating, so we maintained an open relationship. The first time I saw him with another girl at a party, I was slightly surprised, but not upset or jealous. Watching Lachlan with another woman felt like a punch in the gut. My fingers squeezed tighter on Marissa. It was the only way I'd kept the nonchalant look on my face. It was the only way for me not to concentrate on my ears, which felt like they were burning, or my heart, which felt like it was breaking. It was annoying and frustrating beyond belief. We weren't a thing. For God's sake, we hadn't even kissed. But this felt worse than any breakup I'd ever experienced. It was madness. Marissa tugged me along, and I was grateful because I was so angry that I could barely think, let alone walk. I hated every single second of that feeling. He wasn't even paying attention to her, but Mandy kept going. now running her hand up and down his thigh. I tore my eyes from the scene so I wouldn't see whether or not she was going to touch his dick over his jeans, and faced forward, focusing on breathing. The DJ had set up his equipment right in the middle of our trek, so Marissa had to divert and lead me toward the couch. Like a prized horse in a race, I set up blinders so I would no longer see them. Unfortunately, mental blinders were a one-way thing. It wasn't like it gave me the power of invisibility. My heart pounded harder as I walked by. I was focused on the back of Marissa's head when a hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. I knew it was him based on the electric wave that shot through me. I hated that reaction. I wished my body would get with the program and stop feeling things he didn't deserve for me to feel. I stopped walking and hooked a finger through the loop of Marissa's jeans to stop her. She did, looked back, assessed the situation, glared at Lachlan, and gave me a tiny nod. It all happened in a fraction of a second. I let go of the hook and she started talking to Drew. I looked at Lachlan, who was still holding my wrist. I didn't even say anything as I met his eyes. I just stared at him, even though inside I was shaking. He let go of my wrist and took me in, his eyes heating each patch of skin he devoured. He bit his bottom lip as his hooded eyes explored me one more time. He shifted on the couch. My eyes swung from his to Mandy, who had put some distance between them, but not much. Her hand was casually resting on his arm over the backrest like she was staking a claim on him. I fucking hated her right now. She smiled warmly at me and said hello, and somehow, despite my blind, irrational jealousy, I returned her greeting with a nod. She'd always been nice to me and wasn't at fault here. Butterflies flapped when my gaze met Lachlan's again, and I stomped on every single one. "What?" I snapped, giving him the bitchiest look I could muster as if I couldn't understand why he'd dared to touch me. And truly, I fucking didn't. "You're at a party." His green eyes studied my face intently and explored my body for the third time. In any other situation, I might have felt something different. Right now, all I felt was rage as it continued to build inside me. "Yep, it appears that I am," I said evenly. My tone earned a look from him that I wasn't expecting. Hurt? Confusion? Was he fucking kidding me right now? I needed to move before I threw up or caused a scene within 5 minutes of arriving. Thankfully, Marissa was one step ahead of me. "Let's go." She turned around and grabbed my hand. "Hey, Locke, you and Mandy should probably get a room. Fondling each other in public is a little tacky." My gaze was focused on Marissa when she spoke and started moving. Behind us, I heard him shout, "What the fuck?" as if he was shocked about it or something. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Marissa moved faster through the crowd and we managed to get lost in it. That was how crowded this place was right now. In any other situation, I would have laughed and made a joke about feeling like a school of fish. But the void in the pit of my stomach didn't allow me to find humor in anything. I reminded myself repeatedly that I had no right to feel this way, but the pain in my chest wouldn't quit. Why did it hurt this much? Marissa took a deep breath in the kitchen and shook her head as she let it out. She didn't say anything. She just pulled the unopened tequila toward us. I'd bet money she'd requested one bottle to be left sealed. I'd always been adamant about things like that. "Did you see his face?" she asked, shaking her head as she opened the bottle. "No." I couldn't look at him any longer out of fear that I'd vomit. Her hands paused on the bottle. "You're upset." "I'm not." "Lila James Marischal." She angled her body toward mine. "What?" "Oh my God. You actually like him," she said. I groaned, which earned me a sympathetic look from her. "He likes you a lot. You know that, right?" I laughed. Yeah, he likes me so much that he was with another girl at a party and didn't even bother hiding from me. Not that it would make a difference if he had. It might have been worse. Just pour the fucking shots. She did as I asked, pouring 2 shots each. He looked horrified and pushed Mandy off so fast, she nearly fell on the floor. Yeah, well, he's still a fucking asshole for letting her be all over him in the first place, I said, my voice sounding foreign in my ears. We clinked our tiny plastic cups and downed the shot first, our faces cringing slightly, then reached for the second. I doubt he even notices shit like that anymore. Women flock to him constantly at parties and try to get his attention. She lifted her cup and we downed another shot. Can you not? I muttered. Why are we talking about this? Because you like him and you don't go out enough to know anything about him. I want to give you details before you shut this down. Mar. I shot her a look. You literally just told me that he has 1 million women all over him at parties. How is that supposed to make me feel any better? I'm telling you that he doesn't pay attention to them, Lyles. He hasn't for a while now. He doesn't even take girls home anymore. She arched an eyebrow. And he's different with you. To play devil's advocate, let's say you're right, and he pushed her off or whatever. All he said to me was, "You're at a party," I said, mimicking his deep voice. What the fuck? Dude, you rendered him speechless. She opened her eyes wide, the way she did when she wanted to get a point across. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack right there on that couch. He didn't take his eyes off you. It doesn't matter. I shrugged. What would have happened if he hadn't seen me? Would he have hooked up with her? No, she said plainly. I just told you he hasn't done that in a while. Look, I completely understand where you're coming from, and you're right to be upset. But I know for a fact that he really likes you, and that's unheard of. Locke doesn't even like any of the girls he's ever taken home. Whatever, it doesn't matter. There's no point to this. I looked out the window and saw some people playing beer pong before looking at her again. We'll be parting ways soon enough, and I don't want to bring attention to him. I can't. She sighed heavily and shook her head. I knew exactly what she wanted to tell me, that the point was for me to do something that brought me happiness for once. But I also knew that she wouldn't go there. As it was, I hated myself for being this consumed by him. I replayed what just happened and my stomach felt hollow again. Another shot? Marissa asked. Fuck it, why not? She laughed. We took another shot. You know what the worst part about this is? I asked. I've never cared about shit like this. Ever. I know. She nodded gravely. That's why I think you should keep an open mind here. I hate this. I fucking hate feelings. I know, babe. She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed. Anyway, let's move on. I love you so much. Thank you for being here and for letting me play dress up with you. I love you too. Thank you for always being there for me, even when I feel numb and impossible to be around. I pulled away from her. You're never impossible to be around, she said, searching my eyes. You're my sister, and you're going through a lot of shit. I'll always be there. I swallowed. Please pour the shots before I cry in front of people. Oh God, we wouldn't want that. She grinned, poured the next shot, clinked my glass, and we downed hers. Should we stop? Stop. Both of my eyebrows raised. This is the only thing that'll keep me here laughing and being social and shit. Marissa laughed loudly. 2 more? 1 more, I said. For now. Good idea. She poured another, we downed them, and she closed the bottle. I'm going to hide this. She hid it in a cabinet and threw an arm over my shoulders. God, I miss this, Lila. Me too. Me freaking too. The Lila she was referring to partied and had fun. She'd never been jealous, though. I took a breath and grabbed Marissa's hand as we walked out of the kitchen. Making our way through the sea of people was challenging. We froze by the door when we stepped outside, taking in the yard. They'd set up balloons on the fence that read, "Happy Birthday, Mar." There were 2 beer pong tables. I didn't normally drink beer, but I freaking loved beer pong and had mastered the game. I was too competitive to do anything half-assed, so senior year of high school, I'd made Luke and Prescott practice with me until I felt like I got the angle and flick of my wrist just right. As Marissa walked around and said hi to people, I stood next to her, pretending to listen to her sorority sisters talk about a barbecue they were planning. Prescott, Mason, and some other guys were at one of the beer pong tables. The shots had seeped in while I'd been standing there, and I felt tipsy enough to join in on the fun. I leaned into Marissa. "I'm gonna go play beer pong with Press. I'll find you later." She pulled me into another tight hug. "Seriously? Love you." I kissed her cheek and smiled as I stepped away and walked to the beer pong area. When Prescott saw me, his jaw dropped. It was his reaction when he saw me anywhere these days, but I was sure that wearing this outfit like this to a crowded party was the main reason for his disbelief. He ran around the table and lifted me in the air like we were in Dirty Dancing before setting me back on my feet. "Damn, Marissa really went all out this year." He eyed me up and down, shaking his head. He pulled me into a side hug. "Are you abiding by the rules? Smiling? Socializing?" "If you keep going, I'll have no choice but to sit in the corner sulking." "Shutting up now." He pressed 2 fingers together and gestured like he was zipping his mouth. "Can we play?" I nodded at the beer pong table. "Fuck yeah, let's go!" he shouted as we turned around. I waved at Mason and the other guy. "Lila's on my team." That was Mason, who was still checking me out. He wore a gray hockey t-shirt that seemed to be sculpted over his muscles and black joggers. He grinned when our eyes met again. I returned it with a small, polite smile so he wouldn't get the wrong idea. Just because Lachlan was doing whatever he was doing didn't mean I'd do the same. My God, thinking of him pissed me off all over again. I needed to stop. He wasn't mine. We shared some moments that probably meant more to me than they did to him. I probably only felt this way because I hadn't even glanced at a guy in 2 years. Maybe if I hadn't been closed off and at home sulking all the time, my moments with Lachlan would have meant nothing. I knew I was lying to myself. It wasn't just that Locke was hot, or that he paid attention to me. It was the way he made me feel that set him apart. I sighed heavily. Fuck him. I was over it. I looked at Mason again. He was cute in that laid-back California surfer dude kind of way, with blonde hair that reached his shoulders, glimmering blue eyes, and a sun-kissed complexion. "Fuck no, she's on my team," Prescott said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "Come on." Mason rolled his eyes. "Dustin and Lila never come out and party, so we need to even out the playing field. Bro." Prescott shot him a look. "Lila's the best player in this entire fucking party. I'd bet money on that." "Yeah, right." Mason scoffed and shot me an apologetic look. "No offense, Lila." "None taken." I smothered a smirk. I love being the underdog. "Whatever," Prescott groaned. "Lyles, you can be on Mason's team if you want. I mean, if he needs me to pull all the weight." I shrugged and walked over to where he stood. Mason laughed loudly. "Oh, she's cocky." Prescott told us to wait for a second and ran off. When he returned, he was holding cans of beer. Maybe it was the alcohol already in my system, but I felt like I would cry then. I didn't deserve him and Marissa. They were by far the most thoughtful people on the planet. Press filled the cups and the game kicked off. Mason wasn't wrong. I hadn't played in quite a while, but it was like riding a bike. I missed 2 shots and the rest were buckets. Mason, on the other hand, wasn't as good as he thought he was. We won 3 consecutive games before Prescott and Dustin threw in the towel. Chapter 10. Lila. "Don't be a sore loser, Prescott Sanders." I bumped my hip against his side as I helped him pick up the cups and toss them. "You are so not the underdog," Mason said with a comical look of disbelief. He'd had the same look on his face every time I made a shot, so basically the entire time we played. I'd been having so much fun that I forgot about everyone else at the party. But now that it was over, my thoughts drifted back to Lachlan. I wondered what he was doing, but quickly followed it up with who the fuck cares? Seriously, Lila, who fucking cares what he's doing or who he's doing it with? I'm going to take a break, I said to Press. Are you going to spend the rest of the night alone, leaning against the fence? He shot me a stern look. Do I need to remind you of your binding contract? That's a no to both, I said as I walked away. I just need a short break. She won't be alone, Mason said behind me. I'll hang out with her for a little. Prescott said something in response that I couldn't hear, to which Mason scoffed loudly. How did you get so good at beer pong? Mason asked. I glanced up as he reached me. Practice? I slowed my steps to watch a group of people playing Stack Cup. It was another game I enjoyed and was good at. It was beer pong on steroids. But I knew my limits and couldn't even consider playing that tonight. Between the tequila sunrise Marissa made for us at home for the pregame, the shots of tequila we'd taken here, and the beer, which hadn't been much but still, I'd gone from a little tipsy to drunk. I wasn't slurring my words drunk, but drunk enough that I felt a smile on my face and probably needed a lot of water to get back to tipsy. We stopped walking when we reached the wooden fence, just a few steps away from the Stack Cup people. You play that one too? Mason asked, propping a foot on the iron fence behind us and nodding at the Stack Cup game. I used to, I said. I don't really party anymore. I've noticed. But I've seen you at parties and events these last couple of weeks. The semester's almost over. I figured I'd go out with a bang. I looked up at him. And it's Marissa's birthday. We have a deal that's kind of set in stone. Oh? He let his eyes rake over me. A deal where you let us admire how hot as fuck you are? I bit my tongue. Sorry, he said quickly. I smiled. Don't apologize for giving me a compliment. He grinned. I think this is the most we've ever spoken. Don't get used to it. I crossed my arms. Tomorrow I'll probably go back to the same old boring Lila. Why? He frowned. I shook my head. If I get into it, I'll start sulking, and that's against the rules tonight. No questions, then. Mason did a little salute like we were soldiers. Actually, I have one. Let's hear it. I shifted my body so I was facing him. We weren't uncomfortably close, but we'd be within kissing range if we took one more step. Is there anything going on with you and Locke? Oh, God. I let out a short laugh and shook my head. Next question. I need to know. He shifted closer to me. Is that a yes or a no? My stomach tightened as I became aware of what he might do if I said no or didn't move away and put an end to the situation. Maybe it was the alcohol or the fact that if he tried anything I disapproved of, a ton of people would witness and stop him. But I stayed put. He stepped closer and closer until he was just a breath away. My eyes shut on their own accord, a habit that had developed from years of kissing. When his lips didn't touch mine, I opened my eyes and gasped as Mason stumbled back a few steps. For a moment, I thought one of the drunken Stack Cup people lost their balance and bumped into him. But then I looked up and saw Lachlan glowering. Dude, what the fuck? Mason stood straighter, suddenly in fight mode as he walked forward. My mouth hung open for a second. The alcohol was making my brain a little slow to process the situation. Locke was standing so close to me that I could feel the anger radiating off of him. His glare was so intense that I thought for a moment Mason might burst into flames. What just happened repeated itself in my head. And finally, I snapped out of my reverie. What the hell, Lachlan? I grabbed his left arm. He narrowed his eyes at me, my hand, and back at his teammate. Seriously, dude, Mason tacked on. You know exactly what. Don't act like you don't, Lachlan growled, taking a step forward, jaw grinding, angry eyes locked on Mason. I squeezed his arm and tried to pull him, even though there was no way in hell I'd be able to hold him back. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Mason's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second before he shook his head and laughed lightly. Is this because you called dibs? We didn't agree on it. Prescott wouldn't even approach. She's not Prescott's, Locke shouted. So what, she's yours? Mason arched an eyebrow when Locke didn't respond. What if I called dibs right now? Mace, I love you. You're my boy, but I swear on fucking everything, if you don't back off, this won't end well. Locke took another step forward. My nails were short, but I dug the tips of my fingers into his arm. He didn't even flinch. Mason's gaze swung from me to Lachlan. We've been hanging out all night. Lachlan's jaw ticked. He took one more step forward. One more and he'd be in Mason's face. A series of things ran through my mind in sequence. The dibs comment, Mason and Lachlan were going to fight and ruin Marissa's birthday party. And holy shit, I'd never had two guys fight over me. Those thoughts were quickly followed by what the actual fuck was happening. This was the first time in a long time that I'd fully participated in a party in 2 years, and this asshole was about to ruin it over some archaic bullshit that privileged jocks made up 100 years ago. That was the thought that made me snap. I dropped my hand and took a step between the two of them. Even wearing heels, I was sure I looked like an ant between two giants. I can't freaking believe you right now. I turned my back on Mason to glare at Lachlan, because ultimately, all of this was his fault. I'm not something you call dibs on. I'm a human being. I'm not the front seat of a fucking car. I stabbed his hard chest with my pointer finger and narrowed my eyes a little more as I stepped forward. His jaw ticked. You do not get to ruin my best friend's party, and you do not get to tell me who I can and can't speak to. What happened to Mandy Roberts? Was she not doing it for you, or did you finish with her and decide to come find me because you were bored and needed some entertainment? Locke's eyes darkened, his expression harder, but he said nothing as he stared at me. Around us, a couple of people let out a series of oohs as if this was a fucking rap battle. My narrowed eyes snapped in their direction momentarily. I closed my hand into a fist and set it between his chest, pushing it in slightly as I glared at him again. I wanted to punch him so badly, but violence would get me nowhere, and it wasn't like I'd hurt him anyway. I let my hand drop. Fuck you, Lachlan Duke, I seethed, barreling my shoulder against him hard as I walked away. Behind me, a loud, angry growl ripped through the silence. I saw flinches and shocked faces as I walked by, but I kept going. My entire body was shaking. I tried to contain it by balling my fists up and keeping my vision on the open glass double doors of the house. I clenched my fists tighter as anger continued to shoot through me in a way it hadn't in a very long time, if ever. It felt like the longest walk I'd ever taken, with every pair of eyes glued on me. There were a lot of them. I still hadn't spotted Marissa. She was probably inside dancing, oblivious to this. That would be the best-case scenario right now. This was a fucking nightmare. I'd almost reached the doors when I heard Lachlan call out my name once, twice, 3 times. I ignored each of them and focused on keeping my angry tears at bay because if I started to cry in front of people, I was really going to hate him. Please wait, Lila. What? I snapped as I whirled around. What can you possibly have to say to me? I didn't do anything with her. He ran his fingers through his thick hair. I swear. I know what you saw and what you think, but I know exactly what I saw, I said, lowering my voice since I was pretty sure I was yelling now, but I wasn't going to let him gaslight me on top of everything else. It's fine. You don't belong to me. I blinked at my own words, the truth in them hitting me for the first time, and making me realize how stupid all of this was. Locke's jaw twitched when I said that, but I continued because I needed to end this right now. We're not together. We've never even... It's fine. You don't owe me an explanation. I do. He stepped forward until he was right in front of me. My treacherous heart skipped. I should have pushed her away sooner. I didn't even know who the fuck was next to me. I wasn't paying attention to her at all. I rolled my eyes but didn't even bother to entertain that statement. I swear, Lila. He put his hands up like he was pleading, praying. I swear. It doesn't matter. You're allowed to do whatever you want with whomever you want. I shrugged. It still doesn't excuse your stupid little temper tantrum or acting like you have any right to say who I can and can't hook up with. You realize how fucked up that is, right? For you to do as you please and expect the opposite of me? I paused, a growl escaping my lips. I was so angry at myself for entertaining this at all. You know what? This is fucking stupid. I can't do this. I spun around and continued into the house. Thankfully, no one in there noticed me at all. Between the loud music and the dancing, I was just another partygoer looking for the bathroom. My body was still humming when I finally reached it. I rushed in, slammed the door behind me, and locked it. I did a quick sweep to make sure I was alone and gripped the edge of the sink with my shaky hands as I stared at my reflection. Even with my makeup, I could see the flush on my cheeks. It had to be the alcohol making me feel this way. I took several deep breaths. I really wished I'd never brought Mandy Roberts into the conversation outside. She had nothing to do with this. Oh my God. We'd just had that argument in front of the entire party. This was scary and mortifying. I hated that I'd let my guard down for him. Most of all, I hated that even now. As I replayed every word he'd said, my stomach was somersaulting like it was participating in the fucking Summer Olympics. I moved to the toilet, sat on the toilet lid, and buried my face in my hands. I knew he was outside. I felt his warmth following me through the house as I searched for this bathroom. Maybe if I waited it out, he'd get sick of this and leave. Every girl at this party was vying for his attention, so soon enough one of them would catch it, and he'd walk away. My heart sank into my stomach at the thought. This is what you get when you let someone in. You knew this would happen. You freaking knew it, and you allowed it anyway. God, I wanted to go home. But I needed to stay until Marissa was ready. I wouldn't leave without her, and I refused to rush her at her own birthday party. I did need to find her to make sure she was still okay, though, and for that to happen, I'd have to open the door and face whatever awaited outside. I slapped my forehead once lightly and twice more when I thought again about how everyone at the party was talking about this. Most of them probably didn't even know who I was. But Lachlan Duke, praised hockey star, the hottest guy on the team and quite possibly at our university, he'd undoubtedly be the subject of their gossip chain. And I would be as well. Fuck Lachlan for this. Fuck Mason. Fuck the hockey team and any man who thinks they can claim a woman for the hell of it. And you know what? Double fuck Lachlan for making me feel things. I used the bathroom and washed my hands before opening the door. Lachlan was taking up the doorframe with his imposing figure, with his stupid, beautiful eyes and his stupid, disheveled hair and his stupid, strong jaw and his stupid, plump lips and his stupid, amazing body. He was looking at me like he was about to apologize again. Even though I didn't want to hear it, I refused to have him follow me around, acting like a dissonant shadow. Seeing you with him felt like a punch in the gut, he said when he finally spoke. When you walked by me earlier, I wanted to carry you over my shoulder and keep you to myself. It wasn't until Marissa made that comment that I noticed Mandy was there. I'm not kidding about that, Lila. I put a hand up to stop him. Is admitting that this is the norm for you at parties supposed to make me okay with it? And if you really wanted to carry me over your shoulder, you would have gotten off that couch and gone after me much sooner. I did. He sighed, running his fingers through his hair. I fucking did. As soon as you walked away and disappeared into the crowd, I stood up and looked for you everywhere. When I finally found you, you were playing beer pong. I watched you the entire time from the kitchen window like a fucking stalker because I didn't want to miss a second of it. He sighed and continued. I turned around for a minute. 1 fucking minute, and suddenly you were gone. When I located you again, you were with my fucking teammate. He let out an unamused chuckle, looking up at the ceiling as he ran his fingers through his hair again, tugging it. He set his gaze on mine again. This has never happened to me before. I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't even know how you feel. I just know I never want to feel the way I did when I saw him with you again. My eyes darted to his black t-shirt. Was I really going to share my feelings? Oh my God, I was. This was worse than I thought. I waited until my heart settled down before looking him in the eyes again. Seeing her all over you like that was a nightmare. I hated it. I hated it so fucking much, and I hated that I hated it. The breath he let out was heavy and relieved. He searched my eyes for a long time. He had to be the most confusing playboy in the history of the universe. I'd expected him to kiss me, or walk me back into the bathroom to fuck me. I would have let him. Instead, he cradled my head to his chest and hugged me. Lachlan Duke, who had a revolving door of women, hugged me. I should have been offended that he didn't make a move. But then he kissed the top of my head as he held me. And the only thing I could think about was how fast his heart was beating, how warm his skin felt against my naked back, and how good he smelled. God, Lila James, he breathed against my head. What the fuck am I going to do with you? What do you want to do with me? I asked, my face squished against his chest. His body went rigid. His arms held me a little tighter. I put my hands on his chest and slightly pulled back to look up at him. That's not a trick question, you know. His eyes dropped down to my mouth momentarily. How much did you drink? Does it matter? It does to me. I groaned. What, you don't hook up with drunk girls? Not unless I'm also drunk, he said, searching my eyes. And you're not just a girl to me. Ugh, why did he say things like that? I'm only a little drunk. Your temper tantrum sobered me up some, I said, feeling myself smile. His gaze softened. Our eyes remained locked as he cupped my face with his large hands. He got closer. My pulse raced in anticipation. He set his forehead on mine and shook his head. I can't, he breathed. Why? I brought my hands up and wrapped them around his wrists. He groaned a sound that vibrated through me. You're making this really difficult. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him to just fucking do it, Two very drunk girls cut in, bumping into us and telling us they needed to use the restroom. Lachlan quickly moved out of the way to allow me to step out. One of the girls walked up to him and ran her finger against the side of his right arm. She took a few steps and paused by the bathroom door, eye-fucking him. I really wanted to punch her. Locke kept his eyes on mine the entire time, which didn't completely redeem him from the Mandy thing, but it helped. The girl huffed and made an annoyed face as she walked into the bathroom and shut the door loudly. I hate that they treat you like they have any right to touch you, I said. His eyes were sparkling, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What? I asked, knowing I shouldn't have disclosed that. He leaned down again and brushed his cheek against mine until his mouth reached my ear. I don't bore you. I couldn't confirm or deny it, so I said nothing. I cared too much. That was the problem. Chapter 11. Lila. I secretly wished last night's joy would last, but it was gone by sunrise when I saw the picture of Luke and my mom and remembered the things I wanted to be left buried. Parties were happening every night, including tonight. Marissa had already told me about it, and the only question on my mind was whether or not Lachlan would be there. Not that I'd ask her or go either way, but morbid curiosity begged for an answer. He didn't kiss me last night, but he remained glued to my side the rest of the night. His hand on my lower back as we spoke to his teammates, his fingers brushing against mine as Marissa very loudly told a story about the time I locked myself out of my car in high school. His arm flush against my side when we were standing around. His wide stance caging me when he sat on the edge of the couch, and I remained standing. It felt like a warning to every other guy at that party. And I freaking liked it. Loved it. After all the shit I'd talked about the stupid dibs thing, there I was wanting him to claim me. This had never happened to me before. Even when I was carefree Lila, I'd never met anyone who made me feel like he did. And that was a real problem. I needed to remember what happened to Luke. I hadn't even known Lachlan for a long time, and the mere thought of losing him made me want to throw up. You sure you don't want to come out tonight? I blinked. I can't believe you want to go out tonight after the way last night ended. Oh, stop. I wasn't that bad. Marissa, you threw up 3 times before Lachlan dropped us off. Oh, God, I didn't throw up in his car, did I? No, I would have killed you. She laughed and raised an eyebrow. You realize everyone is talking about you two, right? My sorority group chat has been lighting up all day about it. What are they saying? I bit my lip and looked at the floor, bracing myself. That they can't believe someone managed to tame him. I laughed. I'm not even with him. How would I tame him? Lila. She shot me a droll look. What? He practically declared his love for you in front of everyone. No, he didn't. He totally freaking did. She laughed, shaking her head. Just let it play out. You know you want to. Of course I want to, Marissa. I snapped. But I can't. You of all people know I can't. I hate it. But you're right. She smiled sadly and nodded her head slowly. Why don't you see him in private until we leave? I don't understand why he's so adamant about me. I threw my head back and closed my eyes. I'm broken. Why would he want me? Hey, no, don't say that. She sat next to me and threw an arm around me. You're not broken. And he wants you because you're a fucking catch. He's only into me because I'm difficult. That is not true. She laughed as she pulled back. You are difficult, but that's not why he wants you. I don't get it. You don't have to. Prescott says he's never seen him this way, she said. He's never chased a girl or picked a fight with a teammate. Press said, especially Mason, who roomed with him for 3 years. My heart skipped. I'm scared. We're almost out of here. She squeezed my hand. God, I can't wait to leave. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I think I'll even smile more once we're gone. Lyles, she laughed. I love you, but you've never been an overly smiley person, even when you were sort of nice. I laughed. That's not true. I still smile sometimes. Oh, God. She laughed harder. What you consider a smile is not what the rest of us consider a smile. I laughed again as she stood up and disappeared into her bedroom to finish getting ready for the party. When her music started blasting again, I brought my legs up to my chest and turned sideways. Luke dreamed of going to a brand new city where no one knew his name or family, where he could reinvent himself. We'd talked about it endlessly, how our friend group would get an apartment together. We'd already broken up for good, and our friendship had never wavered. I missed him so fucking much. I was just starting to drift off into a nap when there was a loud knock on the door. I groaned but kept my eyes closed. Marissa, someone's at the door. I'm doing my makeup. I still have to finish my hair, she shouted. And I'm not expecting anyone. I uncurled myself and walked over, my pulse racing when I saw Lachlan standing on the other side. Did he ever look less than perfect? He wore a black t-shirt and joggers, and his hair looked damp like he'd just showered. Just looking at him made me want to do things I shouldn't. I guess this answered my question about whether or not he was going to the party. I didn't know how that made me feel. Not good, that was for damn sure. Especially after last night. I didn't think I could look at him right now. Not if he was here to pick up Marissa and leave. Maybe I should unlock the door and sprint to my room. After staring at him for a moment, I opened the door and leaned my hip against the frame for a second, taking him in as if I hadn't just ogled the shit out of him through the peephole. I pushed off, turned around, and started walking back to the living room. She's still doing her makeup. She's not the reason I'm here. His words made me freeze mid-step. I whipped back around. Why are you here? Really? He let out a soft chuckle. That's how you want to play it? I crossed my arms, examined him, and told the thing inside my chest to chill out. He still hadn't walked inside, which was hilarious since nothing had ever stopped him before. Are you a vampire? I asked. You need permission to walk inside all of a sudden? He bit his lip as he walked inside and shut the door behind him. No apology flowers? I asked when he faced me again. I would have brought some if I didn't think you'd toss them. I loved flowers. They were one of the few things that still brought me genuine happiness. I shrugged. Flowers die anyway. One side of his mouth hitched, but he said nothing as he closed the distance between us. I tilted my head up. My black heart turned red and pumped harder when he looked at me like that. Like I was the only person he wanted to look at in this universe. I'd lost count of the times I was sure he'd kiss me. Honestly, I'd either jump him or kick him out if he didn't do it soon. Are you going to kiss me now? I whispered. His eyes darkened. I've been dying to fucking kiss you. Then do it. I grabbed his t-shirt and pulled him to me. His lips crashed against mine with a groan that vibrated through my body. Time vanished as he lifted me off the ground. A bomb went off inside me. Everything outside of him became non-existent. Kissing a new person usually took adjustment. But not him. He invaded my mouth like he owned it. He kissed me with possession and abandon, holding me tightly against him as if to make sure I wouldn't go anywhere. He devoured my mouth as if it were our last kiss, and he needed to make sure he got it right in case I didn't let him do it again. The intensity of it flayed me, traveled deep inside me, and formed a crevice I knew no one else would fill. It was exhilarating and utterly terrifying, and it was just a freaking kiss. Holy shit. That was Marissa. It was a whisper, or maybe that was what it sounded like through the pounding in my ears. Her voice made me break the kiss and pull away. My eyes remained locked on his as my feet found the ground beneath me. What the fuck was that? Was this how he kissed everyone? Was this how everyone felt when they kissed him? Jesus, I hated that idea. I took a breath and a step back, finally facing Marissa, who was full-on grinning. I couldn't even find my voice to say something snarky. I couldn't find any of my senses. He'd taken everything in that kiss. I thought you didn't kiss. Ever. Marissa arched a brow at him. I lowered my gaze and focused on his chest. I really didn't want to hear this conversation right now. I don't. My head shot up. He was still looking at me. My heart dipped again. Fuck, this was a terrible idea. I turned to Marissa, who looked stunned to silence. As she started walking away, she looked at me pointedly, as if to say, let yourself have this. I wished I could scream and ask her to please stop me before this developed into something more. But I remained silent because I wanted it. I wanted him. And I could no longer fool myself. This was already more than I'd bargained for. Don't wait up for me, kids, she called over her shoulder as she shut the door behind her. My lips were still tingling from the kiss, but I wanted more. I faced him. We remained silent as his eyes searched mine. I wanted to ask him if he felt this crazy energy shift between us, but I couldn't make myself do that. For 2 years, I'd counted the days so I could leave this godforsaken place. And then he came into my life. I still wanted to leave, of course. I just wished we had more time together. I snapped that thought away. More time for what? To sneak around as Marissa suggested? It was the only way we might be able to do this, and I doubted he would want that. His eyes were still burning into mine. My heart pounded hard in my chest and ears. I wasn't sure who moved first, but before I knew it, we were kissing again. My hands buried in his hair, his large hands holding me tighter each time I tugged. Kissing him woke up every nerve ending in my body, sending waves through my veins, reminders that I was still here. Without breaking the kiss, he lifted me with one arm. My legs locked around his waist, my hands moving to the back of his neck. I didn't want to exist outside the confines of his arms. He kissed me slowly this time, savoring me in a way that made me rock against him, searching for more. He groaned deeply again. We broke the kiss to come up for air, both panting. God damn, Lila James. He set his forehead against mine and tightened his grip on my thighs. God damn.
Chapter 12. Lachlan. I was still sore from weight training earlier, so my arms started to burn from carrying her for so long, but I couldn't stop kissing her. Nothing had ever felt this good, this right. When she tried unwrapping her legs from my waist, I gripped her thighs harder and took her mouth one more time in case she was about to try to shut me out completely. The next time she pulled away, I reluctantly set her down. Neither of us spoke as she reached for my hand and pulled me toward her room, or when she shut the door behind us and guided me to the bed. I kicked off my shoes and socks, not because I was expecting anything to happen, I wasn't, but because lying in bed with socks on made me overheat. I found myself on my back, with Lila's lips pressed against mine again. I didn't want it to end. It was like I was making up for the 10 years I'd avoided kissing. When she pulled away, she nestled against my chest and let out a breath, one that sounded content. I'd stopped trying to make sense of all of this when I saw her with Mason. I'd never fought anyone over a woman, but when I saw him... Fuck. When I saw him about to kiss her, a beast unleashed inside me. And then, when we argued, she said I wasn't hers and I wanted to tell her to take the fucking words back. I'd never been anyone's, but belonging to her didn't sound so bad. The hell was wrong with me? No one came up to us after the argument, not to flirt with either of us anyway. Lila scared away all of the women just by existing, and I scared away all the men by not letting go of her for a second. Even then, I'd caught a few looking at her like they were picturing her naked, and I had to check myself. I'd managed to remain somewhat calm. I'd remember their faces, though. After the party, I'd brought her and Marissa home, walked them to the door, and managed to leave. I went straight home to take care of the situation in my pants. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd gone home to jerk off. I was certain that Lila James was just as affected by me as I was by her. After last night, no amount of scowling or glares from her would convince me otherwise, not after tonight. We lay silent for a while, and I took a moment to look around her room. "This isn't what I expected," I said against her hair. She smelled like gardenias. I'd always associated the scent with the flowers my father sent my mother on her birthday each year. Now, it would forever remind me of Lila. "Kissing me wasn't what you expected." She pulled back to look at me. Her eyes were so expressive right now, so fucking incredible. I kissed her again, softly, quickly, so I didn't lose my train of thought. "Your room." I nudged the tip of her nose with mine. I wanted to tell her that kissing her felt inexplicable, like magic, but I didn't want to push it. Not yet. "What did you expect?" She laughed lightly. I closed my eyes to relish it, wishing I could bottle it up. "I don't know. Black walls, spiders, weird shit." She pulled back again, mouth agape, and slapped my chest. "Rude. I'm just saying." I couldn't help but laugh as we settled back onto the bed with her head on my chest. "It was originally dark green, almost black, but Marissa painted it this color while I was away." "Away where?" "Away may not be the correct term," she said. "I roomed with my teammates the first year and a half here, then moved back home for a year, and finally moved here." "Is that why I'd never seen you around?" "Maybe," she said. "That and I took mostly online classes. I didn't even see Prescott for a while, so I couldn't have seen you either." My hands had been leisurely moving up and down her arm until she said his name. The feeling I had in the center of my chest when I was with her was unnatural, but it didn't scare me. The fact that it didn't scare me should have scared me, but it didn't. Lila made me want to break my rules about kissing and monogamous relationships, hell, maybe even sleepovers. Okay, maybe I was a little scared. This was the last thing I should be doing with the number of things on my plate, the upcoming draft and the final games we had to win. For starters, I really didn't have time to explore this right now. I also knew I couldn't afford not to. I scanned her room again and focused on two pictures that stood out amongst the rest. One was her and a woman that I assumed was her mother. The other was her in a jersey and a guy wearing a baseball uniform. High school, I assumed. They were both sweaty and smiling wide at the camera. That smile of hers that had never been directed at me. I didn't know who he was, and it didn't matter. I still hated him. I wanted that fucking smile. The bed shifted as she sat up and straddled me. My dick was now about to explode out of my joggers hard. I wondered if she could feel it underneath her baggy Foo Fighters shirt and sweatpants. She rocked against it and bit her lip, and holy shit, that answered my question. I grabbed her hips to stop her from doing it again. There were at least 3 layers of clothing between her pussy and my dick, more clothes than I'd ever had between myself and a woman on a bed.
Right now, those layers were the only thing keeping me from impaling her. I took a mental snapshot of her on top of me. She didn't have any makeup on, and her hair was in one of those messy buns that looked messier than it did cute. Her clothes were too big and hid her incredible figure, but none of that mattered. She could have been a green alien, and she still would have been the hottest woman to ever have been on top of me. She gyrated her hips again and leaned down to bite my bottom lip. My dick jumped. I knew she felt it when she moaned into my mouth. My heart was beating so fast, I was sure I'd die either from the embarrassment of coming in my pants or from the heart attack she was sure to give me. Lila. My hands went to her waist to stop her movement. What? She set her hands on my chest and pushed herself back up as she ground her hips again, her eyes full of mischief. Fuck. I bit my lip hard and groaned. Do you want to kill me, or is your goal to make me come in my pants? Would you come in your pants if I keep doing it? She asked, lowering her lips to mine and dropping 3 soft pecks on them. Fuck yes, I would, I said against her mouth, taking her bottom lip and sucking it. I reached up and pulled off her hair tie, letting her hair cascade around me as she deepened the kiss. I like seeing you coming apart at the seams like this, Mr. Unattainable Hockey Star, she said, sitting up again. You always have me like this, I breathed, keeping my eyes on hers. And then it happened. Her lips moved painstakingly slowly as if breaking through ice. Her eyes danced first, and then her mouth finally broke into the most incredible smile I'd ever seen in my life. The smile. Fuck. I thought I'd wanted it, but now that I'd experienced it, I couldn't go back to seeing the perpetual scowl she wore. I thought you wanted to fuck me, Lachlan Duke, she said, still smiling. Fireworks went off inside my brain. But I guess you're not interested. Does it feel like I'm not interested? I gripped her hips and thrust up, hard. She bit her lip again, her eyes heating in a way that would make me say yes to anything. Stop thinking and do it. Are you going to stop thinking? I sat up slowly so we were face to face. Maybe. She smiled again, this time her ghost of a smile. Remind me to tell you something after. After what? Before I could finish my question, she whipped off her baggy shirt and revealed that she wasn't wearing a bra. Her bare chest rendered me speechless for an instant before I reacted and dropped my mouth to twist one nipple and pull the other into my mouth. She writhed and moaned in pleasure as I licked, sucked, and bit. I focused on her other breast while teasing the one I just kissed. You have perfect tits, I groaned, swirling my tongue around her nipple and sucking it. You have a perfect mouth, she moaned, tugging at my shirt. I want this off. I took my shirt off, tossing it in the same direction as hers. She roamed her fingers across my body, wandering over every inch of me, taking in each groove and bump of my muscles. Her eyes met mine and stayed there for an eternity before she stepped out of bed, swiftly discarding her baggy shorts and panties. I stopped breathing at the sight of her, fully naked. Sure, I'd seen her in a bikini, but this was some next-level shit. She wasted no time pulling down my joggers and underwear, but stopped midway at my thighs to stare at my dick, which twitched under her scrutiny. I didn't know exactly what she was thinking, but I knew she liked what she saw. She finished undressing me and straddled me again. Her warm, wet pussy gliding on my lower abs, right above my cock, did me in. I couldn't take it anymore. I'd exercised enough patience. I flipped her over. She landed with a loud oomph and a startled laugh. The sound distracted me for a moment before I went back to my task, kissing her lips again and making my way to each of her nipples and then her stomach. I dipped my tongue into her belly button, making her suck it in. I wanted to taste and explore every inch of her. When I finally reached her pussy, I paused to admire her. She was fucking perfect. You have the most perfect pussy, I said as I lowered my mouth and gave her clit a hard lick with the surface of my tongue. Fuck. Her hips bucked and her hands instantly grabbed my hair. Fun fact, I didn't let women touch my hair. I usually batted their hands away and glared long enough that they knew not to do it again.
I moved a little lower and gave a hard lick up her folds. Her back arched with a gasp. I forced her legs wider and pumped one finger inside her as I swirled my tongue on her clit. She gasped loudly when I added another finger. Holy shit, she was tight. Her body bowed off the bed and her grasp on my hair tightened to the point of pain as I licked her. I fucking loved it. Holy shit, Locke, she gasped. Holy shit, don't stop. Don't stop, as if I ever could. I took my fingers back, gripped her thighs, and ate her like a starved man. I wanted to fucking devour her, to own this pussy, to make it so that she never wanted another mouth on it. She bucked against me, grinding on my face as she whispered a chant. I was already turned on, but fuck, I wanted her to scream whatever she was saying. I added 2 fingers again and sucked her clit into my mouth. Oh my fucking God, Lachlan, oh my God, she said loudly as she came against my mouth, and her entire body began to shudder. I leaned back and pulled my fingers out slowly, moving them gently over her clit. I watched her face, mouth open and eyes screwed shut, as she rode out the orgasm. I smiled against her chest when another orgasm rocked her body and she started chanting my name. Fuck, that was hot. I backed away slowly, sucking her cum off my fingers as I sat back on my knees and watched her entire body sag into the mattress. She was still catching her breath when she opened her eyes, and damn, those fucking eyes. Did you bring a condom? She said, panting. Are you going to be mad if I say yes? Livid, she said, deadpan as she sat up. I smiled as I got off the bed to get the condom. I'd brought one, just in case, not because I thought this would happen. I mean, in my dreams it would. I ripped the wrapper with my teeth and pressed the condom on my tip when she moved toward me. Wait, she set a hand on mine. Please. I didn't know what she was asking for me to use the pull-out method, for me to... All thoughts subsided when she lowered the front of her body, ass up, and swirled her tongue around the head of my cock. Oh, my holy fuck, Lila. My head fell back. She licked it all around before finally taking it in her mouth. She tried twice before she could take it all and gagged as she deep-throated me. But she did it again anyway. I forgot how to breathe. My toes curled. She did it a third time as she played with my balls. Fuck. This was by far the best head I'd ever gotten, and I wasn't even going to let myself come in her mouth. I gripped her hair as she moved. I wanted to fuck her mouth so badly. If she were a random hookup, I would have. I looked at her again, taking another mental image, this time of Lila fucking James sucking my dick. If she kept going, I wouldn't be able to fuck her, so I took it out of her mouth. She looked up, confused. I grabbed her chin and pulled her up. I want you to come on my cock. Oh, fuck, she shuddered. I slammed my mouth on hers and kissed her. It started fiercely but turned into a slow, deep kiss. She pulled away, looking at me in a daze like she was turned on and maybe confused. I finished sliding on the condom and moved her so she was lying on her back. As I settled between her legs, I tweaked her nipples and mentally prepared to take my time thrusting into her. I wanted to feel her pussy clench over every single inch of me. I moved against her to prepare her, and then I sank in slowly. Just the tip at first, but once the tip was in and I felt her around me, I fucking lost it and thrust in hard, deep. Ah, fucking hell, Lila. A growl ripped through me. Locke, she screamed, tears slipping out of her eyes. I stopped moving. She shook her head. I'm fine. You're just huge. I felt myself smirk as I lowered my lips to hers and brought a hand between us to play with her clit. She jerked her hips and pushed my hand away. Please fuck me, Locke, she whispered against my lips, clenching around me. I groaned, grinding my jaw at the feel of her. I was trying to be gentle, but this fucking woman made it impossible. Please, please, please move. Fuck, the begging. Lila James freaking begging. I rocked my hips again, starting with slow thrusts. She was so fucking tight. I would have believed her if she told me she was a virgin. She felt too good. So perfect. The kiss had been indescribable. Her pussy tasted like something I could eat all day. And now, this was what sex with her felt like. I wanted to take the damn condom off, something I'd never done, and fucking mark her with my seed. Her breath hitched when I sped up my thrusts. I pulled out slowly and thrust in hard again. Again, and again. Her eyes were screwed shut as she lifted her hips to meet each thrust. Her hands were gripping the sheets underneath us so hard her knuckles were white. I'd always avoided eye contact during sex. When a woman gave me head, I looked at her, but it was mostly because I got off on the way their eyes widened when I fucked their mouths. Eye contact during sex seemed like overkill. Why would I even want it if I was going to fuck and leave anyway? Staring at Lila's eyelids did something to me. I wanted her eyes on mine, needed them. I pinched her nipple. "Open your eyes." She moaned, biting her lip as she shook her head. I stopped moving. "No," she gasped. Her eyes popped open as her hands flew from the sheets to my thighs. "Oh my God, Lachlan, please don't fucking stop." She ground her hips against me, and fuck, while it felt amazing, I held her and stopped the movement. "Look at me when I fuck you." I tightened my grip on her hips when she tried to move again. "I want to see you come. I want to see everything." "I don't know if I can," she whispered. "I've never done. I don't do that." "You think I do?" The chuckle made my dick twitch inside her. "I don't do a lot of the things that I do with you." I leaned down and kissed her. "Look at me, Lila James. Let me have this." "I'll try," she whispered. I lifted her hips off the bed when I started fucking her again. She kept her eyes on mine. "Okay," I said. I wanted it, but this was intimate as fuck. It was intense. I pulled out nearly all the way and thrust deep. She clenched around me again. "Holy fuck, the way you squeeze my cock." I gripped her hips tighter, fucked her faster and harder. Her legs started to shake. Her pussy clenched tightly around me as she started to come. She opened her mouth and let out little gasps, biting her lip as her eyes started to roll back. My pace grew wild. Heat engulfed me from head to toe as I came apart, growling and throwing my head back as the last drop of my cum hit the condom. I'd never seen anything more beautiful than the sight of her coming on my cock.
Chapter 13. Lila. I was spent. I got more condoms from Marissa's room, and we had sex 3 more times in different positions. It was like he had memorized a Kama Sutra manual. We were lying in bed after going to the bathroom, cleaning up and putting on some clothes. We both put on our underwear, and I threw on a t-shirt as if a few articles of clothing would stop us from doing it again. We were back in bed. I linked my fingers with his. I didn't know why I did it, but it felt natural. Too much of this felt like we'd been doing it together for a lifetime. When he asked me to look at him during sex, I didn't think I could. At the moment, I almost looked away. But the intensity in his eyes held me captive. "I don't do sleepovers," I said. His body coiled beneath me. I looked up and met his gaze. "I mean, I've never done it, but you can stay if you want." "Why?" He turned his body, brought his elbow to the pillow, and propped his head on his hand. I did the same. I knew what he was asking. Why was I letting him stay? I don't know. He searched my eyes. "You don't know, or you don't want to tell me?" "No, I really don't know." I landed on my back and looked up at the ceiling. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I shouldn't be doing any of this. But I can't stop because you're just I can't.
Come here.
His large, rough hand gripped my hip and turned me toward him again.
You said you were going to tell me something after.
Did I? My heart pounded. Why did I say that? I couldn't tell him now, not after everything we'd done. Not after he'd made me hold eye contact during sex each time we'd done it. Well, he'd made me do it the first time, but we'd done it without speaking of it in the times that followed. It was intense, and not necessarily comfortable. But Locke was right. The look in his eyes was a sight to behold when he came apart. I'd never do it again. Not with anyone else, at least. It was too personal.
You did. You told me to remind you.
I don't remember what it was.
Well, I'll have to stay until you do.
He smirked. Do you stay over at girls' houses after you hook up with them?
Lila.
He stared at me. I bit my cheek, trying to fight the jealousy that crept up on me as I awaited his answer. Maybe it was better that I didn't know the answer to that. You don't have to answer that, I said quickly.
I don't even kiss the girls I hook up with. What makes you think I'd stay over?
His expression was serious.
This is...
He shook his head again like he couldn't find a way to describe it. I know. I scooted closer to him and ran the back of my hand over his face. He looked at me for a long moment. I opened my mouth to speak and shut it quickly, averting my eyes as I thought about how to broach the topic I needed to discuss with him.
No. Fuck no,
he said, pulling me from my thoughts.
Don't shut me out. Not now.
I have to, I whispered.
No, you don't.
He ran his fingers through my tangled hair and searched my eyes.
How can you shut me out after this?
I closed my eyes for a moment. That's why this shouldn't have happened to begin with.
Explain.
He sat up suddenly. His legs were too long. They took up most of my queen-sized bed. I can't. I sat up, crossing my legs between his. I'll tell you after your last game. I swear I would tell you if I didn't think it was dangerous and could cause some serious shit, but I can't risk it. You can't risk it.
Okay. After my last game, then.
He stared at me for a long moment.
When are you leaving?
2 days after your game.
What will you do now with your fancy biology degree?
I applied to 3 medical programs to start working in sports medicine. They've all accepted me, but I haven't picked one yet. I bit the tip of my thumb. His eyes darkened, so I dropped my hand.
Where will you be in the meantime?
I'm going to California with Marissa for a week. He raised an eyebrow.
Where in California?
All over. We'll start in San Diego and make our way up, I said. He looked at me for a long time, and I could tell he wanted to say something but was holding back. I scooted forward, getting closer to him. What?
Nothing.
He sighed heavily.
The timing of the universe sucks sometimes.
Why? You want to go to Cali with me? I asked.
Keep smiling at me like that and I just might say fuck the draft and follow you around instead.
I laughed. You would never.
Don't tempt me.
He raised an eyebrow.
I would never let you do that. I know.
He smiled, but it was gone in an instant.
I want to ask you something.
Okay. I braced myself.
Why don't you go pro?
I can't, I said instantly, and looked at the wall I had dedicated to soccer. Can't or won't. Is there a difference? You were good, he said, pride in his voice. I raised an eyebrow. I was better than good. I love it when you get cocky. He growled as he kissed me. You would love that. I laughed against his mouth and pulled away. He looked at me for the longest moment, so I frowned. What? When you laugh, when you smile, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, he said. With the exception of you coming on my cock, of course. I slapped his chest, rolled my eyes, and grew serious again. To answer your question, I tried to keep going, but my heart was no longer in it. He held my chin. Because of the accident? My eyes widened. How do you know about that? Google. You Googled me? Yeah, you didn't Google me? He raised an eyebrow. My lips pursed. Yeah, but only to confirm you were on the hockey team and weren't just making it up to stand against that wall. You didn't believe me? He chuckled, shaking his head. That was a blow to my ego, you know. I figured, I said. You couldn't have been that hurt. You ended up coming home with my roommate that night. I only came home with Marissa because I knew she was your roommate. I blinked. What? I wanted to see where you lived, he said. I stared at him and waited for him to tell me he was kidding. He didn't. I wanted to know more about you. So you thought, let me find out more about her by fucking her roommate? No. He shot me a droll look. I was never going to do anything with Marissa. Nothing happened between us. I know, I said. But you let a girl sit on your lap at a party the following night. His lips spread into a slow smile. You sure you weren't interested in me, Lila James? Ugh. I pressed my lips together and stared at his chest. I was grateful not to discuss the accident or soccer, but talking about this while I looked at his perfect body wasn't any easier. No wonder every woman wanted to fuck him. The thought instantly soured my mood. Oh my God, why was I doing this to myself? And why did I even care? I was being ridiculous. What are you thinking about? He tilted my chin up. I shook my head, still staring at his chest. Lila? My eyes snapped to his. I'm not thinking about anything. You may not want to admit that you were curious about me from the beginning, but I was really fucking curious about you. And I watched you closely and often, he said, searching my eyes. I know every scowl, every frown, every hidden smile. I even know the ones you've never graced me with. No, you don't. I scowled. I know your tells, Lila James. Every single one of them. He leaned in and kissed my forehead, tilting my head a little more so we were just a breath apart. Tell me what's wrong. It's really nothing. I met his eyes. I was just thinking that now I understand why all these women want you so badly. He looked at me for a long moment. Just looked. No smile, no frown, nothing to give away what he was thinking. I waited. I was good at that. He brought his hand up and cupped my face, his expression softening as he searched my eyes. Why are you thinking about that? None of them had me the way you do. No, but they still touched you. They didn't mean anything. He kissed my lips softly. You think I like to think about anyone who touched you before me? He gestured his head at the framed photos. You have a framed picture with some guy, and I had to tell myself that whoever he is doesn't matter, because you're with me now. His name is Luke, I said, looking at his chest again. His muscles tightened. I don't want to know. He's dead. I met his eyes again. Shit, I'm sorry, he said. The car accident? I shook my head slowly. You want the real story, or the one everyone got? There are 2 stories? Yep. What's the one everyone got? That he committed suicide. What's the real one? I stared at him. He was murdered. Murdered? He spoke slowly. Wait. Is that why you want to keep me at arm's length? I nodded. He searched my eyes. Why do you think he was murdered? Luke hated guns. Hated them. And he died of a gunshot wound to the head. And you don't think he could have... He let his sentence drift off. I shook my head. No way in hell Luke would have taken his own life. How can you be sure? Well, I can't be sure. But I know. I bit my lip and looked at my hands. I couldn't revive Luke to ask him, but the proof was there. I knew that the detective walked into the house, saw the same thing I did, and thought the same. He would never say it, though. I hated all of them. Every single one of them. I took a deep breath and bit my lip as I thought about that day again, and all the days that followed. Suicide had never crossed my mind until then. I swallowed. Have you ever thought about killing yourself? No. I thought about it so many times after the accident and Luke's death. I felt like I was done. You know? If the universe really wanted me here, why would it throw all of these awful things at me? And yet I was never able to go through with it. I met his gaze. Why do you think that is? I wasn't sure why I was telling him any of this. I'd never told Marissa and Press because I didn't want it to be one more thing on their ever-growing list of worries. Not that I thought about it anymore. I had, though. The accident had taken a toll on me, and Luke's death sent me over the edge. Marissa and Prescott were also distraught and traumatized, but they were able to mourn along with everyone else. For months, I couldn't imagine going on. The pain was too raw, and the load of the burden felt crushing. Yet something stopped me each time I tried. You want the real answer, or the one I should give you? He asks. The real answer, smartass. I rolled my eyes but felt myself smile a little. Because the world would be empty without you, he said. Because we wouldn't have met. And my soul would be lost for the rest of my life, searching for yours. Jesus, Lachlan. My voice was a whisper, my heart gripping my throat too tightly to speak any louder. You can't say things like that. He stared at me for a long time, saying nothing. I was difficult to make uncomfortable, but he managed it under his penetrating gaze. Do you say these things to everyone you want to charm? I asked quietly, trying to break the silence. even if his answer might hurt a little.
"I've never wanted to charm anyone,"
he said, still looking at me with those intense green eyes. I stared back, lost in them. I blinked away when I couldn't take it anymore. What's the answer you should give me?
"You have a long life ahead of you. You'd be doing yourself an injustice by cutting it short."
How very political of you. I felt myself smile wide. He looked at me as if in awe. What?
"That's my favorite smile. You have no idea how often I dream of it."
He brought a hand up and brushed his thumb against my bottom lip.
"I want to possess it, to keep it for myself."
I bit the inside of my cheek. The butterflies were having a field day in my stomach.
"Tell me about the accident,"
he said again, searching my face. There's not much to tell. I was driving the car when it happened. I walked away with 3 cuts and a broken arm. I said, my voice even. And my mom died from it.
Fuck.
He pulled me into his arms and held me.
"I'm sorry."
I accepted his words even though they didn't make me feel anything anymore. When I thought about the accident these days, I felt nothing. When I thought about Luke, I felt nothing. I was just blank all the time. Blank all the time unless Lachlan was in front of me. It was horrifying, I whispered. I blacked out and broke my arm from the force of the airbag. But I came to while I was still in the car and I shivered. It was awful.
"I'm sorry."
He breathed against my hair. It's another reason I need you to stay away.
"Why?"
He pulled back.
"The accident wasn't just an accident?"
I shook my head. He watched me for a long time. I could see the wariness in his expression as he looked at me. I mean, these were some crazy allegations. He had no reason to believe me. But then, his expression shifted from wariness to confusion to anger. He remained there. His jaw ticked.
"Do you think you know who caused it?"
I know who did it, I said quietly, as the image of him popped into my head. I pushed it away quickly. As I said, I'll tell you everything when I know it's safe.
"So what? In order to keep me safe, you're not going to see me until then?"
He stared at me, disbelief clear in his expression.
"After tonight?"
He held both my hands in one of his.
"You're leaving for the other side of the country and you think I'm not going to see you every chance I get until then?"
Did you not hear a word I said? I searched his eyes, hoping the gravity of the situation would sink in. This is exactly why I tried to keep this from happening.
"Come on, Lila,"
he said, tilting his head like that idea was absurd.
"This was always going to happen."
I don't understand why, I said. Why me? Because I'm difficult?
"You know why you."
His eyes bore into mine. My stomach did a flip.
"What if I come here, or you go to my place?"
You shouldn't spend the time you have left of college hiding out and not going to parties, I said.
"I'm not interested in parties."
His gaze was intense again.
"I'm not interested in any of it."
I'm just saying we're going our separate ways and you might regret it, I pointed out. You'll go to Toronto or Boston and I'll be elsewhere.
Lila James.
He smiled one of his slow, sexy smiles. You sure you weren't interested in me? I pursed my lips. Be serious. I'm being serious. He chuckled, lifting my hand and nipping the tips of my fingers with his teeth. I could be in Toronto and you in Tokyo, and I'd still find a way to keep exploring this. Locke, look, if sneaking around will make you comfortable, fine. I don't give a fuck what I have to do. Okay, I whispered. Okay? He raised an eyebrow. Okay, what? Okay, let's keep seeing each other, I said, adding, in private, in secret, until we leave. And then? He lifted my hand again and kissed the inside of my wrist. And then we'll see. I inhaled sharply when he pressed his mouth over my pulse. He dropped my hand and kissed me again, biting my bottom lip into his mouth as he pulled away. My heart skipped every time he did that. Come closer, he said quietly, bringing me closer to him under the sheets. He reached out to turn off the lights and pulled me so my back was against his chest. He pressed his lips to the back of my neck. You know we have the same middle name? I laughed. No freaking way. He nuzzled against my neck. I was going to tell you the second time I saw you, but I thought you might knee me in the balls. I bit back my smile, even though it was dark and he couldn't see me. I wouldn't have kneed him, but I could see why he'd think that. Hey, Locke. I smiled in the darkness. I remembered what I was going to tell you. What is it? He asked, as I turned in his arms to face him. I'm always numb unless you're around. You make me feel. I couldn't see his face, but I heard his sharp intake of breath. Fuck, Lila James. He pulled me closer and pressed his lips to mine in a slow kiss. Chapter 14. Lila. I was walking into the tunnel and fell into a fit of laughter when I saw Lachlan. I had noticed him in the stands. Even if I hadn't, his resonating shouts every time I ran on and off the field would have made him hard to miss. The football stadium was at capacity, but somehow I could hear his, Prescott's, and Marissa's shouts everywhere. I'd kicked twice for an extra point and nailed it both times. I had to admit that I would miss the heck out of this. I was hesitant when Banks asked me to do it after speaking to his coach and the team. The first time I ran out there, everyone was confused. The second time, they acted like I was Elvis performing his last concert. The energy in the stadium was palpable every time I ran out there. I knew it was because I was a girl and kicked ass, but it still reminded me of my glory days in soccer, so I loved it. And because the football coach was such a stickler, no one was allowed near the stadium outside game hours. That included parents and faculty. It was the only reason I did it. Otherwise, I would have passed up on the offer. I couldn't risk him lurking around here. I shivered at the thought of that psychopath watching me as I walked over to where Locke was standing at the end of the hall. He was near the locker rooms. I didn't even want to ask how he gained access to this area. As sneaky as he was, he probably had someone hack into the system to add him to the football roster for this. I wouldn't put anything past him. I smiled wide when I finally reached him and he lifted me in a tight hug. I was sweaty and cross and still had the helmet in my hand, but he didn't care. And right now in his arms, I didn't either. You fucking killed it, he said, grinning with pride. I thought my heart might explode. Good work out there, Marshall, one of the guys said behind me. Thank you, Jacobs. I turned to face him. You did good work out there running in that last touchdown. You did, man. That last one was insane, Locke said. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. He put out his fist for us to bump and started walking away backward. See you tonight, Marshal? You just might, I said with a shrug as he walked away. What's tonight? Locke grabbed me by the shoulder pads and crouched a little to meet my eyes. Is he talking about Press's party? Yep. We're going? He asked, frowning slightly. I loved how he said we about everything. You're going, I said. I might pass by. Seriously, Lila? He shot me a look. If you pass by, I pass by. Fine, we're going, but we're arriving at separate times, I said. How much time are we talking? He asked as we started walking down the hall. I don't know, 20 minutes? I stopped at the door of the bathroom and unlocked it. I obviously didn't shower and change with the guys. I used the bathroom down the hall. All of my things were already in there waiting. I was going home and straight into the shower, but I needed to give back the pads, since I wouldn't be using them anymore. Lachlan stopped in front of me. Fine. You know how it is. Marissa is going to want to pick out my clothes and go with me, I said. What are you wearing? He asked, his mouth pulling into that sexy smile of his. I have no clue. I shrugged. I just go with whatever she throws at me. She picked the outfit you wore to the last party? Yep. His eyes darkened, and he hooked his finger through the front of my jersey, leaning down so we were at eye level again. I'm getting hard just thinking about it. I leaned in and licked his lips. He groaned and kissed me. When we broke apart, he nodded at the bathroom door. We can go in there. Hell no, I'm disgusting right now. I barely want you to kiss me, let alone fuck me. My face pulled in disgust. I hate sweat, which is hilarious since I spent most of my life running on fields, sweating. You're so fucking weird. He chuckled and gave me another kiss, letting go of the jersey. I'll see you tonight. I kissed him one last time. He tried to deepen it, but I pulled away from him. Tonight, Lachlan. Fine, he groaned and stepped away. Tonight. Sometimes, wings are built from despair. That was something my grandmother used to say, and it was the thought at the forefront of my mind as I stared at my car and fought the cold chill slithering down my spine. At first glance, it looked like a random act of vandalism. But I knew the truth. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, glass crunching under my shoes as I circled to the driver's side. I opened the door and used the t-shirt to wipe the driver's seat before sitting down. As soon as I shut the car door, the smell of cigarettes filled my nostrils and I gagged. It was a visceral reaction. I tried to push through it by squeezing my eyes shut and tightening the grip on the duffel bag in my lap. My breath caught in my throat when I turned to set my bag on the passenger seat and saw a piece of glass very deliberately placed on the left side. My hands shook as I switched on the engine. There was another cigarette butt on the dash. I left it there as I drove away, careful to show no reaction. I knew he was watching. I didn't know where he was, but I knew he was watching. He got off on shit like this. But he didn't deserve access to my emotions, and I wouldn't grant it. We both knew his message was clear. I drove home feeling sick with anxiety, but otherwise, I was calm. As soon as I parked, I raced to my apartment, locking the door behind me. I dashed to my bedroom and did the same. With a heavy heart, I looked at the photos before me, my silent reminder of why I shouldn't have let my guard down. Marissa had laid out an outfit for me. I considered skipping the event. I should have. But I'd spent the last 2 years of college living like a hermit. I was tired of it. I was tired of him wanting to destroy everything that brought me joy. I just wanted to go to a party like a regular college student and not worry about the consequences. There were strict rules for this particular party. A small and vetted list of guests, no phones and no pictures. I knew I could go without worry. I knew he wouldn't come after me there. He couldn't. I wasn't sure it even mattered anymore. He already knew about us. In 5 days, we'd be out of here. 5 days. I stood up and looked at the dress one more time. His message reminded me of what he could still do to me. He'd tried to cut my wings before. He probably thought he'd rip them up and burn them this time. I wouldn't let him. I stood up and got ready for the party. Chapter 15. Lila. "Everything will be okay," Marissa said, holding my hand as we walked to Prescott's house, which was only a block away. "I know," I said, reassuring both of us. My window was fucked, but thankfully we knew a guy from high school whose dad owned a car shop where they happened to repair windows. He would pick up the car tonight while we were at the party and return it as soon as possible. I was trying not to think about it too much. The glass would be fixed, and we would leave and never have to deal with this crap again. I refused to waste any more energy on him. I'd given him enough of that and more through the years. I was done. I'd go to this party, have fun with my friends, and act like a regular college girl. It didn't take much to deduce that if it weren't for Locke, I would have been at the apartment right now, watching whatever television show caught my attention. God, I couldn't wait to get out of here and go somewhere where we could hold hands, without me having to look over my shoulder constantly. I pushed all of that aside. Tonight was about having fun. "Do you think I look naked?" I asked, looking down at the dress I was wearing. I didn't look naked inside the apartment, but now I thought I looked naked. "Not really." She glanced over at me, eyed me up and down, and started laughing. "Okay, maybe a little since it's dark out here. Locke's going to fucking die. Marissa!" I slapped her arm. "It's going to be dark there, which means I'll look naked." "Who cares? You wore a dress covered in holes at the country club with only a bikini under. This is a one-piece." I was wearing a cover-up and a bathing suit to the pool that day. I pointed out. "This one-piece looks the same color as my skin, and this mesh and glitter dress just adds to the nude look." "You look amazing, and no one will think you're actually naked." She rolled her eyes. "Think of it this way. You won't have to worry about flashing anyone if you bend over since you're wearing a freaking bodysuit underneath that covers your entire torso." I pursed my lips. She had a point there. I eyed her outfit, a tight dress covered in cutouts. It was super revealing, but at least the scraps of cloth covering her private parts were hot pink and made sure you knew she wasn't naked. The bodysuit covered all of my privates. It was beautiful. And I knew that people wore this nude-looking thing to red carpets these days. So maybe she was right. "Stop overthinking this," she said. "You look hot." I took a deep breath and nodded. At least Prescott's parties were by invitation only, and he had a no-phone rule. You could keep your phone, but you had to either turn it off or set it on airplane mode. If you were caught using it or taking any pictures, you got kicked out and banned from future parties. Because it was such a big deal to be invited at all, everyone followed the rules. I took a deep breath as we walked in and decided that Mar was right. I looked hot and felt comfortable in the damn dress. And she was right about the nude aspect. I'd seen at least 3 celebrities wear this style to award shows this past season. Fine, no one would think I was naked, but they'd be able to get a better picture of what I might look like if I was. And for someone who'd worn baggy clothes for 2 straight years, that made me panicky. I took another breath. It didn't matter. At least not at this party. And I was technically more naked wearing a bikini. I followed Marissa inside and said hello to the guys who greeted us by the door. Marissa grabbed my fingers as we continued walking. "I feel like he has the same crowd every time," she said. "It's better that way. It means he trusts everyone here." "I guess," she sighed as we beelined to the kitchen. We found Prescott and Drew pouring themselves drinks. I looked around for Locke, but didn't see him and didn't ask. I said hello and let Press pour me a shot. I looked outside. His favorite wall wasn't here, so he couldn't be guarding it. There was a beer pong table and a keg set up, so maybe he was outside. You look... Drew's eyes went up and down my body. Then he shook his head. Naked? I supplied. I know you're wearing a bathing suit, but yeah, you look naked. He chuckled. Regardless, you look hot as fuck. Thanks, I muttered quietly. I'm also here, asshole, Marissa said. Yeah, but you always dress like that, and you know you always look good. He smirked and pointed at me. This one hides it. No one will think you're naked, Prescott said, knowing that might freak me out. He took a sip of his beer. And you look hot, so who cares? You're right. I nodded. We're out of here in a few days, so fuck it. I finally let myself relax and forget what I was wearing. We talked about where everyone was going next week after we got out of college for good. Drew was saying he was also going to med school, and we started talking about that. He wanted to be a surgeon, and I wanted to be a sports medicine specialist, a completely different career path. But the first 3 years of school would be the same. You're done in 3 years, though, right? Drew asked. I am. I mean, as soon as I figure out where I'm going to school, I said. You still don't know? Nope. She was accepted into all the ones she applied to. Prez supplied. She's going to pick while we're in California, Marissa added. What are you going to do? Drew asked her. Probably open up my own business, she said, and went into all the details. Our parents had set up bank accounts for us when we were kids, but graduating college meant we'd have full access to them. Marissa would use her money to open up a healthy cafe featuring smoothies or bowls. She hadn't decided. While she spoke about it, I heard someone behind me shout my name. Lyles, he said again, closer now. I turned around to see Banks standing there with a dart in his hand. His eyes returned to mine after he quickly took in my outfit. Hi? And what the fuck? I said, nodding at the dart in his hand. Oh. He laughed and pointed at the dartboard behind him. I'm practicing. Is this new? I looked at Prescott. Not really. You just haven't been here in ages. True. I turned and walked over to Banks and the board. I heard you kick ass in beer pong, he said. Wow, people actually talked about that? I shook my head. Mason did since he won, he said. People were talking about your heated exchange with Lachlan. Oh, God. I closed my eyes and shook my head. Who cares? Banks shrugged. Fuck them. You can do whatever the hell you want. Yeah, I guess you're right. I laughed at the way he said it. I didn't bother to point out that I didn't give a shit what people said about it. I just didn't want word to spread too much. I watched Banks for a while, laughing each time he cursed when he hit the outermost part of the board. I think you need to tilt your elbow a bit, I said, studying the board. All of your darts go right. He lowered his arm and looked at me. Don't fucking tell me you're good at this, too. Okay, I'm not. I shrugged, but I was smiling a little. How the fuck are you good at everything? Trust me, I'm not. But I am good with my aim. I put out my hand so he could give me one of his darts. Pay attention to my elbow. If you throw it like this... I threw it to demonstrate. You're going to go that way. I lowered my arms. If you center your elbow, you can hit your target. Show me. He put the rest of the darts in my hand. I started to throw them. I hit the inner circle again, the bullseye, and the bullseye again. Drew and Prescott clapped and cheered, inspiring the few random people who must have already been drunk to clap and cheer. Banks was too stunned to say anything, and I was too mortified by the attention to move. I did a little bow, a 180 to get out of there, and ran into Lachlan. He was wearing a gray V-neck t-shirt and jeans. So simple, but he looked so fucking hot, as usual. I looked at his face and studied it, committing it to memory. I wasn't sure why I did that so often, since I saw him every day and at all hours, unless he was at hockey practice or a game. Our eyes locked, and I felt the breath go out of my lungs. "Hey," I said, my heart beating uncontrollably at his heated green eyes. "You're great at that." He nodded behind me and lowered his mouth to my ear, nipping it quickly and sending a jolt through my body. "How the fuck am I supposed to keep my hands off you?" When he pulled away, I tried to set enough distance between us, the way I did with Press and Drew and Banks. But I felt that we could be on different planets and the tension between us would still be palpable. "Hey, Locke," some girl said as she walked by. She wasn't flirting, just saying hello, but he ignored her and kept his eyes on mine. I smiled at him, which made his eyes darken even more. I loved knowing I was the only one who got this reaction from him. I loved the way he looked at me like nothing else in the world mattered. Maybe I should have been a little wary of his intensity and how he could easily take over my thoughts and emotions. But I knew the feeling was mutual. Going from someone who got used to not feeling anything to feeling everything when I was with him should have scared me. But for some inexplicable reason, it didn't. Conversations were happening all around us. People weren't paying attention to the way we'd been locked in this all-consuming staring contest, and I really wanted to kiss him. I could lean him away from everyone and take him to the bathroom, or Press's room, but I didn't want to. I wanted to see what he'd do if I gave him the green light not to hide whatever this was. I knew his reputation. I'd heard it all already. The way he didn't kiss anyone, the way every puck bunny was obsessed with him, the way he only slept with the same girl twice because he felt like a third time would make them get attached. He'd given me that morsel of information on our 5th night together. We'd spent every night together, either at his place or mine. This was a new experience for both of us in so many ways, and it felt nice to be on the same playing field. I glanced away for a moment, taking in the room. There were more people here now, but they'd all been carefully picked by Press. I thought about it. I looked at him again and licked my lips. His eyes caught the movement, and I watched as he shut them and took a breath. Okay, I was doing this. I tugged his shirt, bringing him close so I could speak in his ear. "We're almost out of here. This is a small party, so fuck it. Who cares?" I said. "These people have been vetted by Press anyway, so they have to be He didn't even give me a chance to finish my damn sentence before his lips were on mine. It was so unexpected that it took me a second to kiss him back. Without breaking the kiss, he crouched down and lifted me. My legs instinctively wrapped around his waist and my arms around his neck as he cupped my ass to hold me steady. Our tongues danced along with the upbeat music playing. When I pulled away, I felt eyes on me. The kitchen was so quiet that you could probably actually hear a pin drop. We still hadn't looked away from each other, so my eyes widened at his. I buried my face in his neck. It feels like we're in a 90s rom-com. "Is this a nightmare for you?" he asked, his voice low and husky in my ear. I pulled back and smiled at him. "It never is when I'm with you." He growled as he kissed me again, one hand gripping my ass tight and the other holding me by the nape of my neck, pulling me as close as possible to him. I think someone cheered, but mostly they were still silent. When we pulled away again, I forced him to set my feet on the ground. He did, but as soon as I was standing beside him, he grabbed my hand and linked our fingers together as we turned around to get a drink. Everyone around us was staring. Prescott and Marissa laughed and shook their heads at everyone's stunned silence. "It makes sense," Drew said after he picked his jaw up off the ground. "You're both unattainable." He brought up a finger like he was counting. "You're both the best at your sport, even though you don't play anymore," he added quickly, looking at me. "And you're both hot as fuck," one of the girls there added, the one that said hi to him earlier. I looked at her and laughed. "Still, man," Drew said, eyes wide on Locke. "How?" I didn't know what he was asking. How did he manage to crack me of all people? How did I manage to get him of all people? How had he managed to keep it a secret? It could be anything. Drew was waiting, and apparently the rest of the nosy people around us also wanted an answer. Locke let go of my hand and hugged me into his side, but I pulled back to look at his face. He smiled at me. "I chased and chased and chased until she finally gave me a fucking chance." That answer seemed to stun them even more, but at that point we were done being the freaking main attraction. We spent the rest of the night playing beer pong, which we dominated, and then talking and drinking with our friends. Locke's hands were all over me every moment he wasn't occupied, which continued to draw surprised glances the entire night. I thought it was hilarious, but I understood the reason. The guy who fended people off at parties was the one who couldn't seem to keep his hands to himself. The guy with a no-kissing rule kissed me every opportunity he had. I had butterflies in my stomach and smiled at him all night. When we decided to leave the party and return to my place, I let go of his hand. We were walking next to each other, but at what I hoped would appear like a friendly distance. I tried not to be obvious about checking for my car. I wasn't going to tell Locke about what happened. It would only lead to questions and concerns. He had enough on his plate, and we were almost out of here, so I didn't think it was worth mentioning. "You drank," he said suddenly, as if he'd just noticed. "Are you saying that because I'm swaying a little?" I asked with a laugh as I looked up at him. "If so, I want to point out that I'm wearing heels." "I would carry you, but that's against the rules." He chuckled when my eyes widened. He grew serious again, his brows pulling slightly. "The liquor was unopened and you drank." "You were there." I shrugged. "I know you wouldn't let anything happen to me." His steps came to a halt when we reached my place. He turned to me, searched my face for a few seconds, and shook his head. "Lila James." He exhaled a deep breath, still shaking his head as we walked up the stairs, as if he had no words to describe what he felt. The feeling was mutual. Chapter 16. Lila. The days passed so quickly that I went from wanting to leave Fairview to wishing I could stay cocooned in Lachlan's arms a while longer. It wasn't just the sex. That was mind-blowing as well. But it was more than that. It was being with him. We'd binged shows, watched movies, ordered takeout, and ate it while we critiqued the shit out of whatever we'd just watched. We cooked dinner together, which was a freaking mess, but it was fun. Behind closed doors, I'd been grinning nonstop. And I hadn't stopped grinning because the only time I'd stepped outside my apartment was to go to his. It was weird. Marissa had seen us together a million times and was still in shock. I wasn't sure whether it was because of my complete change in mood, because I was smiling, which she liked to remind me that I didn't do this much even before, or because Lachlan Duke was with the same woman every day and showed no interest in anyone else. Maybe it was all of the above. Tonight, I'd swapped the confines of my apartment for the arena, sitting between Marissa and Banks watching the Blaze second championship game. I hadn't told Locke and knew I was the last person he'd expect to see here. Despite the number of times Prescott had invited me, I'd never been to a hockey game, so this was a new experience. So far, based on the nachos I was currently stuffing my face with out of pure anxiety, it got a 10 out of 10. When my stomach wouldn't quit coiling, I handed the nachos to Banks, who was virtually a human trash can. He'd already had Marissa's Skittles, my peanut M&Ms, and a bag of popcorn. "Relax," Marissa whispered as she set a hand on my bouncing knee. "I'm trying." I bit my lip. I wouldn't relax. When I told Marissa I wanted to come, I figured we'd sit somewhere in the stands and Locke wouldn't see me. She didn't tell me that the tickets Prescott gave her were in the first row right next to the sin bin, ice box, penalty box. Marissa had called it all three, but I settled on that one since that's what it was. I stared at it. I wondered what you had to do to end up there and how often Locke was sent. I wasn't sure if I wanted the answer to be a lot or never. It seemed kind of dumb to end up there, considering it shaved off minutes you could have spent on the ice. It probably would have helped if I'd listened to Prescott every time he talked about his sport instead of tuning him out and going over soccer plays in my head. He couldn't take offense, since he did the same thing to me. The lights in the arena dimmed and some strobe lights picked up. My knee started bouncing, and when the guys started coming out and the crowd's deafening roar invaded the place, my heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. The arena must have been at capacity with its loudness, but I didn't take my eyes off the ice. When I saw Lachlan skate by, my pulse skyrocketed. I was wearing a replica of his jersey that Marissa got for me at the merch stand outside. He wore the number 10 like I wore in soccer, which he said was another reason we should be together. When Marissa handed it to me, I was unsure whether I wanted to wear it. I could have borrowed one of his if I thought that was a good idea. It seemed like such a public display. But after looking around the arena and realizing most people rooting for the Blaze were also wearing it, I slid it over the shirt I had on. According to Marissa, Locke had signed to be part of the NIL and made more money off his jersey than any other student-athlete in the sport. I'd done the same and was still getting paid for sales off mine, even though I no longer played, which was pretty incredible. Marissa had most of their jerseys but was wearing Prescott's tonight, while Banks wore a school hoodie. Locke skated to the center of the ice and positioned himself in front of a player from the opposite team. I shifted in my seat, my excitement making it hard to sit still. I watched as the referee dropped the puck between them and let them try to get it. Locke passed it back and Mason got a hold of it before the opposite player could get there. Then I watched them skate around vying for the puck as they shoved each other out of the way. I laughed loudly. Hockey was a savage sport. I leaned into Banks, but my eyes remained glued to the ice. "Don't you wish you could do that in the field without getting flagged every 5 seconds?" He laughed. "I'm in the wrong fucking sport." "Can you skate?" "I grew up in Colorado," he said, and I knew he had one of his WTF expressions on his face. "Of course I can skate." Marissa's hand shot out and clutched my knee to stop the bouncing as Prescott gained control of the puck. They were so concentrated on the game that I didn't even know why I'd been nervous about Locke seeing me. Every time he skated past us, the woman behind me screamed louder than anyone else, which made me laugh. It was cute. She reminded me of my mom standing on the sidelines. I let the memory of her pass through me and waited to feel something. I didn't. I thought for sure after Lachlan seemingly opened up a vault of emotions inside me that I'd suddenly feel all the time. But that hadn't been the case. I was laughing more, as Marissa and Banks pointed out during our ride. Only the people at the party knew about Locke and me, and I hoped to keep it that way. Soon we'd be free to see each other wherever we wanted. Outside of Fairview, that was. He couldn't possibly threaten to follow me around the country. A cold shiver spread through me as I thought about that possibility. He wouldn't do that, would he? I shook it off and focused on the game. A player from the other team passed the puck and set himself up to score a goal. I sat at the edge of my seat, holding my breath as the rest of the arena screamed. The player pulled his stick back and hit it. Locke skated right in front of him and blocked it, then pointed at Drew to reprimand him for something. "He's a defenseman," Marissa said in my ear. Drew, I mean. So he was supposed to be there? Yep. How the hell did Locke even get there so fast? I asked quietly, more to myself. He's fast as fuck, Banks said. The fastest in the nation, the woman behind us said. The three of us turned around and looked at her. She smiled proudly, and I immediately knew it was his mother, which filled me with more nerves than I could handle. A guy sitting next to her looked exactly how you'd picture Lachlan's brother to look. He was younger and leaner with shorter hair, but their features were similar. He had much lighter hair than Locke, but that was the only glaring difference. He met my gaze for a moment, smiled, and looked away. He was nicer than Locke as well. Locke was nice. To me. I'd seen him interact with other people enough to know that he was mostly only polite to them. He had 4 smiles, his sexy smirk and charming smile, both of which brought anyone to their knees, his polite smile that he used with most people, and his real smile, which was a mix of both and lit up his eyes. That was the one he always directed at me. He talked a lot about my smiles and how I didn't give them away freely, but he wasn't unlike me in that. He might have smiled more than I did, but they weren't all real. Are you his mom? Banks asked. I am. The woman smiled wide. She was freaking beautiful, with dark brown hair like her son's, brown eyes, and delicate features. I'm Banks. He stuck his hand out and introduced himself. Valerie. She shook his hand with a smile. Liam, the brother said, introducing himself and shaking Banks's hand. Marissa went next because we'd look like assholes if we didn't follow suit now that Banks had introduced himself. Inside, I was glowering at him. Outwardly, I tried my best not to scowl too hard. The last thing I wanted was for Locke's family to think I was an unhappy bitch the first day they met me. I didn't know why I cared, but judging by the way my hands were suddenly sweating, I seemed to care a lot. His mother looked at me next. Lila. I offered her my hand and a small smile. She stared at me for a moment, taking in every one of my features in a way that made my knee want to start bouncing again. Liam bumped her shoulder, making her blink out of whatever she was thinking. Valerie, she said slowly, still studying me. Lila James? My heart sped up. No way. No fucking way he'd told his mother about me. I managed to nod, mouth hanging slightly open. Yeah, that would be me, I said, suddenly a little more nervous than I had been. Valerie smiled wide, confirming that he had indeed told her about me. What had he said? Oh my God, I was going to kill him for this. Liam, his brother said, ripping his mother's hand from mine and shaking it. His lopsided smile made him look even more like his brother. It's so nice to meet you both, I said, smiling as I took my hand back and turned around. Marissa's fingers clawed into my thighs. I squeezed them, saying, I know. I know. My entire body felt hot. I wondered if I was blushing. Of course I was freaking blushing. I wondered if they could tell. We focused on the game again. Number 8 from the other team was pushed into the plexiglass directly in front of us. His eyes went wide like the air had been knocked out of him momentarily. He looked at me, or at least that was what it felt like, and then he was gone, chasing after Drew. That's Nolan Astor, Marissa whisper shouted in my ear. Hottest college hockey player. Not only at LSU, I mean everywhere. I laughed. You've said that about 3 guys. Well, after Lachlan, he's the next hottest on the ice right now. Then it's Jonah, then probably Prescott. I shook my head, biting back a smile. As I looked around, though, I did notice that the only jersey that rivaled Locke's number 10 was Astor's number 8. I wondered if they were friends. I played against the same handful of girls since I'd started on competitive teams. Sometimes we'd end up on the same travel team. Other times we'd played against each other. On the field, we were rivals. But off of it, we'd become friends. However, we didn't hit each other the way these guys did. I wasn't sure I could be friends with someone who slammed me into a wall every 5 seconds. Mason was the next one slammed against the plexiglass in front of us. I jumped in my seat again. Sitting in the first row was probably not a good idea for someone as wound up as I was. Our team tried unsuccessfully for a goal twice. They tried 3 times unsuccessfully. My stomach was still tight from nerves as I watched. I played a lot of soccer games, watched even more of them. I couldn't remember the last time I felt this anxious. As I watched Mason take hold of the puck and pass it to Prescott, who then passed it to Locke, I held my breath. They were right freaking there, right in front of the goal again. Locke passed it back to Mason, who tried to get it in unsuccessfully. Number 8 from the other team hit it straight to Lachlan's stick. The goalkeeper hadn't even fully stood from blocking the last goal attempt, and Lachlan hit it right above his head. The crowd went wild. I jumped out of my seat and cheered right along with them. It was impossible not to get caught up in the moment. They celebrated in a group hug as a loud horn blared, and we continued to cheer. After pulling apart, Locke set a hand on the plexiglass and dragged it around the rink, which I guessed was the hockey version of high-fiving the crowd. When he reached our section, I caught his eye immediately. Surprise flashed in them, but was quickly replaced with what I could only describe as joy. I smiled wide. He smiled wider, then glanced over my head and raised his eyebrows at his mom and brother before skating off. As he did, I felt a pat and squeeze on my shoulder and looked back to find his mom smiling at me. Oh my fucking God, I was going to kill him for this. I smiled back and looked forward quickly. When time ran out, a horn went off, and the players headed where they'd skated out from in the beginning. Chapter 17. Lila. Beer? Banks stood up with the empty nacho tray in his hand. No thanks, I said. I'll take one, Marissa said, grabbing my hand and pulling me to stand. Come on, we have 18 minutes. Let's go to the bathroom. 18 minutes? I stood shaking my head. They are so spoiled. Lachlan's mother laughed as she stood up. No breaks in soccer, right? We get 15 minutes between the first and second half, but we play for 45 minutes consecutively. I managed to say without shrieking at the fact that he'd even told her I played soccer. How much had Lachlan told this woman about me? I prefer soccer, his brother said. We were walking out of our rows at the same time. At the edge, I let them go ahead of me. Behind me, Marissa squeezed my arm to stop me from walking. He told his fucking family about you, she whispered. Holy shit! I shot a glare over my shoulder, and she returned it with a wide smile and a knowing twinkle in her eyes. Valerie wanted to keep talking to me upstairs while Liam started texting, and Marissa stood in line for the bathroom. There was a long line to get into the women's bathroom. Of course there was. My phone buzzed in the bag I was wearing across my chest, but I couldn't take it out while Lachlan's mom told me about his love for hockey. We spoke about soccer, and I told her I'd missed it initially, but had grown used to living without it. It wasn't a complete lie. I missed being on the pitch. I was competitive by nature, so of course I missed games, but I no longer felt like I'd wither without them. Maybe one day you'll get back out there, Valerie said, offering me a kind smile. Maybe. I shrugged, looking away briefly. We'll see. My son never talks about girls, she said suddenly. My eyes snapped back to hers. I felt like I might throw up, but I let her continue. When he mentioned you by name, I knew it was serious. My heart dropped. I hate that we met late. I can't imagine how we'd be able to continue seeing each other with him going pro and me going to med school, you know? I can't imagine how you wouldn't, she said. Lachlan doesn't half-ass anything. If he's serious about you, he'll go through hell and high water to get to you. I bit my lip. He may not want to. There are a lot more puck bunnies when you go pro. At that, she laughed wholeheartedly. The way her eyes danced reminded me so much of Locke that I had to smile. Oh, honey, I don't think you understand what it means to catch my son's attention the way you have. I've only seen him this way over hockey. She raised an eyebrow. Make of that what you will. My chest gripped tightly. We just met. Love has no logic. Love. My heart pounded harder. I couldn't respond, but I nodded slowly to let her know I understood what she was telling me. I couldn't deny that I was in love with him. I couldn't confirm it either. I didn't know what being in love felt like, but if it was this persistent ache in the center of my chest, then maybe I was. When the fuck had that happened? Holy shit. We spoke a little more about where she lived and where I'd grown up before she was dragged away by Liam, who shot me an apologetic smile as we went our separate ways. Marissa was still in line, though she'd almost reached the front. I headed over, thinking about Locke. He'd been so good about having to sneak around to see me. He'd only said once that he felt like a dirty secret. And even that he'd said with an amused laugh, as if he couldn't believe that he was the one being kept secret in all of this. Cocky motherfucker. We'd be out of here soon, and wouldn't have to sneak around anymore. And this wasn't the 1800s. We had FaceTime and airplanes. We could see each other often if we made it a priority. Maybe it could work. I pulled out my phone as I reached Marissa and saw 2 texts from him. My heart skipped. Lachlan. You look so fucking hot wearing my name on your back. Lachlan. I hope my mom isn't bugging you too much. Me. Everyone is wearing your name on their back. Me. She's so nice, and I want to murder you. I didn't expect him to respond, but it was instant. Lachlan. I only see you. Lachlan. LOL, you would never. You'd miss me too much. I bit my lip and felt myself smile at the screen. Thankfully, we were in the bathroom so no one could see me. Even though I decided to come to this game, I was still worried. I was out of my apartment, which was weird enough. I was wearing his jersey. He looked at me when he was on the ice. There were so many reasons for me to be paranoid. Initially, I'd been tuned into my surroundings, looking around and ensuring I wasn't being watched. At some point, I'd let my guard down, though. I let myself forget that I was a danger to us, and that alone put us in graver danger. Still, I responded the way I wanted to, because no one could gain access to our text exchange. Me. I'd miss you so fucking much. Me. Stop texting me. Get your head in the game, Duke. Lachlan. Yes, ma'am. I set my phone away and found Marissa staring at me when I looked up. I frowned. What? She shook her head. I thought she would poke fun at me, but her eyes filled with tears. Seeing you like this makes me so happy. I've said that 1,000,000 times, but I thought I'd lost you for good. Same. I sighed. I don't know what it is about him. Who cares? She side-hugged me. I just want you to stay like this forever. She had to let me go so she could walk into the stall that had just freed up. I walked into the next one. When I finished flushing and was ready to walk back out, I stood in the stall with my eyes closed as I took 3 deep breaths. Not to calm me down, keep the mask on my face, or bury my feelings, but to savor the moment. Everything about Lachlan felt right. I knew that didn't happen often, and I'd lost too much to take any of this for granted. We made it back to our seats with 30 seconds to go. Valerie and Liam were already sitting in theirs, sharing nachos. I looked over my shoulder and smiled at her when the horn went off to alert us that the game was starting again. I held my breath as I watched them start. We gained control of the puck, which earned a roar from the stands. I watched, enthralled, as they skated around the rink. As they played, Banks explained D-men and hip checks and told me to call the penalty box the sin bin unless I wanted to sound like an amateur. I bit back a smile. Maybe Banks should have played hockey instead of football. How do you even know all this? I asked. My older and younger brothers play. My mouth dropped. How the hell did you end up playing football? Middle child syndrome, I guess. He laughed, shaking his head. I thought I was being rebellious. I'm good at it and love it, but I would have been okay out there. He nodded at the ice. I kept my eyes on Lachlan the entire time he moved. He skated with such ease and dribbled the puck well. I frowned and took out my phone, searching, is dribbling a thing in hockey? The answer wasn't clear, so I asked Banks, who laughed but didn't get a chance to answer because number 8 on the opposing team ran into Locke and pinned him against the plexiglass. I held my breath. Locke shook it off and kept skating. I would have been on the floor for at least a minute, catching my breath and letting myself breathe through the pain. The guy was sent to the sin bin, and the asshole smiled as he took his helmet off and skated over. I glared at him, which he caught and made him smile wider. I glared at him when he got to the sin bin next to us. He laughed, got near the plexiglass, and blew me a kiss. It was so fucking unexpected that I froze. The balls on this fucking guy. He was as hot as Marissa claimed, but what the hell? My eyes swung back to the rink and I caught Lachlan's eyes on us. Oh, fuck. I did Astor the favor of not looking at him again. Lachlan would kill him. Holy shit, Marissa breathed. He's pissed. I know, I whispered. I hope he realized I was glaring at the guy and not checking him out. She laughed. I don't think it matters what you were doing. Astor loves to start shit. He does this every freaking game. It's kind of funny. He'll single a girl out and fuck with her throughout the game. It's part of his charm. Yeah, real charming, I scoffed. Well, it's supposed to be fun and games, but he started shit with the wrong person tonight, she said in a low voice. Astor went right back on the ice when his 2 minutes were up. The opposing team was passing the puck around, but Mason got in there and stole it, earning a cheer from us. He drove it back to the other side and passed it to Press, who passed it to Locke, who shot it in over the goalie's head. We jumped out of our seats and cheered. The lights went out and strobe lights appeared on the ice for a moment. The crowd was deafening. This time, instead of giving the crowd a faux high five, Locke power skated across the ice and pushed Astor, who seemed to be waiting for him, and pushed him back. That started a fight. This wasn't the little push I was used to on the pitch. On rare occasions, we argued with the opposing team. This was a real fucking fight. They'd both dropped their gloves and gone at it, even as the whistle from the ref went off. My mouth was hanging open as I watched. I didn't want Locke to get hurt, but I couldn't deny that it was fun to see it unfold. This was part of the reason people liked this sport. I could tell from the way everyone was screaming and cheering. Locke reached up to remove his helmet, but Prescott was right there, stopping him from doing so, which made no sense. Why do they have their helmets on? I shouted. It's a rule, Banks said. It's a sign of respect, Valerie said behind me. So they don't break their knuckles, Liam added. This is crazy, I breathed, my heart pounding in my ears. They just let them fight? It's part of hockey, Marissa said, eyes wide on the spectacle in front of us. My mind went to the night of the party when Mason tried to kiss me and Locke pushed him away, and I realized that he'd shown restraint. He wasn't showing any here. They both ended up on the ground and got pulled off each other by their teammates as the ref blew the whistle again. They were both sent to the sin bin this time. There were 2 guys between them, and Locke still managed to bare his teeth at Astor, who was in the one beside us. Damn, Locke, I thought we were friends, Astor shouted. The asshole was still laughing. I doubted Locke could hear him over the noise. Even if he did, he continued to glare. My heart skipped when his gaze caught mine. It continued to skip the entire time we looked at each other. The crowd was locked into the game and screaming, so I was sure they weren't paying us any mind. I felt like we were in our own bubble. I felt Astor's eyes on me and looked at him quickly. His brows shot up as he looked between the two of us and shook his head, laughing as he turned around. I hoped this didn't mean he would use me to antagonize him. If he did, I'd have to assume he was crazy and wanted to live in the sin bin. Locke's jaw was tight. He was looking at Astor when I looked at him again, and I willed him to turn his attention back to me. As if he had access to my brain, he did. I tried to relay to him to calm the fuck down and keep his head in the game, but I wasn't sure how I could say all of those words with just my eyes. I mouthed it to him, earning a smirk before he looked away to set his helmet back on his head and get back on the ice. Astor got next to him, and my stomach clenched as I waited for Locke's reaction to whatever he said. I was going to be pissed if he got another 2-minute penalty. Instead, Locke nodded, and they gave each other a fist bump. Men were so fucking weird. We won 3-2. Locke scored 2, and Mason scored the last one. It was unreal. Chapter 18. Lila. It would be impossible for us to sneak around here. He had to know that. It was the only reason I said goodbye to his mom and brother after the game instead of sticking around. There was a crowd waiting for him anyway, all holding their phones out for selfies or something in their hands for him to autograph. Pride swelled inside me when I saw them. I remembered the feeling I got the first time I'd signed autographs, taken pictures, and smiled as I stepped off the pitch. I took my phone out and texted Marissa and Banks, telling them I'd wait outside by the entrance we'd walked in through. Since Banks didn't want to carry his keys, he'd given them to me to put inside my bag, so it wasn't like they could leave without me. But I needed to make sure they knew exactly where I was. I pressed my back against the glass and watched as the crowd continued walking through the doors. According to Mar's last text, I'd been standing there for 3 minutes when I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. My heart stopped beating as I stood straight and started looking around. I wondered if this feeling would go away when I left Fairview, or if it would persist forever. I couldn't imagine it going away. As long as he knew my name and location, he'd find me. I didn't want that to be true. I kept telling myself that there was no way he'd leave Fairview to look for me. But he was completely unhinged, and I wasn't feeling too sure about that. My eyes looked through the crowd of people leaving, but I didn't see him. Maybe I was being paranoid. Yes, I was being paranoid. Still, I jumped when my phone buzzed in my hand. Marissa, wait for us in the truck. I stared at her text for a long moment. What were they doing that would take long enough for her to tell me to wait in the truck? I looked at the parking lot where Banks's black truck was. It wasn't far, and he'd parked near the light, so anything that happened outside the truck would be visible. There were enough people around to hear me if I screamed, and see me if I struggled. I took a breath and joined the wall of people walking toward the lot. A group of people from Ellis University talked shit about Lachlan, which made me irrationally angry, so I focused on them. I had to remind myself of all the times people openly talked shit about me after they lost a game and their pride was bruised. Still, hearing them trash Lachlan was different. I wanted to pull them by the jersey and punch them. Maybe I would have if A, I was crazy enough to do it, and B, they weren't guys and a whole foot taller than me. They must have been basketball players with their build and height. When I made it close enough to the truck, I clicked the button to unlock the doors and took off in a sprint. I got into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and turned the truck on. I made it. I took a relieved breath and moved to the back seat, where I'd sat on the way over. I took a deep breath, and on my exhale, there was a loud knock on the window next to me. I screamed so loud and jumped so high out of my seat that the top of my head hit the roof. With a hand over my rapidly beating heart, I looked outside and saw Lachlan standing there. What the hell? I unlocked the door and grabbed the handle. I had barely touched it before it swung open and Lachlan was in the back seat with me, shutting and locking it behind him. His eyes burned into mine. I could only stare at him, mouth slightly parted, still in shock, and now instantly turned on. He'd just had a shower. His hair was still wet, the smell of his soap filling the car. I wanted to lick him. My eyes must have shown something because his darkened even more, if that were possible. He said nothing, just wrapped a hand behind my neck and slammed his lips against mine with a deep growl that worked its way through me and settled between my legs. Our tongues danced in a fury of need, our hands tugging at hair, our shirts, anything we could grab a hold of to make us get closer. Without breaking the kiss, he pulled me onto his lap so I was straddling him. Through my thin biker shorts, I could feel how hard he was, and instinctively ground my hips into him. He groaned into my mouth and pulled away from the kiss, still holding both sides of my face. His eyes were a deep green right now, still burning through me in a way that made a shiver rock through my entire body. "Fuck," he growled, and brought his mouth to mine again. He pulled away to look at me. "I don't have a condom, baby." "I don't care. I don't. You already know I've never done it without one." His eyes darkened as they searched mine. "Me either." I ground my hips into him and he crashed his lips against mine in a frenzy that I matched. He slowed this kiss, teased my lips, and swept his tongue into my mouth in a sensual dance. I rocked against him again, earning another growl. I pulled back slightly and bit his bottom lip as I rocked one more time before I settled back and rested my ass on his thighs. "Aren't you supposed to ride back with the team?" I searched his eyes, willing my heart to stop skipping for a moment. "I told the coach I had a ride." "Can you do that?" He cocked his head, a sexy smirk spreading across his face. "Did you not see me on the ice?" I saw everything. I bit my lip to keep my smile at bay. It didn't work, and earned me a twinkle in his eyes. "Everything, huh?" He leaned in and bit my lip again, gripping my hips. "Take my cock out." I immediately looked around. There were still people walking by. Some were standing in front of cars, busy in conversation. Banks's tints were blackout dark. He'd gotten 3 tickets because of them and still refused to lighten them, but still. The car would surely move if we fucked in here. Look. My eyes widened at his. "Take my cock out, Lila James. I won't ask again." I scrambled to do as he said. My hands shook as I lowered his sweats until they were beneath his thighs. My eyes snapped to his. No underwear? The spark in his eyes lit up in amusement. I shook my head but couldn't reprimand him. Of course he'd planned this. But when? When did he have time between the game and the short time he'd had to shower? I started to undress, not wanting to waste any time now that I knew we were doing this. He gripped the front of the jersey I wore, a fire in his eyes when I looked at him. "Keep this on." Jesus, I was a goner. I'd probably come before my shorts were completely off me. Somehow I managed to undress from the bottom down quickly. He pulled me back onto his lap, his fingers digging into the flesh of each of my ass cheeks. That alone was making me shake. He let go of the left one and watched me as he brought his hand between us, his fingers moving slowly up and down my folds. He bit his lip and groaned, as if what he was doing to me was bringing him pleasure. I smiled at the sight. I loved seeing him like this, loved knowing I was the only one who had ever made him this way. "Damn, So wet for me. He dipped 2 fingers inside me, took them out, and massaged my other hole. Look, I breathed, eyes widening as I gripped his shoulders. Relax for me, baby. He returned his lips to mine, his hands moving between both holes. He pumped a little faster and dipped a finger inside my ass. I squirmed. Fuck! I dug my nails into his shoulder blades. God, you're so fucking hot. He bit my bottom lip as he moved his fingers inside me. He moved his thumb against my clit, and that was it. My orgasm hit so hard that I forgot where we were. Unintelligible things left my mouth as an orgasm ripped through me. He took his fingers back and wiped them against his sweats as he positioned me over his dick. I used his shoulders as leverage and sank onto him ever so slowly, watching the expression on his face. He whispered my name like a prayer as his eyes shut, and he threw his head back when I finally had him fully inside me. He brought his gaze to mine and held my hips to keep me from moving. I slid my hands from his shoulders and wrapped them around his neck. Let me move, I moaned, needing the friction he provided. 1 second, baby, he said, eyes hooded. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't move, I whispered. The smile that spread over his face was sinful, but he finally loosened his grip on me and let me move. Fuck, you feel so fucking good, he groaned, lifting his hips to meet mine each time I came down on him. Fuck. Our bodies moved in perfect harmony together, the way we always did. When I was with him, I couldn't remember anyone I'd been with before. The way he felt inside me, the way he held me, kissed me, looked at me. It was perfect. I slowed down, lifting and rocking my hips slower. Each time I took him in again, I was sure we both stopped breathing. You look so fucking hot riding my cock, Lila, he said, his voice gravelly as he slid his hands underneath the jersey and found my nipples. So fucking hot with my name on your back. Fuck! I threw my head back. He was so deep like this, and the way he was touching me was dizzying. His fingers tightened on my nipples as he inhaled sharply. Fuck, Lila, he breathed. I felt the orgasm climbing. I was almost there. Almost. Oh, fuck! I'm gonna come! I threw my head back. He lowered his hands and grabbed my hips again. Eyes on me, baby. My gaze flashed to his and I exploded, convulsing on his lap as the orgasm continued to hit me. He followed quickly behind me, chanting my name as he unloaded inside me. It was such a strange feeling. He kissed me slowly, pressing my chest to his in an embrace. He held me so tight against him that I thought I might disappear inside of him. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. When we pulled away, he set his forehead on mine. We were both breathing heavily as the silence stretched between us. Sex with him was always intense. Sex with him after he'd won a game was fire, though. You fuck me up, Lila James, he said quietly. I pulled back and met his eyes, smiling. It must have been his favorite thing about me, because every time I smiled, it looked like the world stopped for him, which made me want to do it all the time, only for him. "You've ruined me, Lachlan Duke," I said. "Ruined." He searched my eyes for a long moment, too long, and kissed me again.
Chapter 19. Lachlan. 4 hours earlier. Today was going to be perfect. We'd win this game and close out our time here as champions. My agent had everything ready to go so I could start the next chapter in my career, and Lila and I could finally be together freely. I wasn't sure where, but I'd make sure of it. As it is, the thought of being apart from her for a week was making me antsy. I told her I'd give her the week before I flew my ass to California to look for her. She laughed like I was joking and laughed harder when she realized I wasn't. She was perfect for me. If it were up to me, I'd propose tomorrow and lock her down right now. Other guys going pro were excited about the puck bunnies they'd get now, but I was over that life. I'd been there, done that, bought the shirt, and Lila James burned it. I only wanted her. Of course, proposing was out of the question. I may be ready to get it over with, but I had to respect her decision of wanting to wait. It was annoying, but it wasn't like I could force her to marry me. The idea sat in my mind for a moment too long before I shook it away. After today's game, she was finally going to tell me everything and give me the name of the person who'd ruined her life. I couldn't fucking wait to beat the motherfucker. She'd warned me not to do that, but I couldn't see how I'd keep my hands to myself after everything she'd told me. I'd scoured the social media profiles of everyone she knew, including her father, trying to find bits of information that could tell me who it was, and I came up short every time. I felt for her when she told me about the crash and Luke's death. That had to be a heavy cross to bear, especially since she blamed herself for it. But when she told me about the rape, I fucking lost it. I was going to make them wish they'd never been born. Man or woman, I didn't care. Though if it was a woman, I might need to hire a woman to do the dirty work for me. I asked her why she didn't go to the police, and she looked so scared at the mention of them that I knew it wasn't an option. It was okay. I'd take care of it. I was lost in thought, packing my shit, when Prescott and Mason walked into the locker room to pack their stuff. "You going back home this week?" Mason asked. "Yeah, until I figure out my next move." "You going to the party tonight?" he asked. "And are you finally going to tell me why you haven't been going to any recently?" "He went to mine," Prescott said. "Yeah, and everyone is tight-lipped about it, so I couldn't even get any dirt," Mason replied. "I want to know why you put money in the pot," Aaron added as he walked in, catching the tail end of the question. Drew and the other guys had come in having conversations but stopped when they heard Aaron's question. They were nosy motherfuckers. I understood why they were so fascinated by this, though. Unless it was Friday night, I'd never been one to skip a party. I'd never put money in the dibs bin. Anyone who'd been at Prescott's party already knew, but Mason was right. People had been tight-lipped about Lila and me. It was shocking and nice to know that the people Prescott vetted were loyal and followed his rules. Lila hadn't given me the green light to tell people about us, but it was the last freaking day. It was my last day to talk shit with these guys, and I wanted them to know. Besides, she would give me a name and tell me everything in detail after we won the game. What did it matter if I told my teammates just a few hours before then? What was said in this locker room always stayed here, so fuck it. "I have a girlfriend," I said. I'd never said that aloud. Lila had never said it aloud either. It seemed like such a dumb term, but it was the only way to describe what we had in a way people could understand. She was mine and I was hers, period. So if the term girlfriend explained that, I'd stick with it. I wasn't surprised to see every single one of their jaws drop. Everyone besides Prescott and Drew. "Who?" a few of them asked in unison. "Holy shit," that was Mason. I laughed and shook my head. The coaches were standing by the door with a couple of men who might as well be on the coaching staff as much as they were around. They were cool, though, so I didn't mind them hearing. Prescott seemed on edge from the beginning of the conversation, though, and I wondered if he'd go tell Lila I did this. It didn't matter. "Did I just hear that Lachlan Duke has a fucking girlfriend?" Coach Rob asked loudly as the rest of them laughed. "You did." "No fucking way." That was Tucker, our goalie. I shrugged. "Who is it?" one of them said. You can't drop some shit like this and not tell us. Oh, shit. I know who it is, Mason said, eyes dancing. Who? Everyone shouted. Can I tell them? He asked. I shrugged. It was going to get out after the game when I picked her up and kissed the fuck out of her in the middle of the ice in front of everyone anyway. Lila Marischal, Mason announced, like she was about to walk into the room. Damn, one of them said. You always get the hot ones, another added. I couldn't argue there. The one who wears all the baggy clothes and shit? One asked. That one made me laugh. I answered no questions. I didn't need to. Even though they hadn't heard what happened at Prescott's party, rumors had already spread like wildfire from the previous one where I'd almost fought Mace. I wasn't sure whether or not she knew. I had a feeling that if she found out people were talking about us together, she would have tried to get us to hold off on seeing each other. No way I was going to let that happen. I kept packing my shit as I listened to them go on and on about the women who talked shit about Lila because they were jealous of her. I didn't like to hear that, but I knew it made no difference to her. Lila didn't give a shit what anyone thought of her. I convinced the coach to let me drive to the game. He'd agreed and let a few of us take our own cars. We'd been following each other during the drive, but at some point everyone scattered in the darkness and rain on the way. I was sitting in my car calling Lila before I went inside. She'd told me she'd be at this game, and I wanted to ensure she wouldn't drive alone. The call went straight to voicemail. She could have been driving Marissa and Banks today. When he took us home last time, she'd complained about him getting too close to the cars in front of us. I wouldn't put it past her to be the driver. The thought of her out in these conditions worried me even more. She was an excellent driver, but she'd told me it had been raining the night her mom died. Even though she'd found a way to numb herself to those feelings, I couldn't imagine it wouldn't cross her mind. I called again. Straight to voicemail. I sent her a text. Me. Text me when you get here. I waited another minute, looked at the time, and got out of the car. She'd text while I was changing. As I walked toward the arena, I kept looking at my phone just in case. While I looked down, I saw my shoes had become untied, so I set my phone in my pocket and knelt. I heard something shift behind me as I tied my shoe, but I ignored it. After that, everything went black.
Chapter 20. Lila. I should have never been so careless driving here and letting Marissa and Banks go ahead without me. They were waiting for me in the parking lot, but still, driving separately meant I was forced to park further away than I'd liked. It also meant that I'd have to walk alone. All day, I'd had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. Marissa brushed it off when I mentioned it, but the feeling remained. Mom's book about trusting your instincts hummed in the back of my mind. Of course, she'd given it to me years too late. I knew that when I read the chapter about not trusting anyone. The smell of cigarettes hit me and my stomach instantly coiled. I walked faster and continued looking over my shoulder as dread continued to build in my chest. I crossed my arms and clutched my phone for comfort. The parking lot was mostly deserted. Everyone was already inside as they got ready for the hockey game. When I couldn't take it anymore, I unlocked my phone and went to click Marissa's name. My finger hadn't even touched her name when a sudden force yanked me back by my hair. I clicked something on my phone just before I dropped it and let out a piercing scream. I kicked desperately at their kneecaps and tried to turn around to fight them, but their grip on my hair was too tight, so tight that tears sprung down my face. I kept screaming as they yanked me against them.
"Did you think you would get away from me this easily?"
he said behind me.
"Did you think you and your little boyfriend would skip town without consequence?"
The dread weighing on my chest turned into a raking sob that I let out in a mix of surprise and terror. "Please!" I screamed, setting my hands over his on my hair. "No, please, don't!"
"Are you pleading for yourself or him?"
he asked, his familiar voice near my ear.
"You're late for both."
As I screamed, I processed his words. "No!" It was a whispered cry. "No, no, no!" He turned me around and let go of my hair, grabbing my arm and the front of the jersey I had on, Locke's jersey, tearing the top of it with his grip as he brought my face to his and tried to kiss me. I pressed my lips together and punched him, scratching at him as I continued screaming. He was too big, too strong, nothing would work. Even as I fought and screamed, I knew that nothing would stop him from doing whatever he would do to me.
Oh!
He laughed loudly, harshly.
I see how it is. You're not going to kiss me? This is exactly why your boyfriend won't live through the night.
Oh God, oh God, oh God. I looked into his hard blue eyes. Had he hurt Lachlan? Or was he just fucking with me? Was he planning to later? I needed to warn him. I needed to warn Marissa and Prescott. I needed to tell someone. I screamed again, but this time it came out a shaky sob. Leave him alone. I won't see him again. I won't talk to him. Please. A harsh laugh escaped his lips as his eyes narrowed.
I'm supposed to believe that?
He asked, his voice low before he screamed.
Am I supposed to believe that after I heard him say he was going to keep seeing you?
I threw all my strength into a punch and tried to knee him in the groin. My hits became desperate as I started throwing punches, knees, and kicks, screaming with everything I had. He released my jersey suddenly, making me stumble backward, and threw a punch at my face so hard that I fell back instantly. My ears felt hollow as I fell, my eyes doubling with burning tears. It hurt so much that I didn't even feel the fall when I landed on the pavement. The scream that ripped out of me sounded animalistic. Through my hazy vision, I saw him kneel and get closer.
You beg for his life?
He spat in my face. He grabbed my throat and squeezed.
You belong to me, little girl.
He pressed his lips against mine so roughly that I was sure he'd break my gums. I punched at him, but my arms had grown weak in the attack. I kneed him again and felt myself make contact with something. He pulled back, the motion setting me free, and I began to get up, but he recovered too quickly, and I only made it to my knees before he pulled me back down.
This is what happens when little girls are disobedient,
he hissed.
Remember that when you try to let another man have you.
Another sharp blow landed on my face. Everything went black. My ears were ringing loudly, and the taste of iron filled my mouth when I came to again. I tried to open my eyes, but they wouldn't open fully. He cupped me over my jeans and squeezed. I whimpered, waiting for him to pull them down. But he let go. His form looked like a black shadow rising above me as he stood. I felt him place something firm against my torso. His foot, maybe. He pressed down hard, sending a different kind of pain through me. My throat formed what it could of a scream before everything went dark again. I heard voices near. So many voices. Someone touched me and I screamed again as my entire body shook. I felt someone move me, carry me, and place me down on a hard surface. A pinch on my arm made me yelp.
For the pain. Just hang on,
the person said. I tried to nod, but sobs ripped through me again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hey, I'm here. You're going to be okay, I heard Marissa say shakily. Lachlan, I tried to say in my hoarse voice. Lachlan. Then, everything went dark again. Opening my eyes felt impossible. But I knew I was at the hospital. I heard the machines beeping. I felt the sting of tape over my hand from where they'd put an IV. I'd felt this all once before, when I'd had an asthma attack and had to stay overnight. My face still hurt, but not as much as it did, and I knew without asking that they were filling me with morphine. I opened my eyes slowly to cloudy vision.
Hey.
Prescott squeezed my hand. I started breathing hard, my eyes filling with tears. "Lachlan," I said in a broken voice. "Please, Lachlan."
He's okay.
He ran his fingers softly over mine.
They took him to another hospital, but he's okay.
A sharp wail filled the room, and I realized it was coming from me. He'd hurt him. He'd hurt him enough to put him in the hospital. Would he survive? Oh my God, my chest heaved.
Hey,
Prescott said.
He's okay. He's fine, Lyles, he's fine.
She's awake? That was Marissa. I heard her footsteps rush over, heard tears in her throat as she said, "Oh, thank God, we were so worried." "Lachlan," I whispered. "He's okay," Marissa said quickly. "You need to focus on your recovery." I tried to shake my head. Maybe I did. The tears wouldn't stop running down my face. I couldn't see him anymore. It didn't matter where he went. As long as I was around, he'd be in danger. The realization caused a sharp pain in my chest that no amount of morphine could numb. I'd found what people search for their entire lives and lost it in an instant. They let me cry until I ran out of tears. The nurses came in, messed with the IV, and asked questions that I answered numbly. By the time it was just us again, I could form shaky and hoarse words they could understand. "Press, I can't see him anymore." A sob formed in the center of my chest, but I fought it. He ran both hands down his face.
Lyles, he's not just going to let you walk away. He's already been asking about you.
That set me off crying again. When I took soft, shaky breaths, I looked at my friend again. "I need to leave." I swallowed. It hurt. Everything hurt, but most of all the words leaving my mouth. "I don't know what it'll take. Change my identity. Move somewhere he wouldn't think to go. I don't care. I can't." I took another shaky breath as tears filled my eyes. "I can't see him again." "Lyles," Marissa whispered, running her hand over my head. "We need to figure out a way to tell the police, even if it's over the phone when we're someplace safe. He can't keep doing this." I nodded. "I'll call when I'm untraceable, and he won't go after me."
Rest,
Prescott said.
I'll be back later.
"Are you going to see him?" I asked. Fuck, it hurt to ask.
Yeah.
"Can you do something for me? Can you try to get black roses?"
Sure, I'm not sure anyone sells goth roses, but I can try.
That made me smile a bit, but the smile quickly turned into a full-on sob. "I need to write something for him." "I don't think that's a good idea," Marissa said.
If you want to disappear, I'm sure I can make it happen, but I don't think writing him something will help matters.
Press said. I need to do this."
Okay. I'll be back before I go visit him then.
He walked to the door. "Press." He stopped and turned around, waiting. "I love you." I started sobbing again. "You're the best support system I could ever ask for." He walked back. The three of us hugged. When we pulled back, all of us were wiping our faces.
I'll be back,
he said, and walked out. "You're going to be okay, honey." Marissa sat on the bed. She said that, but cried each time she looked at my face. She wiped her face. We need to take pictures. We need to have some kind of proof that he did this. I agree. I let her take pictures. I couldn't recognize myself in them. My thoughts returned to Lachlan. The same questions continued to run through my head. What did he do to him? What does his face look like? My mouth quivered whenever I pictured him lying on a hospital bed because of me. My light was gone. I promised myself that as soon as I was far enough, I'd call the police. I just hoped they'd listen to me.
Chapter 21. Lachlan. I woke up in a hospital bed surrounded by people. What the fuck? I tried to move and my head felt like it might explode, so I immediately stopped. Did something happen during the game? I tried to think about it, but my mind was blank. I remembered getting to the arena and calling Lila. I remembered sending her a text telling her to let me know when she arrived. Then I got out and then... nothing. "Can't they look at the camera feed?" Coach Jameson demanded. "There are cameras everywhere." "That's true, and people were still getting there," Coach Rob added. "A student from Ellis found him and called 911. "We're trying to get the camera feeds," someone else said. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice a croak. How long had I been lying here? "You need to come back and ask your questions later," my mom said. "He needs to rest." A man, Officer Hughes, I realized, sighed. "Just one question. Do you remember anything?" "Nothing at all." I frowned at my own words. They all said goodbye to me as they left the room, and then it was only Mom and Liam. Both had worried looks on their faces that made my heart drop. I moved my arms and legs to make sure they were working. They were. Why were they so worried? I was fine. I'd be fine. Right? "How long have I been out?" 3 days, Liam said. 3 days? I tried to move up but instantly regretted it again. Mom launched forward to help me lie back down. "You need to rest, Locke." She fluffed my pillow. "Where's Lila?" I asked and followed the question with, "Did we win?" He blinked. "You're not serious. Did we or not? You're in the fucking hospital and you're worried about the stupid game?" Liam spat. "You won by default. The game wasn't played," Mom replied. "Because of this?" I asked. When Mom nodded, I shut my eyes and thought about my teammates. Most of them weren't going pro, either because they weren't good enough or didn't want to. They'd been looking forward to that game since it was their last. I tried to comfort myself with the reminder that we'd won both previous games, but it wasn't enough. Guilt still took hold of me. I shut my eyes and felt myself dozing off. Thoughts of Lila infiltrated my mind, my dreams. When my eyes snapped open again, I expected her to be there. She wasn't. My mom was still there, but Liam was gone. "I'm going to go get coffee," Mom said, kissing my forehead. "Liam went to get food. He'll be back before me." She was walking out as Prescott walked inside. "Hey, man," he said. "How are you feeling?" "Like shit. I heard you didn't play the last game." "Who cares?" Press frowned. "They gave us the option, and not one person on the team said yes. Same with Ellis. When they heard what happened, they chose to end the series. We were up anyway." "That's fucked." I shook my head. "We won," he shrugged. "We're good with that." I believed him. My team was selfless like that. "Where's Lila?" I asked. His sudden change of expression made my heart sink. Did something happen to her? He sighed heavily. "I'll be right back." He walked toward the door, opened it slightly, grabbed something, and shut it again. When he turned around, he was holding a bouquet of black roses. My heart dropped again. She wasn't coming, I was sure of it. He placed the vase with the rest of the flowers I'd received, all lively and positive in comparison. Hers were my favorite. I swallowed thickly and took a sip of the water the nurse brought me earlier. Press plucked the attached card and brought it over, handing it to me. My hand shook as I took it. I didn't have to read it to know she was gone. I already felt her absence. "She left, didn't she?" I asked, voice hoarse. Press looked down, a sad expression on his face when he glanced back up. I watched him swallow it back before he responded. "She's gone, Locke." My heart stopped beating. "What do you mean, gone?" "She's safe," he said quickly. She said what happened was a wake-up call and she's too scared to be anywhere near you, just in case. He paused, swallowing again. You won't see her again. So many things were happening inside my body, I thought I might explode. I felt like crying for the first time since I was 7 years old. I sniffled and realized that I was crying. I wiped my face and clenched my jaw to hold back the rest of my emotion. I knew I would lose it as soon as he walked out of the room. Since I had nothing to throw, my anger would come out as tears. I knew it. I took a deep breath. How was she when she left? Fucking destroyed. Press let out a laugh that sounded like he wanted to add more but held it back. I had to swallow again. I've never seen her like this, not even after. He paused, tears filling his own eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Not even after Luke. Not even after her mom. He took a deep, shaky breath and wiped his eyes. We could have lost you, Locke. I'll find her, I said quietly. I'm sorry, man, he whispered. She doesn't want you to look for her. I let out a sharp laugh. That's not up to her. She's a ghost now, Locke. I'm telling you, you won't find her. She wants you to live your dream life and says you can't if she's in it. That made me laugh. She wanted me to live my dream life without her in it. What a fucking... I gritted my teeth. How the fuck did she expect me to do that? Prescott stayed around a little longer. When he left, I didn't cry like I thought I would. Anger had taken the place of the sadness I'd previously felt. I opened the card. It was written in Sharpie, her handwriting though. I read it. Stared at it. Reread it. I'm so fucking sorry. I love you too much. X. Lila James. The words were blotched, as if her tears had fallen as she wrote them. A smile formed on my face. I didn't need a mirror to tell me it looked more sinister than happy. I felt it in my bones. She thought she was going to leave me. She thought that after writing that she loved me, actually writing it, I was going to just what? Let her go? Oh no. I chuckled at my thoughts. I was going to find her. And when I did, she would wish she hadn't run from me. Part 2. 3 years later. Prologue. Lachlan. Starting in the NHL All-Star Game is a good way to go before I hang up my skates. Our team annihilated our opponents, not because the other 3 teams aren't good. They're fucking great, but they put the 3 best hockey players of our generation on the same team. They couldn't expect it to be a fair fight. Today, the competition is less aggressive since we're doing fun drills. I hope it'll give me a moment of respite from all the questions I've been fielding all weekend. I've spent the majority of my time here telling the guys I'm friends with that I'm retiring. I don't want them to hear it on ESPN, and knowing those fuckers, they'll have the news sitting in front of a sportscaster by the end of the day. I'm going to use my final media time here to announce it. I already know it'll be plastered everywhere. There's no chance in hell she'll miss it. Not that it matters at this point. What's done is done, and my anger has been festering with each day that passes. Duke, Nolan says, stopping in front of me and giving me a fist bump. Hey man, you missed breakfast. Yeah, I've been dealing with some shit. His eyes darken as he looks off into the crowd. I look up at the seats with him. It's still pretty empty since the shootout challenge doesn't start for another hour. Our options are to get on the ice or do media time. A no-brainer. Nolan Astor and I had already been close friends, but our bond grew even stronger when we were drafted into the Pro League. We relied heavily on each other to figure out what was going on. Thankfully, Logan Fitzgerald was around to answer our questions. That's the good thing about playing in competitive leagues your entire life. You end up making friends along the way. I'd played with Nolan and Fitz on various occasions, but the 3 of us had never been on the same team together before this All-Star game. Do you need me to fuck someone up for you? I ask him after a moment, since he's still scowling at most seats. He laughs. No, but if I did, you'd be on my short list of people to call. At your service, I say. I can't fucking believe you're retiring. He gets serious and shakes his head. I've had 3 days to sit on that news, and I still can't wrap my head around it. Why? What's the real reason? I told you, I have some things I need to take care of, and my dad... Oh, fuck you, he says, lowering his voice but keeping his eyes narrowed. Don't try to feed me that bullshit about your dad again. I know how much you hate him. He was an asshole your entire life. I can count on one hand the number of times he was at your games, and we've been playing together since fucking middle school, so cut the bullshit. We've been working on our relationship, I say and look back at the stands where two women wearing shirts with our names written across their tits are pressed against the plexiglass. When they notice me looking in their direction, the one wearing my name on her shirt smiles, waves around an all-access pass, and points at the tunnel, telling me she'll be waiting for me back there. Nolan notices my distraction and looks over. The woman wearing his name does the same thing. He lifts his stick in greeting and we turn our backs to them. Nolan shakes his head. They never stop. You just waved your stick, I point out. That's a clear invitation. Nah, they won't have access to me. I already told security not to let any puck bunnies through. I'm not fucking around anymore. How honorable of you, I say, feeling my lips twitch. Look who's talking. He shoots me a look. At least 5 women were sitting around waiting for you the last time you came to Boston, and you ignored them. I'm not interested. It's the same at every city that we spend more than a night in. Puck bunnies and parties. It doesn't do anything for me. Or Nolan. The 3 of us, me, Nolan, and Fitz, have had the same experience with women our entire lives. We smile and they drop their panties. It's that easy for us. It's probably the reason we're sick of it. No luck here either? He asks after a moment. Nope. I skate to the nearby puck. We start passing to each other as we talk and skate around the rink. All of my teammates know about Lila. It's hard to keep a secret like that when you don't show up at parties and look for the same person in every city you play in. It was annoying initially when they gave me shit about it, but when they realized I was serious, they started keeping an eye out for her. Fitz and Nolan know, because during last year's All-Star game we drank too fucking much one night and talked about everything. At this point, I might as well wear a shirt with her picture on it. Nolan's dry laugh pulls me from my thoughts. Leave it to us to fall for the most infuriating, impossible fucking women on the planet. At least you know where yours is. His responding laugh is short and bitter. Trust me, that's a different kind of hell. I'm sure it is, but it only took you a few months to find her. I stop the puck and skate with it a little further, passing it from another angle. Look at the fucking circumstances. He stops the puck and smiles, nodding a greeting to whoever is skating behind me. I see Fitz skating toward us, distractedly looking at the stands. When he reaches us, he stops and keeps looking around. Who are you looking for, fucker? I ask, even though I know damn well. He shoots me a look. May's supposed to be here by now. Maybe she's hanging out with the other wives, Nolan says, skating a little further away to pass the puck again. He passes it to Logan, who lets it slide by since his eyes are still on the stands. I see the puck bunnies again. There are 6 of them now. They're all looking at us, but they don't try to get our attention. Which is odd. Puck bunnies don't even waste their time on him anymore since they know they'll get rejected, Nolan says, answering the question in my head as he brings the puck back. I bet they had a pity party about it, I say. Who the fuck cares? He's a lucky motherfucker, Nolan says. Even I'd beat his ass if he fucked around on May. Fitz narrows his eyes over his shoulder as he sets the phone to his ear, probably calling May as we speak. I don't think Fitz would ever be that stupid, I say, looking at the side of his face. I'd beat his ass with you, and then I'd make my move and try to get May. You want to fight, Duke? Is that what this is? Fitz turns to me immediately, expression threatening. I laugh. He doesn't. He skates closer to me, but before he can say anything else, he softens his voice as he speaks into the phone. Hey, where are you? Everything good? I ask when he hangs up the phone. Yeah, her brother checked out of his hotel and wanted to put his suitcase in our room until we leave, he says. Even if she weren't Logan's girl, Nolan starts, since he can't seem to let this go, you wouldn't try to get with her. And you would? I raise an eyebrow. Stop talking about my fucking wife, Fitz growls. We're saying we wouldn't go for her, Nolan says, because we're fucking pathetic. I nod gravely. Fitz rolls his eyes. Look at what we can have. Nolan lifts the stick in the direction of the puck bunnies. The 3 of us look. They're fucking hot, Nolan says. They are. I agree as I look at each of them. I already know how this ends, though, and it isn't with my dick in any of their mouths. I'm sure no sane person would pass them up, but what the fuck would I know about that? Lila took what was left of my sanity with her. The two of you are single, Fitz says, turning his back on them to face us. You do realize that, right? I glare at him and turn my back to them as well. That's why I said we're pathetic. Nolan gives them his back. I can't believe they're still standing there. And I can't believe they're making us do this shootout, Fitz says, stealing the puck from me. He's complained about the shootout 5 times. Are you scared because you know I'm going to whoop your ass? I steal the puck from him as we skate to the other side of the rink. Please, he scoffs. Speaking of ass whoopings, Nolan starts. Which idiot thought it was a good idea to put the 3 of us on the same team? Someone who wanted to watch an ass whooping, I say. I bet a club is trying to get the 3 of us on their roster now, Nolan says, shooting me a hard look. But one of us is retiring, so that won't happen. What's the real reason you're retiring? Fitz asks as we stop. He passes the puck to Nolan, who passes it to me. I told you, my father. Oh, fuck off with that, Fitz says, cutting me off the same way our friend did earlier. You're going to walk away from this, he signals around the arena. For your dickhead father? Don't give me that shit. He didn't even go to any of the finals games, and they were right by his building, Nolan says. My stomach still tightens at the mention of that tournament. No one blames me for the game not taking place, at least publicly, but the guilt eats me alive each time I think about it. I know the attack wasn't my fault and there was no way I could play, but it pisses me off that it affected everyone else too. I try to push the thought aside. I've been in a semi-good mood this weekend because I'm trying to savor each moment of this, being on the ice, the camaraderie, the atmosphere, all of it. I've managed to push most negative thoughts of Lila James aside for this, but I have no doubt that when I step off the plane in Chicago, the resentment will grow. Look, you need a break? Fine. It's off-season anyway, Fitz says. But don't fucking retire. Have you considered that maybe finding her isn't a possibility? Nolan adds. I grip my teeth. It's not a possibility. What are you going to do if she's moved on? Fitz asks, brows shooting up in reaction to whatever he sees on my face. She hasn't. I grip the stick tighter. I would kill the motherfucker she's moved on with. That's what would happen, but I know she hasn't. If I haven't been able to move on, she hasn't either. There is no moving on from this. What will you do when you find her? Nolan asks, looking as concerned as Fitz. Every time you talk about her, it looks like you want to fucking kill her. He's not wrong, Fitz adds. I look at both of them. I don't need a mirror to tell me what my expression must look like. I'm going to make her life hell. With that, we start skating toward the goal, passing the puck between each other. The way we're perfectly synchronized is insane. I've never played with anyone like this, not right off the bat anyway. It happens when I play with Mason, but that's because we've been playing together for so long. This shit is different. The moment the 3 of us get on the ice together, it's fucking magic. We're like fucking Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, Wade, LeBron, and Bosch. Fitzgerald, Astor, and Duke had a pretty nice ring to it. Maybe in another life. For everyone's sake, I hope in that life I'm not this fucking bitter.
Chapter 22. Delilah, formerly known as Lila.
Come on, pass it! Pass it!
Wade shouts from the other side of the pitch.
Before I get a chance to turn around, I cover my mouth and laugh. God, I hope no one saw me. The last thing I need is to deal with some parent's bullshit today. It is funny, though, how Wade talks to them like they're already playing serious soccer. They're freaking 5, for crying out loud. One of them already scored a goal for the opposite team. Another one is sitting down next to the goal because she's tired. Come on, Rigby! Another shout from Wade. Rigby just stands there, watching the ball roll right past him and closer to the opposing team's goal. I really shouldn't laugh, but this is my source of entertainment. It's what I do for fun on the weekends when I'm not training teenagers and working at Tackle Sports Center. Saturdays are training days, but since I had the day off, I said yes when Wade called and asked me to help referee the little kids. If I hadn't, I'd be helping Marissa with her smoothie shop, the one beside her flower shop, or at home doing laundry. My life revolves around those things now. For the past 3 years, it's revolved around medical school and on Saturdays my internship at Tackle. But now that it's over, I'm left adrift before I start my specialty training. I'm dreading the time off already. Maybe I'll help Marissa out full-time. Or tell the facility to throw more training sessions at me. Anything to not stand around for too long. Standing around leads to thinking, which leads to depression, which leads to numbness, and I'm finally starting to let myself feel things. Trying to, anyway. Thank goodness for therapy, I guess. Therapy is the only contingency Prescott put on keeping my secret from Lachlan. It's also the only way I got him and Marissa to agree never to mention him to me. Forced or not, I can't lie and say therapy hasn't been helpful. It absolutely has. But in working out my grief, I've opened myself up to emotions I don't want to have. It has taken me 5 sessions to start opening up, and even now I only do it through hypnotherapy. It's intense. I have the therapist record my sessions. I'm not sure why, since it's not like I'm going to break out a bucket of popcorn and watch myself relive my trauma. I want to have it, though. My therapist is big on showing your emotions, so she's had a field day with me. I still don't show my emotions often, but I'm pretty sure I was like this before everything caught fire. I don't know anymore. Every night I sit down, shut my eyes, and do breathing sessions to help me relax and replay scenes of the past. It hurts, of course. I'm a fucking glutton for pain. I think about Mom, Locke, and Luke. Since I don't let my friends talk about him, it almost feels like Locke died. Somehow it hurts much more than when I lost Luke. It's a shitty thing to admit, but Lachlan is just different. He found a way to my heart when no one else could. He made me feel when no one else could. Sometimes I want to call him just to hear his voice and wedge the knife a little deeper into my chest. When I feel extra brave, I picture myself going to the authorities and telling them what happened. But that's always short-lived. We tried that the moment we landed in California and nothing happened. They don't believe us. I'd always known they wouldn't, so even if I went back there and did it in person, I'd just be dragging myself back into the pits of hell for nothing. It would mean I changed my entire identity to stay hidden for nothing. It's not like I'd get Lachlan Duke back. Maybe his forgiveness, but even that seems far-fetched. Besides, for all I know, he could be married. I get an instant stomachache when I think about that. Even if he's not married, I bet he has a girlfriend or girlfriends. I don't want to know. It's best I don't. I stopped watching sports networks altogether when I realized they were always talking about him. It hurts too much. The only thing that helps is the reminder that he's okay. He got out of that hospital, signed with a professional team, and is living his dream. That's as much as I know about him, and it's enough for me. He deserves to be happy. My phone buzzes in the fanny pack I'm wearing as a crossbody, and I immediately cringe. I forgot to text Marissa to let her know I was going tonight. When Wade blows the whistle to alert me that the game has ended, I snap out of my thoughts and check my phone. Marissa, remember tonight. Me, you really think I'd forget your B-Day? Marissa, no, I really think you'd purposely not show up and stay home studying like a fucking nerd. Me, F you. Marissa, F you too. Me, I'll see you tonight. When I set my phone away, the parents are still cheering and grabbing their kids. As I'm bending to pick up the soccer ball, I see a flash of blue and stand when I see Danica running to me from the other side of the pitch, her blonde hair sticking to her adorable sweaty face. She's one of the few who is always on time, which is definitely her father's doing, and she always wants a picture with me when she sees me. Coach D, can I take a picture with you? She asks, breathing hard when she finally reaches me. I crouch to her level. Of course, sweetheart. Where's your dad? Right here, Cooper says, waving his phone as he walks over. She was upset that you weren't here last week. I squeeze her small frame to my side. Sometimes I have to coach the big girls. I know, She pouts, jutting her bottom lip out. I kept telling her that now that you're starting your residency, you probably won't be here as much, but she doesn't want to accept it. Cooper shakes his head, smiling. You're her favorite coach. I lean in and get close to Danica's ear to whisper, That's nice, since you're my favorite player. She beams at me, then at her dad's phone as he snaps the picture. You must have a million pictures of me. I dust off my knees as I stand up. I think I might. He laughs. Cooper's the owner of Tackle, so even though I don't report to him, he's technically my boss. He's kind and always smiling. It's a good smile, a genuine one that reaches his eyes the way I wish mine did. I'm not there yet. All right then, see you next Saturday? Cooper reaches for Danica's hand, but keeps his blue eyes on mine. I guess so, I say. You could see me on Monday at work, but you kicked me out of the facility. He laughs. You need a break. Yeah, whatever, I joke as they walk away. I continue picking up the soccer balls, cones, and nets while Wade speaks to a couple of moms on the other side of the pitch. Wade is popular with the moms here. He's good-looking, but I think his status on the U.S. men's soccer team is really what does it for them. They're that type. I know this because I've stood next to them enough times to hear that they only talk about athletes. As Delilah, I've tried to apply a do-you personality. But this disturbs me. It's not like they need the money. I'm pretty sure they were rich before they met their rich husbands. If I'm being honest with myself, I think what upsets me is that I can see this happening to Locke. Wade glances over at me while I'm picking up a cone and shoots me a look that all but screams, help me. I toss the rest of the things in the bucket and jog over, waving at the moms and saying hi when I reach them. I turn to Wade. You're supposed to be back with the equipment by 5. Ah, crap, I forgot about that. He chuckles, showing off his dimple to the ladies. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. The excuse works, though. They apologize for taking up his time, and he tells them he loves when they do. The minute they're out of earshot, he groans and picks up the bucket. You can't even complain, I say. You always flash your dimple and tell them you love talking to them, which is why it keeps happening. He glances at me sideways. You seem to be immune to my dimples and charm. I may be the only one in all of Rhodes who feels that way. He bumps his arm against mine, and I stumble a few steps. When I regain my balance, I push him hard enough that he stumbles and things fly out of the bucket. He shoots me a murderous glance, and I take off, jogging to my car while he picks up the fallen supplies. He's still talking to me when I turn on the car, but I drive off before he can stop me again. I'm dying to get home and shower, and I still have to mentally prepare myself to be excited for Marissa's birthday tonight. That's one thing that hasn't changed. Chapter 23. Delilah. I turn on the television as I walk to my kitchen and groan when it switches on ESPN. Fucking Prescott. I never watch TV, but if I do, that's the last channel I look at, especially around this time. There's a breaking news banner on the bottom. I turn around to get a yogurt from the fridge when my phone buzzes. Hey, I say, confused. I'm not getting dressed yet. I know, but something's happening, and I wanted you to hear it from me and not on a TV at Medley's later tonight. My heart stops. What happened? Lachlan. My heart drops. I interrupt her before I can finish. Oh my God, what happened? I look back up at the TV, and sure enough, his gorgeous face is there. I set down the yogurt. He's retiring, she says. Jesus, Marissa, you should have led with that. Hey, it's not my fault that your brain automatically assumes the worst of everything, she says. She's not wrong about that. I was already picturing going to his funeral and dying of a broken heart. The only reason I haven't died from that now is the knowledge that he's alive and well, and the stupid little spark of hope that constantly zaps through me when I think about seeing him again. Oddly enough, the TV was already on ESPN when I got here. I guess Press was watching it last time he was here, I say, staring at the press conference Locke is having. Thankfully, it's on mute. I don't think I can handle seeing and hearing him. She's silent for a moment. Are you okay? Yeah. I turn my back to the TV. Do you want me to cancel Medley's and come over? She asks. No. I shut my eyes and shake my head. I'll be there at 8. Do you want me to try to reserve somewhere else? She asks tentatively. I laugh. Where in the universe is that news not going to be reported tonight? Fuck, she breathes. I'll see you at 8. I'm totally fine, I promise. We hang up and I slide down the refrigerator door slowly until my ass is on the floor. I bring my knees up and bury my face in my hands. I so don't want to go to Medley's. I don't want to do anything. Sadness engulfs me as I sit there. Why would he retire? Maybe he was injured? God, I hope it's not due to what happened in Fairview. He loves that sport so much, and I already feel awful that he was hurt in the first place. He could have died. My eyes tear up the way they do every time I think about that. I could have died as well, I know. Sometimes I wish I had. The all-consuming guilt is something therapy will never fully take away. I know better than anyone that obsessing about the past won't change it. But it's hard not to think about every detail that went wrong. After a while, I force myself to stop thinking about it, about him, and make myself eat the yogurt so I can get ready for the outing I'm already dreading. You're here, Marissa says, letting out a quiet shriek as she wraps her arms around me. Happy birthday, bitch. My voice is muffled in her hair. I spot Prescott and Wade talking by the door when we pull away. I couldn't carry your presents, so they're at my place. Oh, stop it. My present is dressing you, but you did a pretty good job on your own. She gives me a once-over. I learned from the best, I say. You sure did. She smiles. So, are you excited to be another year closer to death? I link my arm through hers and start walking. She shoots me a droll look. Yes, because it means I've survived this long. I guess that's one way to look at it. Are you sure you're okay? She asks. I am. I take a breath. I really am. Do you think you'll be even a little excited tonight? She asks. The previous birthdays we've celebrated here consisted of me fake smiling, going home early, and listening to Adele on full blast while drinking wine and bawling in my living room. 10 out of 10 do not recommend feelings. They truly suck. I'm inwardly excited. I'm not going to leave early or cry. I whisper the word. Tonight. Good to know you won't show emotion, she whispers back. Jerk. She throws her head back in laughter, and I laugh lightly with her. When we finally reach the guys, Press says hi to me, lifting and twirling me around. He gives me a full once-over and a sharp nod when he sets me down. Am I to your liking, Your Majesty? He rolls his eyes. I'm making sure you're eating. Stop, she looks amazing, Marissa says. She always looks amazing, that's not the point, Press responds. She was losing too much weight. She didn't look so amazing when she used to wear all those baggy clothes, she points out. Yes, she did, Press responds. Can you stop talking about me? I'm right here. What baggy clothes? Wade asks. She wore things that were like 3 sizes too big for her, Marissa says. First of all, 2 sizes too big. Second of all, I had my reasons, I say. Third of all, I don't understand how my attire affects any of you. All right, let's go before Lila gets hangry and we have to deal with even more of her bitchiness, Press says, ushering us inside. Once we're sitting in a booth, Press and Marissa on one side and me and Wade on the other, we order drinks and appetizers. Did you know Locke was going to retire? Marissa asks Press, who shoots her a look. She already knows. There's no way to fucking miss it, Wade says, signaling around to the TVs I'm avoiding. I had a feeling he might, Press says. His dad had cancer and wants to step down from the company, so it was only a matter of time. I frown. He hates his dad. I guess the cancer diagnosis put things in perspective, he says. At least for his dad. I think Locke is still a little resentful, but his dad's a fucking billionaire, so I'm sure it'll help. I can't imagine him wanting to even see his father, I say. His parents live together, so it's not like he can avoid him anymore. Press shrugs. I think they're trying to navigate whatever is left of the father-son relationship.
Are you okay with Press talking about him? Mar asks.
Yeah, I'm fine. Really.
I shoot them both a pointed look and a smile that appeases them.
What I want to say, but don't, is that they never had a father-son relationship.
It's hard to make sense of anything he just said.
Lachlan was born to be on the ice. I can't imagine he'd just leave it. It's probably hypocritical of me to say that since I left soccer, but that was different. That was taken from me. His retirement makes no sense. Unless his dad offered him a shit ton of money. I can't imagine him accepting money over hockey, though. Ugh, I need to stop. It's none of my business. Hey, you okay?
Wade asks, touching my hand on the table.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I blink and look at the menu.
Why don't you call him?
Press asks.
You know why.
I stare at the menu.
He's done with hockey, Lyles, he says. And it's been 3 years. Do you think time matters?
I look at him over my menu.
Locke is a public figure now. If someone takes a picture of us...
He's not famous, Marissa says. He's just an athlete.
With a lot of fucking fans, I respond, pointing at the TV screens I'm avoiding. There's a chance a picture of us will be out there and I can't risk it. Not yet.
Do you think you'll reach out, though? Now that he's retired?
She asks.
I think so.
Let's see how it plays out. I lower my menu completely. For all I know, he probably has a girlfriend or girlfriends or a wife. God, I feel sick to my stomach when I say it aloud. I would tell you if he got married.
Prescott rolls his eyes and shakes his head. He doesn't confirm or deny the rest, which kills me.
But I asked for this. If he actually retires and stays that way, I'll ask Prescott for more information. The last thing I need is to show up and see him with a girlfriend or a puck bunny. I think I'll actually die if that happens. Stupid, stupid feelings. This is the ex you're talking about?
Wade asks, pointing up.
The hockey guy?
I nod.
Wade plays pro soccer and doesn't know shit about hockey, so he'd never heard of Locke until one of us brought him up one day. Marissa filled him in on all the gossip while I sat there pretending that hearing it didn't kill me. She left out the part about the attack and made it seem like I just up and left him because I wanted him to chase his dreams without holding him back. It's the closest to the truth she could say without getting him to ask questions. Yeah, I say quietly. You've been here a little over 3 years now, Wade says, looking at me like I'm an alien. Of course he's moved on. Soccer is arguably the least popular sport in America, and women always launch themselves at me. Across from us, Marissa laughs. Prescott looks like he's trying not to. I just stare at Wade. Thank you for enlightening us on how much ass pro athletes get, I say. I have friends who play in the league too, you know. Not that I talk to them anymore, but I don't have to talk to them to know he's right. I'd just rather not hear about it. So, Press starts. I look at him. I saw Banks the other day. He asked about you.
Oh? My heart squeezes when I think about my friend.
He's the only one I truly regret not being able to speak to these days. I told him I'd seen you once or twice and that you talk about him all the time. He smiles sadly. I pick up my menu again. My own father stopped asking Press about me. He did hound him a lot in the beginning, I'll give him that. But then he just stopped. According to Prescott, my father is actually really hurt by me leaving without saying goodbye. I don't know if I believe that. I toss all thoughts of my dad in the trash bin inside my head, along with everything else I hate to think about. We spend the rest of dinner talking about other things, like the popular Broadway show coming soon, and how tickets sold out immediately, since this is more of a young professionals and college city. The kids live out in the burbs and only drive in this way for sports and museums. Whenever something kid-friendly comes around, the parents rejoice that they have a new place to take them, and the shows sell out in less than 10 minutes. I like that about this place. It's a great city, but it has a small-town charm. Not everyone knows each other, but if you go to the same places all the time, you'll see the same people. As the night goes on, we all have too many drinks and share some laughs, which is nice. This is normalcy, grabbing dinner and drinks with friends without worrying about anything. That's the kind of stuff that's priceless to me. Well, it came with a pretty hefty price, considering I lost the only man I've ever been in love with. But aside from that, it's okay. When we're done drinking and eating, we head outside, where Marissa suggests we go to a nightclub a couple of blocks down. I don't know, Mar. I purse my lips. Come on, Lyles. It's Marissa's birthday, Press says. And we haven't celebrated you finishing med school. Well, we celebrated it, but you weren't here, Marissa says. But it's my birthday. Come on, Lyles. And you've never been to a club, Press says. You've never been to a club? Wade screams. How? I don't like people. That's how. He frowns. You work with kids all day. Okay, then. I don't like adults. He stares at me for a moment. Let's just go for a little while. If you want to leave, I'll walk you home. Fine, I sigh. I'll go. But no, I'm going to hate every second of it. You hate every second of every day unless you're surrounded by kids or working at tackle, so... That's Prescott, who didn't hear Wade's previous statement. He and Marissa agree with Press, earning a middle finger from me, which makes them laugh. I'm pretty sure I laugh, too. I'm so tipsy that as we walk in that direction, my curiosity gets the better of me. And now I'm dying to see what the hoopla about dance clubs is about. Chapter 24. Delilah. It takes me exactly 3 seconds to confirm that nightclubs are not my scene. I feel my face pinching as I look around. It's beautiful and upscale, I'll give them that. The music is loud, which I'm okay with. The sea of people willingly grinding against each other? Absolutely not. Marissa must see my apprehension, since she grabs my hand tightly. When she starts pulling me through the crowd, I want to die, like for real. My skin starts to crawl when hands touch my back, my ass. I'm sure they're not trying to feel me up, but it still creeps me out. I focus on breathing and keep moving. I don't think it's weird that they're having fun dancing. I love dancing. I think it's weird that they enjoy paying to listen to music that's blasted through a speaker in the dark, getting sweaty and dancing on a sticky floor with a bunch of strangers. It makes no damn sense. And the strobe lights. Jesus Christ, you'd think they're looking for a fucking criminal in here. We end up in a VIP section with our own couches, table, and bottle of champagne. Prescott's doing, of course. I don't argue because I'm away from the people on the sticky floor. I take a seat and wiggle my feet a little to see if it helps with the pain the heels are causing. They were a high school graduation gift from my mom. It was a nice gesture. I just don't understand why people pay so much money for uncomfortable shit just because of the label, or in this case, the soles. I take the champagne flute that Prescott hands me. He hovers over us. Wade and Marissa are also sitting down, and gives us a speech that looks very warm based on his expressions. Too bad we can't hear a lick of it. We pretend, though, for his sake, and say cheers loudly before we start drinking more alcohol. It's nice that Prescott is here. He's constantly traveling between Fairview, Rhodes, and New York. Fairview to see his family, Rhodes to see us, and New York since that's where he works and the place he primarily calls home, even though he does own a condo here as well. Instead of just going into his family's law firm right off the bat, he did an apprenticeship in New York and was hired by the company. They have clients everywhere, so he's always traveling. He's been talking about opening up a firm here and making this his permanent home, but I don't know if he will. He says dating in New York sucks. He doesn't want to date in Fairview, and the dating pool here is huge, so I guess it's a possibility. He and Marissa have been hooking up sporadically for a while now, but that's all they do. Mar says she wishes she liked him for more than just sex, but can't see herself with him forever. Press says the same about Marissa, and since it's been long enough that they would have made a move by now, they must really mean it. That, and they tell each other about the dates they go on and laugh about it. We weren't supposed to mix, I tell Press when he takes a seat next to me. Now we're going to feel like double shit tomorrow. Ah, you only live once. He shrugs and drinks the rest of his champagne in one go. I shrug and do the same. Marissa follows, and Wade has no choice but to do it. In the back of my mind, all I can think is we're so fucked. Later, though I'm not sure how much later since time is non-existent in the club, I get up and dance with Marissa. We're still in the VIP section, but there are groups of people also dancing here, which makes me wonder what the point of paying for the area is. The couches? After 5, 6, or 7 songs, the champagne is done, and so are we. Outside, Marissa leans against the wall to take off her shoes and tells me to do the same. I laugh, throwing my head back. No way! That's disgusting. Your feet are killing you and you know it, she says, slurring. Take them off or have Wade or Press give you a piggyback so you don't get too many blisters. Absolutely fucking not. I shoot them both murderous glances. Don't you dare. Wade doesn't listen, but instead of crouching so I can get on his back, he lifts me in his arms like a bride and starts walking. I cross my arms and keep glaring, which makes him laugh hysterically. I laugh with him because I can't help it. Prescott comes over and snaps pictures of us. Don't post those. I point at him. Give me some credit, Prescott says. I made a close friends account and only have 10 people in it. No one with Fairview connections. Whatever. I'm over it. I wave a hand around as Press points the phone to the ground and concentrates on whatever he's doing. You smell really good, Wade. I mean, you smell like an ashtray, but underneath that, your cologne is nice. He laughs again. You're funny when you're drunk, Delilah. Delilah. Sometimes I forget my full name. Delilah D. Guzman is how I sign it. I tacked on my mother's maiden name, but with my first name also changing, I knew no one would find me. On all the documents, my name is Delilah Duke Guzman. Marissa and Press tried to talk me out of that, but I wouldn't budge. Fucking sue me for wanting to keep a piece of the only thing that has ever made me feel alive. I don't know why I did it, since the cut just keeps deepening each time I see it on a document. I guess I did it for the same reason I printed out the 2 pictures I have of us and placed them by my computer. I'm an emotional masochist. It's kind of funny when I think about it. I don't feel emotions all the time, and the one I feel constantly is pain. My therapist is so sick of my bullshit, she just shakes her head and sighs when I say things like that. Locke will never find out about the name change, but I'm sure if he did, he'd force me to erase it. He'll probably say I'm not worthy of it, or that I lost my chance, or that he doesn't want me to have the same last name as his actual wife. Fuck, that hurts. I swallow and take a deep breath. I think about what he'll say when he sees me again a lot more than I should. About what he'll do. About whether or not he hates my guts. Which is a dumb one since Lachlan holds a grudge like no one else.
I know he probably despises me. But maybe the time that's stretched between us has made him more forgiving. Maybe he'll wrap his arms around me and kiss me for so long, I'll forget I was ever without him at all. Those are the stupid little glimmers of hope that keep me going. The reality is that if he does think about me, it's probably a fleeting memory. Why wouldn't it be? He's fucking gorgeous. And now he's gorgeous, popular, and rich. And even richer now because of his dad, apparently. So yeah, I'm probably the last thing on Lachlan Duke's mind.
Chapter 25. Lachlan. Delilah D. Guzman. Liam slaps a file on my desk. My desk. It's so weird to say that. I've had enough time to prepare for it, so you'd think it would have hit me by now. It hasn't. I'm not entirely sure it ever will. I never pictured myself in the corporate world. Why would I? A deal is a deal, though, and I'm a man of my word. The agreement with my father has always been clear. I'd play professional hockey for 3 years, and then I'd retire to take over his evil empire. This isn't even on the list of things I'm bitter about. I'm sure down the line I'll miss hockey, but I genuinely want to be here. I need to. Duke Tech Solutions gives me access to anyone and everyone in the world. With a few clicks, I can find out every detail of someone's life, down to what stores they shop at. It's quite possibly the worst thing for someone like me to have access to. It would be like giving Lila James access to the president's nuclear football. None of us would survive her. Everyone would walk around with crippling anxiety just waiting for her to push that button. In the contract I signed, I agreed not to use any information for my personal gain, so I'm not going to take advantage of Duke Tech. Liam went as far as making me swear on a Bible, which was pretty stupid of him. Mom made us memorize half the passages in it, and to me it's just another book. I'm really not going to take advantage of the access I have. For this, I had to bend the rules just a little. Technically, it's not for my personal gain, it's for the future of the company. My father was the one who decreed this, so he can't say anything about how I get the information. I feel my brother boring holes into the side of my head when I swivel my chair around to take in the view of the city. He's pissed at me for this, but hey, that was the department he chose to be in. At least he knows what the fuck he's doing. I don't know how to be the CEO of any company, let alone a billion-dollar one with thousands of employees and 4 locations around the world. It's fucking daunting. Sure, my degree is in business, but that paper could never prepare me for the real thing. For the time being, I was working closely with my father and only looking over contracts, making decisions alongside him. Technically, because of this little hiccup, I was working pro bono, which pissed me off. We're meeting in his office in 10 minutes, so the file Liam tossed on my desk arrived at the perfect time. I look at him. "You're late." He glares at me. "She was hard to find, as you know." As I know. Yeah, I fucking know. I'm also aware that there was no way I'd be able to find her on my own, and I didn't want to outright ask my father for help with this. With anything. Accepting him into our lives fully has been enough of an adjustment without asking for help. Liam had no qualms about it. He'd even helped Mom move her things over to Henry's estate. He's too fucking nice. I'll never forget the day I agreed to this. I was lying in a hospital bed in Fairview, staring at the black roses sitting by the sink. It was the only arrangement there now. I'd made my mother take the rest home with her. She wanted to throw it away, but I wanted to watch every single petal wither. My father visited, which was already shocking enough, and then he made an offer that came with more zeros than the ones I'd been expecting to make before my life went sideways. It took me a few days to think about it. I added in the clause for the 3 years of hockey, since originally he wanted me to start at Duke Tech as soon as possible. I've managed to transfer all of my anger to Lila. After all, it is her fault I'm here to begin with. I've done everything in my power to find her. I stay in touch with Prescott, but the fucker never slips up and tells me shit, so I have to depend on stalking social media accounts. I even pinned a private investigator on press and got nothing, but I know he knows where she is. Sometimes I want to beat the information out of him. Knowing him and his undying loyalty to her, he would let me beat him to death before giving anything away. I look at the file sitting on my desk. At Duke Tech, we managed to do in a few days what I couldn't do in 3 years, and now that I have my answer, I'm nervous to see what I'll find. Every morning I envision what I'll do when I see her again. By the end of the day, I'm so fucking angry that the only thing I'm certain of is that I'm going to make her life hell, which is where I've been living from the moment she left. 3 fucking years in hell. 3 years of wondering where she is and who she's with. My life was carefully planned out before she came along and turned it upside down. Because of her, I got fucked over on everything I'd been promised. In less than 2 months, she managed to shatter everything I'd worked my entire life for. And for what? I ended up seriously injured, got fucked over by the team I was supposed to sign with, and didn't even get the girl. I didn't even get the girl. And she didn't just run. No, Lila James can't do anything half-assed. She had to go and change her fucking identity, making it impossible to find her. Who changes their identity? Someone running from someone, obviously. I need to know who it is, and when I find out, I'm going to make them pay triple. Once for what they did to her, once for making her run from me, and once for fucking me over. But first, I'm going to make her pay. For 3 years, I've pictured her leading a boring life somewhere in her baggy clothes with a permanent scowl on her face, so when I saw the picture of her a few days ago, I went from very upset to fucking livid. On Marissa's birthday, I watched Prescott's IG extra closely, the way I do every year. For the past 2 years, he's posted little things, drinks, dinner, but nothing that exposes where he is or who he's with. This year, when I was refreshing my feed every couple of seconds, like I was in the queue for fucking concert tickets, he finally made the post I'd been waiting for. At 2 a.m, he shared a picture in his close friends group. I clicked it quickly just in case he'd made a mistake. The punch in the gut was immediate. My hands shook as I paused the picture and screenshotted it. While my finger was on the screen holding the image steady, I stared at Lila motherfucking James. Alive and well, wearing a sexy as fuck outfit in the arms of another man. And she was laughing. She was fucking laughing. The next post was a video that I'm sure he didn't mean to upload since it didn't actually show anything, but I heard her voice as she told some asshole named Wade that he smelled like an ashtray but smelled good underneath it. She'd said it in her sarcastic as fuck tone. He laughed loudly and told her she was funny, and I wanted to reach into the phone and strangle him. I'd called my brother in the middle of the night because even though I was a master screenshotter up until now, I hadn't had to save video from someone's story. Liam talked through it, and I kinda wish he hadn't. I've listened to it more times than I can count, and each time I get more heated than the last. Just thinking about it now makes my pressure go up. My fists pound my desk once. Locke. What? You need to calm the fuck down, he says slowly as if he's afraid I'll lash out at him. I pull the file closer. What about the guy she was with? What about him? Liam takes a seat across from me. Who is he? You can barely see his face and we only have one name to go by. We don't even know if it's his first or last. I close my eyes and take 3 deep breaths to control my temper. These days it doesn't take much to set me off. I'm a ticking time bomb waiting for someone to push me just enough to make me explode. I lost count of how many times I'd ended up in the sin bin these last 3 seasons. I pinch the bridge of my nose and focus on breathing. When I'm calm enough, I look at my brother again. Isn't that what we do here? I ask. Don't we have every single piece of equipment to find people? Don't we have facial recognition programs and shit? Well, yeah, but it's a partial face at best, he says. We can probably do it, but it'll take a little longer. I sit with that for a moment. I don't have a little longer, and it doesn't really matter who the guy is. If he's a boyfriend, she'll have to break up with him. If he's a friend, fuck, it's not like I can tell her who she can and can't be friends with. I'm not that much of an asshole. I'm so annoyed at myself for caring about this shit. Right now, she's a means to an end. Getting her will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll get what I need from her and make her suffer for leaving me. I'm not sure what'll happen after that, but I know nothing will match how much she made me suffer. Besides, when it comes to the 2 of us, she's arguably the biggest asshole. Not arguably, she is. The wall that she puts up as a defense mechanism might as well be a superpower. I take a breath and open the folder. Delilah Duke Guzman. Oh, ho, ho. No, she did not. I sit back in my chair with a grin on my face. I was not expecting that shit. This officially just got better. I read through the file. She works at a sports center and just finished med school. According to this, once she's done with the 2-year residency, she'll officially be a doctor. Impressive. I probably should have told her to explore other options, since this career means she'll have to deal with people one-on-one every day, and she's not the best at that. Whatever, not my problem. When she's not working there, she's coaching and training with soccer players. I flip the page and find an envelope that contains pictures. I look through each one, feigning disinterest even though I'm starving for more. She's with Marissa in the first picture. In another, she's talking to a guy that might be the Wade character. It's another partial shot. This motherfucker doesn't know how lucky he is. I set the picture aside anyway. In the others, she's doing drills with some teenagers and coaching little kids. The next picture captivates me. She's crouching down, talking to a little blonde girl. It's the little girl who gets Lila's smile. My smile. My heart sinks. Jesus Christ, is this really what my life has come to? I'm one of the most eligible bachelors. I've been ranked #1 by the gossip magazines. Even if I hadn't been, I know my worth. Getting women has never been a problem, but instead of focusing on them, I'm brooding over this picture. I've taken ownership of a smile, and now I'm jealous of a fucking child for taking it. I look through the rest of the pictures and pay attention to her face in those. They're all polite smiles. I don't know if it's a polite, happy smile or just polite. I'll have to see it in person. I should be content with the fact that she's no longer scowling at everyone, but that just triggers other points of anger inside me. We found her, though. We finally found her. That I am happy about. I feel my brother's eyes on me as I take in the information. He's been wary to look for her from the beginning. I'm starting to think he's afraid of what I'll do when I find her. He's right to be. I'm not entirely sure how this will go down when we're finally standing face to face. I would never physically harm her, so there's no worries on that front. There are other ways to hurt her that don't include touching her. I guess we'll just have to see how I feel when I see her. Delilah Duke Guzman. I shake my head and smile again. I can't remember the last time I genuinely smiled. Delilah Duke Guzman. If she wants, she can keep the first name. I'll probably never call her that, so it won't matter. Duke is permanent. I need to get the James back in there. Locke, Liam says across from me. I'm still smiling, and the look of horror on his face makes me smile more. Where the fuck is Rhodes? I slide the partial face picture across the desk and tap it. Also, use this one. I knock on my father's door and wait until he invites me in. He grins when I step into the office and stands to give me a hug. It's still weird as fuck seeing Henry all the time. It's weirder that after ignoring me for over 20 years, he's totally flipped and now wants us to get together all the fucking time. I'm convinced that the brain tumor made him grow a heart. We have weekly dinners at their house, sometimes with guests and other times just the four of us. I try to go when time allows, but only because I would have visited my mother on those short breaks anyway. The whole thing is weird as fuck, but he's trying really hard, so I'm trying as well. Mom keeps saying that she wants him to retire so they can travel all the time, but he's not ready. In the meantime, he's agreed to go on a few trips a year and wants us to learn everything so he won't worry while he's gone, and when the time comes, he can retire. I doubt he'll ever truly retire. Henry lives for this shit. If it weren't for Mom, he'd probably sleep here. He tries to give me a full-on hug, but I pat him on the back twice and move away quickly to the chair across from him. I'm not a hugger, and even if I was, I wouldn't hug him. I'm not there yet. I'm doing much better, but I'm not sure I'll ever get to the genuinely full-on hugging stage. So, he slaps a hand on his desk as he takes a seat. What are we discussing today? The acquisitions team wants to reach out to the FBI about the new drones, I say. They think they'd benefit from them. He gives a nod. What do you think? It doesn't really matter what I think, I say. I've already told him that I hate working with the government in any capacity. If they were doing legit, let's keep the peace shit with this tech, I'd be fine, but who knows what the hell they're using this for. Instead of saying all of that for the 10th time, I say, if the money is right and they sign a long contract, we can't turn them down, especially since another company is probably on our heels producing them as well. He nods. What did you tell the team? To draw up a proposal and email it to us? Good. The call with Texas went well, as usual. Nothing to report there. We vetted the new head of security. What are your thoughts on him? He asks in the midst of my report. He's level-headed, seems like a good guy. Your mother thinks he's hot, he says, scowling. It's funny coming from him since all the older ladies in the office salivate over Dad. Some of the younger ones even call him Daddy Henry. It's pretty fucking weird. I only know this because my secretary likes to gossip and keeps me informed. According to him, the younger women are now lusting after me, but that's not happening. Even if I wasn't set on Lila, I'd never fuck someone I work with in any capacity. I guess he's good-looking, I say, finally. How did she even see him? She got here when he was leaving the room yesterday. He looks at the door as if the scene is replaying. It doesn't matter. She's allowed to find other men attractive. It's just, he's young and I'm getting old, you know, he chuckles. It's funny, I never gave a shit about things like this before. I nod. That's understandable since he only grew a heart after his treatments. Anything else we need to discuss? He asks. Liam's still working with IT to try to stop a few hackers from stealing crypto from some rich people that have Duke Tech on retainer, but that's ongoing and we have no real solution yet. Keep me posted, he says. What about your inheritance? I still think it's bullshit, I say. I should be getting that money with no strings attached. For a brief moment I think about tacking on that I should get it with no strings because of the shitty father he's been, but I don't. I'm really trying to let go of my anger. Besides, bringing up money's pointless since it's the only thing we ever saw from him each month. You know, I said the same thing to my father, he says with a laugh. And then you married my mother and only saw her when it was convenient to you, I point out. He walked right into that one. He shrugs but says nothing to defend himself. I have to give him some credit. When he sold me on the deal, he conveniently forgot to disclose that I'd only receive my inheritance, which was triple what the highest NHL player made, if I was at least 25 and married. Right now, I only check one of those boxes. What gets me is that he was once in my position, so he knows how ridiculous this is. When Mom moved in with him, she confessed to us that their marriage was out of convenience, and they just happened to fall in love. Well, she fell in love, and he fought it because he was so busy turning the millions he'd inherited from his father into billions. I'm still upset that she didn't tell us years ago. I don't understand why marriage is part of the equation. The papers state when I turned 25. I point at the pile of papers on his desk as if my inheritance contract is somewhere in there. 25 and married. If you don't hold up that end of the bargain, you won't get your stipend, he says. And it's a pretty big stipend. Much bigger than any hockey contract. I know. I've seen the numbers. I say through gritted teeth. Just marry a puck rabbit, he says. I'm sure they'd be willing. I'm not marrying a puck bunny. Doesn't matter who it is, Lachlan. It does to me, but I can't explain to my dad something that I barely understand myself. Even if it's out of convenience, I don't want to marry some random woman. They don't even come close. Before I met her, women vied for my attention, but they never had it. They'd never get it. I've come to the realization that Lila James is the prototype and I don't do knockoffs, and I know the sentiment goes both ways. I refuse to believe that the guy in those pictures means anything to her. What we share can't be duplicated. I don't say any of this aloud, ever, because I know how insane it'll sound. I fell completely in love with her. What I feel for her now isn't love. I don't know what it is, but I know it's unhealthy as fuck. I also know she's the only antidote, so I need her to agree to this. So, what are you going to do? He folds his hands on his desk. Do you want to start interviewing people for the wife position? I don't have to interview people. I already have one. His brows hitch. You have a wife? Not yet, but I will soon. I just have to guilt her into it. I clear my throat. I'll need the rest of the week off to get this settled. Take two. Take a computer with you and keep your phone on, he says. Do you have any questions for me today? Actually, I do. I scoot forward. How fast can we get information on someone if we only have a partial view of their face to work with?
Chapter 26. Delilah. I've had the strangest feeling in the pit of my stomach all day. It's the same one I used to get back home when I thought he was watching. Which is worrisome, since I haven't felt that way at all since moving here. The entire drive from my place to Marissa's smoothie shop, I felt like I was being followed. As I walk from her shop over to Tackle, I feel like I'm being watched. My stomach coils, and I look over my shoulder twice before sprinting to the front door. As I unlock it, I look over my shoulder again, and when I finally step in, I shut and lock it right away. Coming here probably isn't the wisest decision. If he's in here, or if any unhinged person with the intent to kill is, I pretty much sign my fate by locking the door. A cold shiver runs through me as I jog down the hall and head toward my office. I take a deep breath and remind myself that he can't find me. He can't, but the damage is done. My gut is never wrong, and right now it's telling me someone's following me. He won't know to look here. I tell myself this over and over while mulling over all of the things I've done to ensure I'm never found. The apartment, the name change, and picking a city most people wouldn't think to look. The only people I speak to from back home are Prescott and Marissa. The rest of Fairview thinks I moved across the country. No one really cares. My father texted me the night Locke was attacked and asked if I was okay, which I absolutely wasn't. But I said yes anyway, and that was it. The only defense he could have is that I changed my number. "I thought you were taking the week off," Wade says. I shriek loudly and jump a foot off the ground, shaking as I pivot to him. "Jesus Christ, Wade! Did you not hear the doors close when I walked in?" His eyes widen. "Or my loud singing?" "No." I take another breath to calm down. And yes, I'm taking the week off. "So you're here because—" "I dropped by to get my computer." I continue the walk to my office. We all have private offices, which is pretty cool and makes Wade feel like a real adult. I guess paying bills and showing up to work on time isn't enough proof for him. He normally plays for the USMNT, but took this year off to recover from a knee injury. He's been working here during that time. He'd already been training here during the off-season, so it felt like a natural progression. He'll get back to professional soccer next season, though. I grab the bag I left next to my desk and turn to the door, where Wade is standing, leaning against the frame. He doesn't move the way he's supposed to when I'm standing right in front of him. I already played this out in my head. I'm not an idiot. I know Wade likes me. I also know there's nothing I can do to make myself like him back. It's annoying, since there's absolutely nothing wrong with him. He's nice, has a great personality, and is very persistent. And with brown hair that he keeps cropped, dark blue eyes, and that freaking body, he's definitely got the looks. Our coworkers are always trying to get us together, which is annoying. One time we got locked in the freaking closet together by someone, and it felt like 7 minutes in hell. I'm pretty sure everyone here has a wager on it, since there's no way I won't fall for him. I wish they were right. Even Marissa is kind of rooting for it to happen. She says I need to stop comparing every man I meet to Lachlan, which is as true as it is impossible. He was the only one who was able to pull me out of the dark and give me light. And even though I no longer live in the darkness, everything around me is still dim. Besides, it's not like I meet a ton of men. I only know the ones I work with, and I'm not interested in any of them. "Are you going to move, or do I need to manhandle you?" I ask, looking up at Wade. "Manhandle me?" He raises an eyebrow. "Sounds tempting." I roll my eyes and slap his hard stomach. "Move." "Fine." He huffs. He moves and follows me through the building and out the door until we're in the parking lot. I stop walking and turn to him. "What are you doing here anyway?" "I was dropping off some papers." "Oh." I look at the cars in the lot. There are only 3, and his is one of them. "I walked here." "From Marissa's?" he asks. "Yep." I look down the block where her shop is and head that way. "Talk to you later." He starts walking next to me. "Isn't your car parked over there?" "Yep." He shoots me the lopsided smile that all the women go crazy over. "So—" I signal between us and the sidewalk ahead, but I don't stop walking.
Will you be at Medley's tonight? He asks. Again? What, you can't hang out 2 weekends in a row? I keep my face impassive and don't even roll my eyes or answer his stupid question. The answer is a solid no. It has nothing to do with Medley's, though. They have great food and drinks, and it's become one of our hangout spots. It's also become everyone else's hangout spot. Over the summer, a plethora of families and young professionals moved to Rhodes, nearly doubling the population at record speed. Let me guess, he says when I don't respond. Medley's is too rowdy for you. No, I'm just... I shake my head. Boring? He asks with a cheeky grin. If I'm so boring, why do you want to hang out with me so bad? I arch an eyebrow and look at him. He rolls his eyes. Fine, you're not boring. I'll go, I say, surprising myself. A drink with a friend can't hurt, and it's not like I have so much going on. Cool. His smile shows off his dimple, and now I roll my eyes. He ignores it. 8 o'clock? Sure. I'll pick you up at 7:45, he says. Wait, you're picking me up? I stop dead in my tracks, and he pivots to start walking in the direction we just came from. Yep, he says from the other side of the sidewalk as he jogs away backward, still smiling at me. It's a date. It's not a date, I shout back. I'm serious. I can't hear you. I don't even bother. I just turn around and keep walking until I get to my car, which is parked in front of Marissa's businesses. I unlock it, set my bag inside, and relock it as I head to her smoothie store. I walk in feeling incredibly annoyed, which is normal, but these days when I'm incredibly annoyed, it shows. I hate it. Marissa looks up from behind the counter and arches an eyebrow when she takes in my demeanor. What the hell happened to you? She asks as I reach her. Wade invited me to Medley's, told me he'd pick me up, and then said it was a date. Whoa! Her brows shoot up. He finally grew a pair. I bring up my hands and shake them as if it'll help me get out the words I want to say. I don't want to date. I'm not ready. You're never going to be ready, Lyles. Face it, you're going to have to fake it till you make it. That's how my parents started out, and look at them. I massage the back of my neck, which is tense because of all of this. I don't want to date Wade, and going on a date will lead him on. It's been 3 years, she says, as if I need a reminder. I shoot her a look. I know exactly how long it's been. You're going to end up being one of those cat ladies. I'm allergic to cats. She gives me a droll look. Seriously? I really am. And I hate that being a cat lady is used in a negative way when in reality they're probably happier than most people who have partners. Whatever, no cats then. Come out with me. I can be your wing woman. She grins wide. Or I can tell Prez to call his hot friend from work, and we can go out with him so you can meet him. God, no. I scowl. I hate lawyers. You've never even been with one, and I hate them already. I turn around. You like Press, and he's a lawyer, she points out behind me. I knew him before he became a lawyer, I say as I open the door. And who says I like him? She laughs as I walk out and get in my car. The entire ride home, I'm thinking about what I could wear that would scream, "This is not a date." I could go baggy on him, but I won't. That served its purpose, barely, and I'm past that stage in my life. I shower, dress, and stand in front of the mirror. My skin keeps its golden complexion from being in the sun every day, and I cut my hair shorter so that it rests on my shoulders when I decide to do beach waves in it, which I did tonight. My makeup looks good, natural, and not date-looking, I hope. And my body looks great in the short summer dress Marissa gave me for my birthday last year. I finish applying lip gloss, slip my feet into cute but comfortable tan sandals, and step back. Okay, so maybe I look like I'm going on a date. Fuck. Whatever. I'll have to remind him all night if that's what it takes.
Chapter 27. Delilah. My skin is crawling again with the sensation of being watched when Wade brushes his hand against mine as we stand in the crowded bar. I jump and start looking around again, pressing my back against the bar. I don't see anyone who looks suspicious, but the feeling remains. You can ignore warning bells in your head. You can even ignore your treacherous heart. But you can never ignore your gut. I learned that the hard way.
Who are you looking for?
Wade asks. No one. Just looking around. There are so many new faces.
I know, right?
He turns sideways and props his shoulder on the bar. Now he's really close, almost hugging me.
They texted me that we're number 20 in line for a table, which means well over an hour.
I take another sip of my old-fashioned. On the weekends, booths have become a commodity, unless you reserve ahead of time. We already had appetizers and 2 drinks while standing at the bar, so we don't really need a booth. The only reason I wanted one was so we could sit across from each other. Standing at the bar gives Wade the opportunity to do things like face me fully and put a hand over the bar around me, so it looks like we're on a date. Fuck. I already told him twice that it's not a date, so I'm just going to enjoy the rest of my drink and tell him again if he tries to make a move. I huff out a breath and look around once more. I look up and see they're playing a college hockey game on television and ask the bartender for another drink. Wade has 2 more before I tell him that I want to go home. The nagging feeling in my gut is still there when we walk outside, even after I tried drowning it in whiskey. Suddenly, the smell of cigarettes hits me and I really start to panic. My heart's in my throat as I look around. I spot some girl standing near the door looking at her phone with a cigarette in her hand. Oh my God. I take a deep breath and exhale. He's not here. He can't be. We have to walk, I say when Wade starts heading to where his car is parked.
You think so?
I shoot him a look.
I know so. Fine.
He starts trying to do the DUI walk in a straight line thing and fails miserably. You would have gotten arrested for that.
Maybe.
He glances at me.
Unless it's a woman officer and I flash my dimple at her.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd be willing to put her badge on the line for a rendezvous with you. He laughs.
Many women would.
Yep, I see them on the pitch all the time, I say. I look over my shoulder again, that feeling curling around my gut telling me someone's watching. I have no connection to this place whatsoever. He couldn't have found me. A cold chill runs down my spine just the same.
I don't understand why you're not one of them. Why can't you date me?
He asks, pulling me from my paranoia. I just can't, I say, looking over my shoulder.
You cold?
Yep. It's not a complete lie. The thought of him catching up to me turns my blood cold. Wade wraps an arm around my shoulder. I stiffen but leave it there. It's not like he's holding me against his side or anything. Prescott walks like this with me all the time and it means nothing. It's not a date, I say, reminding him again.
So you've said.
He says.
It could be.
It's not. I shimmy out of his arm. He huffs.
Is it because of that guy?
There is no guy.
The hockey guy?
He says, and air quotes,
Lachlan Duke?
He's not a fictional character, you know. The air quotes are unnecessary.
Why can't you just forget about him? Besides, we already had sex, remember?
He asks a little too loudly and turns to me when we stop at the crosswalk. Yep. I resist the urge to facepalm myself. Why did I do that? What in the world possessed me to hook up with him? Oh yeah,
Alcohol, boredom, and loneliness. A dangerous triple threat. It happened once, and the guy brings it up all the time. We can do it again. He reaches out and slides his pointer across my crossed arms. We can't. We'd be good together, and you know it. He brings his hand up and brushes his fingers against my cheek. You feel it, don't you? I don't. I lower my arms and turn to start walking across the street. I should feel bad about this, but I don't. Am I supposed to apologize for not feeling the same way? My mother would say I should. That nags at me, but when I open my mouth, the words won't come out. I allow myself to think about her often these days, and find myself asking whether or not she'd approve of certain things. Not that I'd ever really know how she'd treat me now that I'm an adult, but I do the best I can with what she gave me while she was alive. Is it that you genuinely don't feel anything, or that you don't want to feel anything? He asks, stopping at the end of my building. I genuinely don't feel anything, I say, looking at the ground and back at him. How can you feel nothing? He asks. That makes no sense. I look up at the sky and ask for help before I look at him again. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel nothing. I'm sorry. Nothing? He asks again, clearly in disbelief. Nothing. Okay. He runs a hand through his hair. What if we kiss? What? My eyes widen. I take a step back and hit the brick wall behind me. A kiss, he repeats. We never kissed when we hooked up. Oh. I played dumb about the kiss as I look up and down the block to make sure we're not being followed. My stomach is coiled so tight that I should just tell him to walk me up to my apartment. I just know he's watching. I fucking know it. My hands begin to shake, but I keep looking. Delilah, Wade says. I blink. Yeah? One kiss. I don't kiss. I stare at him when I say it and hope my deadpan face makes him give up already. Besides, it's the truth. I don't want to kiss anyone else, ever. God, I'm pathetic. I'm so fucking pathetic. Maybe Marissa's right, and I should give this guy a shot, even if just to take my mind off Locke for a moment. I know what'll happen, though. I'll compare everything he does to the memory of the way Lachlan did things, and then I'll have to break up with him. Or he'll break up with me when he realizes he'll never live up to my expectations. I pause at that. My own thoughts sound ridiculous. It's official. I've gone mad. I focus on Wade again. He's cute. Hot, even. This is so damn frustrating. Why doesn't he do anything for me? Really? He asks in disbelief. Well, now we have to do it. One kiss. Just one. Fine. But we're only doing it once. Unless you like it, he says. I roll my eyes. It's a kiss, Delilah, not the fucking Olympics. He laughs, shaking his head. My lips twitch and I shake my head as well. I'm being ridiculous. It's not like it's sex. But somehow this feels more intimate. Still, I'm doing this. Wade looks at me for a moment, his eyes searching mine as he takes one step forward. He takes another step and I can smell the whiskey he drank earlier. I shut my eyes and tilt my head slightly. Put your lips on her, and I'll make you swallow your fucking teeth. The voice is so unexpected, so low and raw that every cell in my body goes on high alert. So many things happen at once. I jolt, my eyes pop open, my heart pounds hard, then sinks into my stomach, and I stop breathing. I practically jump away from Wade, who's also taking a step back since he has no idea what's happening. I'm still not breathing as I turn in the direction the voice came from and find myself staring into a pair of green eyes. I set a hand on the brick wall to steady myself as my legs begin to shake and my head starts feeling light. I think I'm fainting. I make some sort of noise, half gasp, half scream as I take him in. Lachlan James Duke is here. Here. And he's looking at me like he wants to murder me. Chapter 28. Delilah. Who the fuck are you? Wade glares at him and steps closer to me as if to protect me. I raise my arm up to keep some distance between myself and Wade because Locke looks like he might snap his neck. He looks like he might snap mine. I take in his all-black attire and overall appearance. His face, still so handsome and sculpted, has stubble, as if he hasn't shaved in a few days, and this somehow makes him look even sexier. His jaw is tight as his incensed gaze burns into me. Suddenly, I realize he's the one my gut warned me about. And I get it. The man standing in front of me needs to be announced by loud bells and trumpets. I swear, even pissed off, he's hotter than he used to be. I can't seem to form words. I can't speak. Can't think. Dude, seriously, what do you want? Wade asks after a few seconds. Lachlan's jaw tenses. You have something that belongs to me, and I need it back. Something that belongs to me. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking die. What the Wade starts. Lachlan's eyes are so dark right now they almost look black. He doesn't let Wade get another word in, or maybe he does. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. He lunges forward, wraps an arm around me, lifts me off the ground, and slams his mouth on mine. I whimper. It's a savage kiss. An angry kiss. One I know will leave a mark on more than just my lips. I instinctively wrap my arms around him and deepen the kiss. He growls into my mouth, a rumbled sound that ping-pongs inside my body. The world evaporates. He doesn't savor me. He devours me. He kisses me as if he's making up for every minute and every day we've been apart, as if he's punishing me for it. In the back of my mind, I know our tongues need to stop sparring, and we need to separate. But I don't want it to. And I can tell he doesn't either. I feel his reluctance as he pulls away. A protesting sound forms in the back of my throat. We're still holding on to each other, both panting, searching each other's eyes, trying to make sure we're not mirages. In his eyes, I see heat, longing, and anger. So much anger, it sends a shiver down my spine. I've seen him angry before, of course, but never at me. Because of me, sure, but not directed at me. I know I deserve every bit of it, but it doesn't hurt any less. You said you don't kiss, Wade says. He's definitely still a little tipsy. Holy shit, you're the guy. Yeah. Locke doesn't take his gaze off me. I'm the guy. I shut my eyes for a moment. When I open them, I start turning my face toward Wade to say something, but Lachlan brings his hand up and grabs my jaw hard to keep my eyes on his. It's at this moment that I realize that he's gripping me the way a snake would its prey. I can't tell if he's holding me because he missed me, or if he's holding me hostage in case I disappear again. When he lets go of my face, I stare at him for a moment longer before I try to look over at Wade again. Locke grabs my chin again, moving my face to the position it was in. Don't you dare, he seethes under his breath.
Locke, I breathe.
Don't fucking look at him.
His grip on my back gets tighter. I have to get rid of him, I whisper. I really don't want Lachlan to beat the shit out of Wade, and I know he will. I've seen this look. I have to say goodbye, though. He doesn't budge. Lachlan, please.
Make it quick.
He makes a disgruntled sound but lowers me until my feet touch the ground and lets me go. He takes half a step back and crosses his arms. For a moment, I just stare at him. I can barely process what's happening. 1 minute I'm thinking about Locke the way I do every freaking day, and the next he's here and his lips are on mine. I don't know what I'm even supposed to say to Wade, but I have to say something. My knees are still shaky, but I manage to face him. At least he looks less drunk. Thanks for dinner and drinks, I say, taking a breath. I'm sorry.
Delilah.
He blinks hard, shoots Locke a look, and focuses on me again.
Come on.
He says it in the same tone you make when the referee makes a call you don't agree with.
You're ending our fate because of him?
He asks in disbelief. Yeah, he's definitely still a little drunk. I swear Locke growls. I repeatedly told you this wasn't a date, I say. Thank you for dinner and drinks, and for walking me home. He just stares. Why can't he just leave? Does he not understand I'm trying to help him? Wade is like 3 inches shorter and at least 20 pounds of muscle less than Locke. Even if he wasn't, even if their builds were reversed, Locke's anger counts for 2 men. There's no way Wade walks out of here intact.
Are you going to be okay?
He asks, frowning.
She'll be more than okay. Do you need another demonstration?
Lachlan charges forward but stops beside me when I throw an arm out.
Should I fuck her against the wall? Is that what it'll take for you to understand?
Lachlan! I shoot him a glare, heat rising to my cheeks. He smirks. It's not nice, but it still makes my heart skip. Wade laughs in disbelief.
This is the guy you've been moping over?
He's probably wondering if once again I've proven that the bad boys always get the girl. But that's not what this is. How the hell do I explain that Locke isn't always like this? How do I explain that, yes, he's possessive when it comes to me, but he's also fun and caring? There's no way he's going to believe it when Lachlan's acting like a fucking lunatic. It's really complicated, I say. I'll call you tomorrow and explain. We can meet for breakfast if you want, and I'll explain there. Locke scoffs. I ignore him.
Breakfast,
Wade says, looking at Lachlan when he says,
at our spot.
Jesus Christ in a manger, why are men like this? Locke's deep, unamused chuckle makes me shiver, even though I know it's another indication that this can go downhill quickly. I'll see you tomorrow, I confirm.
Okay, that's it. Let's go.
Locke grabs my arm and starts walking.
Now, Lila.
I whisper another apology to Wade and turn around to keep up with Lachlan's pace, which is impossible since his legs are so much longer than mine. His hold on me is tight. Not tight enough to leave marks, just tight enough to make me feel like he's manhandling me like I'm a rag doll.
Delilah?
Wade calls out as we're almost at the door.
If you don't call or show, I'm calling the cops.
I start, but Lachlan pulls me inside before I can respond. I yank my arm out of his grasp. What the fuck, Lachlan?
Go.
He nods at the elevator, his jaw clenched. The initial shock of seeing him has worn off. I've gone from disbelief and elation to straight-up anger.
I punch the button with my fist 3 times as if it's at fault for what's happening. Inside, I stand with my arms crossed and stare ahead as he stands behind me. Maybe by the time we reach the 14th floor, we'll have had enough time to cool off. Highly unlikely. We'll probably need another 3 years for that to happen. It's a scary thought. A sad one. I've lived without him for 3 years. And sure, I've been able to live my life a lot better than I ever did in Fairview. But the gaping hole in my heart remains empty. I'm positive that without med school consuming me, I wouldn't have made it another 3 without caving and dialing his number. I step out of the elevator and practically stomp to my door, unlocking it and yanking it open. I let it go and let fate decide whether or not it'll slam in his face. Lachlan catches it. I pivot around and face him. What the fuck? What the fuck what, Delilah? He seethes, stepping closer. You can't just barge into my life out of nowhere, make out with me in front of my friend, and manhandle me. I cross my arms and grind my teeth. How'd you find me? Friend? He asks loudly, then says it again louder. Friend? Do you kiss all your friends, Delilah? He looks down, raking my body with heated eyes. Do you dress like that for your friends? Are you trying to slut-shame me? Is that what this is? Because if you think for a second that I'm going to believe that you haven't fucked, I wasn't the one who left! He roars. When I feel my eyes burning, I turn around and face the half window in the living room. I swallow hard. This is not how I envisioned things going when we saw each other again. I definitely didn't think he'd take my heart and purposely stomp on it. He's right about me being the one who left. He's right to be angry and scream at me. He's right to demand answers to questions that have remained floating around. But it does not make it any easier to hear him practically confirm that he's slept with other women. I know it makes me a hypocrite since I hooked up with Wade that one time. But I can't help it. In my mind, in my heart, Lachlan belongs to me. He told Wade that I belonged to him. For now, I'm going to hold on to that tiny glimmer of hope. I spin around and walk back to the center of the room. How did you find me? Why did you leave? He retorts. Why'd you change your fucking identity? His anger is so palpable that I feel it in my core. I was going to tell him everything that night. And look at how that turned out. For 3 years, I've been telling myself that when we saw each other again, I would tell him everything in detail. I wasn't strong enough to delve into the details back then. I am now. But I have no doubt that the man in front of me would leave me here and go to Fairview right now to kill the person responsible for all of this. I would let him, if that didn't mean he'd go to jail for the rest of his life. I left because I was a danger to you. I swallow. Fuck. I don't want to cry, but tears cloud my vision anyway. I look away. I should have left sooner. I shouldn't have let you in at all. Oh, but you can let that loser in? He sneers. He's not a loser. My eyes snap to his as I uncross my arms. Don't be mean out of jealousy. And who the hell says I let him in? I've never kissed him. That's what that was about. He wanted me to kiss him, and I couldn't. I can't do anything because of you. He runs both hands through his hair and growls as he starts pacing. He looks like a wild animal that just escaped captivity. His pacing stops for a moment, and he looks at me, his eyes hard and angry. The pacing resumes, and I just stand there, staring, and wondering if he's completely unhinged.
Chapter 29. Lachlan. Why did I think I could do this? I should have sent someone to kidnap her and bring her to me. I watched her all day just to get a glimpse of her life here, but the more I saw, the more upset I became. She's living her life, actually living it. She doesn't walk around with a smile on her face, but I know her and can tell she's content here, which is more than she was at Fairview. That should make me happy. Instead, it fuels my anger because she's here without me, living the life I wanted to give her, that I wanted to share with her. All of those thoughts ran through my mind before I caught her with that loser. I watched them together the entire night. I should get a goddamn medal for reining in my rage as long as I did. Shit, for reining it in, period. I still want to hurt him for the way he was looking at her, the way he was touching her, the way he almost kissed her. He's lucky I didn't make good on my promise and bash his teeth in. Pack a bag, I say, calmer than I feel. We leave tomorrow. What? Leave where? Her eyes go wide. I can't just leave. My body starts heating up again. Why? Because of him?
No. Do you even hear yourself right now? She snaps. You accosted me in front of him and he just stood there. Why would he do that if we were together? Think about it.
Because he's a pussy. That earns me a light laugh and a touch of a smile that she tries to hide by turning her head away, but I saw it. I heard it. The sound makes the chains around my heart rattle. Seeing the way she keeps pressing her lips together to keep from laughing makes my mouth twitch, like if it'll finally form a smile after all these years. But I restrain myself. This time around, she'll be the one working for my smiles. Pack a bag, I say again. She blinks.
I can't just leave because you demand it.
No? I close the distance between us. I think you owe it to me.
I owe it to you to leave with you?
You owe me for a lot of things. She stares at me, pinning her dizzying brown eyes on mine. They fall to my lips momentarily, and I know she's picturing them on hers again. I want to kiss her so fucking badly it hurts, but I won't. I shouldn't have done it in the first place, but when I saw her close her eyes and that shithead step forward, I felt like I was being sucked into the ground. And her dress. My God, that fucking dress. I want to fucking burn it after the images played out in my head of him slipping his hand under it while he kissed her. Thankfully, none of that actually happened, but it doesn't make me any less upset about the possibility. Kissing her wasn't part of the plan, but it's all it took for me to confirm what I've always known. She was made for me. For me. No one else. I have work, she says quietly. I'll pay you.
What?
Her voice hitches.
You'll pay me for what, exactly?
For you to leave with me. She stares at me for a long moment and finally laughs lightly.
And then what? What's your plan after I pack a bag and leave with you?
You're going to marry me.
What?
She shrieks, taking a step back with a horrified look that further fuels my anger.
I am not getting married.
Oh, but you are. I cross my arms and grin. It's okay, though. You won't have much paperwork to do since you already have my last name. Delilah Duke. Her jaw drops. Shock looks beautiful on her. She turns her back to me. I take advantage and check her out while she's processing this. My memory didn't do the reality of her justice. For a while, I tried to convince myself that it was just a college fling and that the only reason she intrigued me was that she was different from the rest. I've tried to trick myself into believing that when I saw her again, I wouldn't feel what I felt back then, and I was right. I feel more. How the hell is that even possible? How could I feel more than I felt back then when she consumed my every waking thought? I take a breath and exhale slowly. I need her to agree to this. You owe me, Lila James. I pause for effect. Or do you prefer Delilah Duke?
Why do I need to marry you?
She twirls back around.
Where will you take me?
Chicago. Then we're making a stop in Fairview. After that, I can bring you back here if that's what you want. She drops her eyes from mine. I watch as she processes this bit of news. Her face is more expressive, as if the walls she always had up have slowly been chipping away. This also pisses me off. After a moment, she sighs. I wait for her to speak. She doesn't. She wraps her arms around herself as if it's the only thing holding her together. The look of defeat leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, but I didn't come here to make things easy for her. You'll get $1 million if we stay married a year, $2 million if it's 2, I say. Her gaze snaps to mine. Why? I need to get married in order to receive my inheritance. Oh. Her brows pinch, but the expression clears quickly. She shakes her head. I can't do it. I gawk at her. Who the fuck turns down that kind of money? I know for a fact she hasn't touched a dime in the bank account she had set up before she fled. She transferred some things to the new one, so she's still making residuals from the college merch sold with her name on it, but that's dwindling for both of us. I even got into her apps, which is how I know Prescott was helping her out for some time. She paid him back for it, though, and this apartment is rented. The only financial burden she has are student loans and her car, but with rent, food, and other expenses, I'm sure it adds up quickly. She went from having everything she wanted to only buying what she needs. She gets paid well at the sports center, but that'll never be anywhere near $1 million. This should be a no-brainer for her. You owe me, I repeat. You keep saying that, and I get why you're upset. You got seriously hurt and ended up in the hospital because of me, and that kills me. She swallows hard. You have no idea how much it kills me, but you still went pro and lived the life you wanted. The life I wanted? A harsh laugh flows out of my lips. You played pro and kicked ass, she says, studying me closely, which is why I don't understand why you'd retire after 3 years. So you've been keeping up with me? No, I can't, she says quietly, as if pained. People tell me things anyway, though. Right. People. Prescott and Marissa. I'm so annoyed with those two, but I'll deal with their undying loyalty to her later. You have a lot of student loans, I say. Oh my God, her eyes widen. Did you know where I was this whole time? I run my fingers through my hair and take a breath. Do you really think if I knew where you were, it would have taken me this long to get to you? She searches my face for a long moment. The thing about it is, we both know she's going to do it. If the tables were turned and I felt as guilty as I know she feels, I would have already agreed to this, even if just to try to make up for some of her pain. She frowns slightly, and I think I finally have her. I can't just leave, she says quietly and closes her eyes. People need me here. I stare at her. People need you here. I needed you. I still fucking need you. I hate myself for thinking that, and even more for wanting to scream it at the top of my lungs. Not that I would give her the satisfaction. I add it to the list of things that piss me off. It's a long fucking list. 1 week, I say, for now. Why me? She whispers, searching my face intently. Do you have any idea how much I lost because of the attack? I ask. I dropped in the draft. I didn't get the money I'd been promised. The teams I wanted to play for who were interested in me passed. And then you. And then you fucking left me there by myself to pick up the fucking pieces of the heart you shattered because I was stupid enough to fall for you. I don't say that, obviously, and I don't think I need to. Sadness flashes in her eyes just the same. It's gone quickly, replaced by a serious expression as she seems to mull it over. A small frown forms on her face as she opens her mouth and shuts it a few times. I just know whatever she's going to say is either going to hurt her or hurt me. I wait. Can't you marry someone else? She asks finally, her voice a shaky whisper. She doesn't even look me in the eye as she says it. She can't. I know she can't. I take a moment to revel in how difficult it was for her to say those words. No, I say plainly. Locke, her shoulders drop. I can't go back to Fairview. That's what it comes back to, which is the exact reason I agreed to attend the sports luncheon in the first place. I have no doubt that she would have given me the name of the attacker by now if I hadn't mentioned Fairview right off the bat. I could extract it from her. Fuck it out of her. I know she'd let me. The thing is, I no longer want just a name. I've sat with the knowledge of what they did to her, to me, for too long. I've learned to exercise patience. Well, that might be a stretch, but I've gotten good at exercising patience. Okay, I've gotten better at it. After I recovered, I wasn't plagued by my injuries or how they happened. I was plagued by knowing what they'd done to her. She'd only touched the surface of it back then. This time, I want her to tell me in great detail what they did. I don't want a name, not yet. With all the pent-up rage I have, I'll spoil my own plan before it unfolds, and I haven't waited this long just to fuck it up in a hasty attempt to get revenge. No, This time, I'm going to sit with the details until we get to Fairview, and then I'll demand a name from her. She may not give it to me, but I'm ready. I already hired someone to follow us while we're there without making themselves known. I want every move she makes documented. When the person exposes themselves, I'll be there to knock the fucking wind out of them, the way they did to me. Worse than they did to me, and I'm not going to catch them off guard with a cheap shot. I'm going to look them in the eye while I do it, because I'm not a fucking coward. They may have been slick before, hiding in the shadows, but I know their game now. They tried to take me out because they saw me as a threat. They think they own her and will scare her into submission again. They may even think they're an evil menace, but they have no idea what kind of monster they've created. You will go back with me, I say, with enough venom in my voice to make her eyes narrow. I relish that, too. This is a side of her not many people get to see. She may have replaced her scowl with a polite smile, but deep down, Lila James is an angry little concoction stewed by a witch in a cauldron that's waiting to tip over. I'll hate you for it, she says, eyes still narrowed. I shrug. I don't really care. That shuts her mouth. She's watching me closely now. She didn't expect that. How could she? The man she fell in love with would have thrown himself at her feet by now, begging her to return to him. But I'm not that man anymore. I don't beg. I demand. And this is what I'm demanding from her. Whether she wants to do it the easy way or the hard way is up to her. Either way, she's doing it. But I'll play her little game a little longer and see if she decides to come willingly. Okay, I'll do it, she says. $1 million. 2 for a year, I say. I don't even know if I can get through this week, she mutters. My fists clench at my sides. I know that comment has nothing to do with me. She was fucking ecstatic when she saw me. Shocked, but ecstatic. And the way she kissed me. There's no way she doesn't still want me. This is about Fairview. I know that unless I tell her my entire plan, I won't be able to convince her that no harm will come to either of us, but I can't disclose that yet. I need a few days, she says after a moment. I'll give you 1. You'll give me 2 if you want me to go through with this. She pins me with one of her no-bullshit stares, and fucking A, it still does things to me. Why 2? I need to coach tomorrow. She looks down as she says it, and I can tell it means a lot to her. I can't miss it. She takes a breath. They're young. They'll be disappointed. I could take this from her. I could force her to leave anyway, fucking tie her up and put a sock in her mouth and drive, but I won't. I want to watch who she is and what she does here. Maybe by the time I leave here, I won't feel like throttling her and burning anything that stands between us. Highly unlikely, but maybe. We'll leave after, I say. She shakes her head. I work all day. I'm refereeing little kids at 11 and training teenagers in the afternoon. I thought you were taking a week off, I say. Her brows rise like she can't believe I know all of this. I cock my head. Come on, Lila James. I'm on break from the sports center for a week, she explains. I use the same facility, but this is separate from that. Huh. That wasn't clear in the paperwork, but I guess it makes sense if it's all under the same company. Maybe that's why she's making decent money. 2 days, I say. 2 days, she repeats. I give a nod and try not to let my mouth break out in a shit-eating grin. I knew she'd do it. If there's one thing she doesn't need, it's more guilt on her plate. Then again, she may be doing it because of the money, and that thought pisses me off. It shouldn't, but it does. I'm going to breakfast with Wade at 9:30, she says after a moment. My jaw tenses. I can't fucking believe she's actually going. I remain calm and remind myself that in a few days we'll be married and I won't have to worry about that little gnat, but it doesn't make me want to squash him any less. You can come if you want, she says quietly, biting her lip as she looks at the floor. Only because I know her, I know that she means that. If it were anyone else, I'd think they're just trying to be nice, but Lila James would rather stay quiet than say something she doesn't mean. I think about it. Do I want to have breakfast with that asshole? No. Do I want her to go alone? Also, no. I can't promise that I'll be able to sit through it without fucking him up, though. I don't know if I can get as far as coffee before I pound his face in. I decide not to risk it. I'll think about it, I say finally. When will we be back? She asks, looking at me again. You'll be back in time to start your residency. Okay, she breathes, searching my eyes. She looks at me for too long, and I brace myself for whatever will come out of her mouth next. Where will you be when I come back? Ha, that's a trap if I've ever heard one. We'll see. I take my phone out, open up the contract, and hand it to her. Her hands remain very still as she reads through it. This is practically a marriage contract, she says as she continues to scan it. Technically, but we still have to get married in court. Shares? Her brows hike up. That's insane. I grip my teeth. It could be about the money after all. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that she's going to sign it. She keeps scrolling. Finally, she signs it with the tip of her finger and hands the phone back to me. I fucking love technology. She storms into her bedroom and I start dialing my driver. I'd dismissed him, but since he can't fly out until tomorrow, he's still at the hotel. I'll have him check me out of my room early and bring my bag. There's no way I'm sleeping apart from her.
Chapter 30. Delilah. At least he lets me shower and change in peace. I can't believe I'm doing this. He must really hate me to take me back there, knowing I'll relive a nightmare. And marriage? I'm not against it. Sooner or later, I know deep down that I would have married the old Lachlan. This one, not so much. But I'm going through with it because, damn it, I care about him. And if this is the only way for him to get his inheritance, I'll help him. Besides, there's an expiration date, and he's obviously going to let me finish my residency. That alone will take 2 years. By the end, I'll cash out and pay back all of my loans. I wouldn't even consider cashing out if he wasn't such an asshole now. He made out with me, manhandled me inside the building, yelled at me, and demanded I leave with him. I keep replaying everything, and I still can't wrap my head around it. The more I think about it, the sadder I become. I knew that when we saw each other again, things would be difficult in the very beginning. I didn't think it would be like this, though. I knew he'd be upset, so I was prepared for an argument. The difference was that when it played out in my head, we'd argue and have make-up sex and live happily ever after. Dumb, I know. Obviously really fucking dumb considering my situation right now. I need to call Marissa and talk to her about this. I change fast into the first pajama I grab, a cropped t-shirt and matching shorts. It's a freaking Snoopy pajama set, but I don't have many options to sleep in. When I slept with him, I wore t-shirts and panties to bed, which I still wear. There's no way I'll walk around in my underwear in front of this Lachlan Duke. Not that I think he'd give me a second glance. Something tells me that his hatred for me overrides his attraction and whatever else he used to feel for me. The thought makes my heart hurt, but I ignore it and focus. I need to pack, which I hate doing, since I either overpack or forget everything. At least my toiletries are somewhat organized and will be easy. When I leave the bathroom, I feel the air go out of my lungs and freeze on the spot. He's so damn gorgeous. I could look at him for hours. I have looked at him for hours. Seeing him sitting on my bed as he types on his phone is unreal. I've never had a man in my bedroom, and I never let myself imagine him here. Not because I didn't want him here, but because I couldn't have him. I was already hurting myself enough without this image. I continue to stare, making sure that I'm not making him up. I'm completely sober now. After that conversation and the shower, there's no way I wouldn't be. But he still seems like a mirage. He's here, and so close that I can touch him, kiss him, and climb on his lap. My heart skips as I envision myself doing that. That daydream is quickly replaced by a vision of him pushing me off him and yelling at me for thinking I have any right to do that. That hurtful thought snaps me out of it and makes me move to the closet.
I grab my suitcase and focus on packing. I open my sock drawer and pause when I realize I don't know what to pack. It's not like I have a ton of options, but I do happen to have a white dress. Not that it matters. It's not an actual wedding, so it's not like I need one. The thought chips away at my heart a little. I set it aside. I also have a deep green silk dress and a little black dress because clearly I've become a walking cliché here. I've only worn the black one, and it was to this year's holiday party at Tackle. Some people wore red and green, and others wore white and blue. I wore black. I've only worn the other two when I tried them on at the store, but I feel like I should pack them. I have enough jeans, blouses, and dress clothes for work events. Most of my clothes have a purpose. I only purchase things I probably don't need on nights when I cry, listen to music, and drink wine. I should probably ask him what we'll be doing. God, I freaking hate surprises. I can't believe I agreed to this. When I step out of the closet, his head snaps up from his phone, and once again, I'm frozen. His eyes heat as he drinks me in slowly, causing an inferno in their wake. He does it again as if he's savoring every inch of me, undressing me with his gaze. I shift on my feet. I've been a lot of things with Lachlan, but coy isn't one of them. I feel exposed, turned on, and slightly embarrassed by my reaction tonight. When his gaze meets mine, the fire in them licks through me and spreads into my core. I don't know what to pack, I say, my voice low and needy. He stares for another second, then tosses his phone on my bed as he stands and makes his way over. My breath hitches as I watch him, and it occurs to me that this is a terrible idea. The money sounds great, but I don't know if it's worth the risk. I don't think I'll survive him this time. He stops right in front of me. I stare at his black shirt and shut my eyes briefly to inhale his scent. Butterflies swarm my belly when I open them and find him watching me with that look in his eyes. The way he looks at me makes it difficult to breathe. When he reaches me, neither of us moves. I keep my eyes on his, heart pounding erratically as I continue the staring contest that I'm only interested in if it ends with his lips on mine. It doesn't. He breaks away and moves into my closet. I step out fully, thankfully not shaking. At least my body knows when to behave itself. I pivot to look at him. The walk-in closet isn't big by any means, something that's demonstrated by Lachlan, who can easily reach every corner without moving. He grabs the 3 dresses, heels, jeans, tops, and a few other things that he carelessly drops into my suitcase. He knows that shit drives me crazy. I can have a messy stack of books on my nightstand, but my clothes need to be neatly folded. He's doing it on purpose, asshole. I don't react. Finally, he moves to my underwear drawer, and everything inside me comes to a screeching halt. I have nothing to hide or be ashamed of. Vibrators are normal to have and use, but I know he'll be mean. The old Locke would have teased with a sparkle in his eye, a smirk on his lips, and promptly used it on me. This one? I don't know what the hell this new Lachlan will do. I fight to remain calm and resist the urge to stop him. He pulls out every single pair of panties I own and studies them. I only have 3 nice panties, which immediately go in the bag. He tosses some of my others behind his shoulder, not even caring where they land. He does the same with the bras. His brows shoot up when he reaches the back of the drawer, and I know he's found it. This is going to be a jolly good time, I just know it. He takes it out and examines it. It's purple and gets used often. I sigh. Go ahead, make fun of me. Why would I make fun of you? He looks at the vibrator in his hand, at me, and back at it.
Why does it look like a cactus?
Are you? I start to laugh, but stop and step in to grab it. He holds it out of reach like we're in fucking middle school. I shoot him a glare and cross my arms as I take a step back. Lachlan.
Lila.
Please put it back. His smile is slow. Cruel.
I will, if you answer a few questions.
Questions? I ask, somehow managing to sound nonchalant. You're joking. He shakes his head. His smirk is pissing me the fuck off. He must see it with the way his eyes twinkle in ruthless amusement. I'd expected him to make fun of the thing and then of me for needing one. But questions? He knows damn well that answering questions about sex makes me uncomfortable. Chalk it up to trauma. I can have sex, but I don't necessarily want to discuss it. Lachlan is the only person I've ever felt comfortable speaking to about it, and he knows it. I know he must remember that. Then again, everything he's done since he got here has been deliberate. So I don't know why I expect this to be any different. I'm already wound up and have more emotions than I've felt all year. For some stupid reason, even though I know this will hurt, I stay put. Maybe to feed my emotional masochism more fucked up nutrients. Ask your questions. I uncross my arms and wait for the onslaught.
How often do you use it?
I roll my eyes. What difference does it